We love that stock. That was an absolute monster of a play for us. We're flat on Apple. Honestly, we had a tester position there. We loaded up Nvidia there, guys. So there it goes, man. It's about trading. It's about getting comfortable in bigger share sizes. It's about hitting your goals. There it goes, man. It's a monster there for NVDA. I'm just going to start to get some out and then just go whoosh, because it's here, baby. That's your day again, Neil. It's another monster day here at Trader TV Live as we just blow up to the upside. So, oh man. Ooh, that was fun. I mean, now let's just regroup and we'll figure it all out. There it goes, man. I mean, absolutely monstrous.
August 5th, man. That was the same thing that happened. Oh, this chart. August 5th, exactly the same thing we saw at the open. The only difference was it wasn't instantly up. Overall, come on, give me this. I'll get to Tesla in a quick little second for you guys. Tesla did just pull back, so watch out. Tesla just wicked 400 and came back in rather heavily. I was just trailed out of Apple on that initial move. Come on, Nvidia. Nvidia just tried to hold through 128 just now. Gotta go to the black chart. Sorry, guys. Try to just hold the 128. We just broke the pre-market highs or pre-market resistance and are already starting to pull back in here. So the question I have is, look, can we just hold on to the prior low or prior resistance level? So if we get back in, I want the stair step to the upside, look for the reload around 125.75 to 126, and then a similar thing I'm looking for here on Apple. But Apple doesn't even want to pull back. Like it over under the 227, it's now holding those highs. So Apple's still flying nice and high. Here comes Tesla. Tesla might give this 400 breakout as we speak. There we go. Now it's working.
Guys, shout out to absolutely everybody out there, man. What's up to Ozan and everybody that is part of Trader Nation? Because there we go, man. It's just another. It's Nvidia, and it's just more Nvidia. We'll talk about some other names, but for right now, it's Nvidia. What's up, Adara?
We have Aurora Mobile, JG. This is actually a bullish DeepSeek play. Basically, Aurora announcing that they have actually integrated their DeepSeek R1 model into the company's GPT-bots.ai. So Aurora Mobile announcing here this DeepSeek integration. JG, sharply to the upside. ETNB could be another small cap play on watch. I'm seeing some volume come in on that one on the scanners.
All right, like I know people are saying like, all right, so we just got filled at 127.40 there. That's how crazy these levels are. I know people are saying that like, you know, the pink shirt might mean rally. Well, the Nasdaq is still down 3%. So be very, very careful with those logics right there as we get more and more out. We are now, we only have like maybe 15% left or so of our Nvidia trade. And again, although this day is all about volatility, as we wrote down, it's also about respecting your game plan. You get the bottom right back to pre-market levels, we cashing out. So I'm gonna get out another piece right now into the teens of 126, start to ring the register. We were $5, we were long there at 123.50 all the way up to 128. So it's $4.50 in the money on what was a very big position. So we're really happy with that Nvidia. And here we go, man. I'm going to take another piece out at 127. And then I have no more offers. So hopefully we can get back up to that upside if the market actually rallies today. How high are we going to fly in some of these names, man? This could be like a record-breaking day for us here at Trader TV Live. So let's wait to see if that does happen. But for right now, it's Nvidia. It's doing what it is. So, be very, very patient with everything. I don't know if SoFi...
The other thing is... SoFi is actually pulling back. SoFi's not even doing anything, but remember this holo, which was upside while everything else was down. Yeah, well, if they're partnering with DeepSeek and everyone's selling the news on that, I just paid for locates. They're jokingly cheap. But holo just broke VWAP. If we hold up, if Nvidia holds up, this thing is probably a dump zone. So I'm looking at these as inverse. If we can bounce off VWAP nicely, I want to short VWAP on HOLO. 100 shares cost absolutely nothing to short this, but I think it's an easy one to the south side. Apple's starting to pull back in for the first time, at least since we covered.
That's short.
I want VWAP to hold in here at 225 there on Apple. Long into first resistance. Once it blew out the top, throw the trail in, and then look to see if it's going to retrace VWAP. But as you mentioned, Nvidia is starting to pull back right into our support level. We want that 125 to hold. So did the SSR bounce? I want it to hold a higher low, look for a rounded bottom, and then we can get in. SoFi was the other name that we're trying to grab off the open. Let me just cancel that. Did not pop into 16.5, so I can cancel the order to try to go short there. Maybe it'll give a VWAP short, or maybe 16.20 or so, something along those lines might make some sense. And then Bitcoin, holding VWAP, holding trend, looking pretty strong as far as I can tell. Actually looking a little bit stronger than what I'm seeing in Nvidia, but it's holding VWAP pretty nicely. Going to likely work into a long here on IBIT. But if it breaks this support, I mean, it's like 56, 88, whatever that works out to, I would just easily jump out of it.
All right. So that's Nvidia. So we're fine with it. Let's just regroup and see what else is on our sticky note. All right. So we want to look at Palantir because, again, you know, like a name. I was thinking about Palantir today. If it ripped, it would be another one of those shorts. It looks like the Apple short for us. We should have just held on to it, and then we'd be 2 for 2 and like really laughing right now. Apple is a flat stock for us. We like 226 short on Apple. The only thing is I'm having a hard time getting into that short, especially with what the NASDAQ is doing right now. But okay, so right into there. Palantir, I was looking at 79. I was just like, hey man, like this is how bullish I thought the market could possibly be at the open. Right there into 79 and 80 for a short on Palantir, but you can see we don't get anywhere near there, of course, as it just sort of goes up and down. Nice little, pretty violent little $2.50 candles there in the first minute for PLTR. So maybe let's let that one settle down as well. And then we had IBIT looking long at 56. Again, was not looking at this straight off the open because obviously we had bigger. I cannot believe that we didn't get roasted, but again, we'd lost on Nvidia, and then we just put up 5 times what we made on that loss just by getting right back in and having the balls to do that. But right here, 57.60, again, a level for Bitcoin. Like maybe if this market wants to keep doing what it's doing, it's nicely up, man. Maybe Bitcoin does find that bottom, and it could be at 57. So let's keep an eye now at VWAP and this 57 area instead of looking at 56. Maybe we start the buying there in and around 57. Nice battle back there for Apple. Also, Nvidia tried to go backside again. So there's 50 that stopped a couple times. Like we said, although we are very, very rose-colored glasses trying to think about everything going long, we still have to respect some of the levels. So I see you're out of Apple, so we can talk about that, maybe a reload, and that's coming up soon. And there's our Apple trade right there. Bang, bang, bang. Neil, you never know if you're going to get filled unless you put the order out. And right there, we just talked about getting an order at 126.40. So we did that. We're out another piece there on Nvidia. Okay, Adair, what's up?
I'm seeing here that JG is halted. That is that Aurora mobile company. They are a DeepSeek related play, announcing some integration with DeepSeek, HOLO. Also running on a similar catalyst. So JG and HOLO, if you are looking for DeepSeek sympathy plays, those are the two that I'm currently aware of. Now, in terms of other stocks on the move, AT&T actually had earnings this morning. T, alongside SoFi, reported before the bell. AT&T beating across the board for their EPS and their sales, and also announcing here stronger than expected net subscriber additions on all of their segments. So T, on watch to the upside, guys. Back to you.
Oh, I'm wishing.
Apple.
Candidly, I bought 2 things in my personal account market on open orders. It was just the cues. I wasn't very, and I meant to say something about ARM. ARM was the other one, and that's more planned. I was buying ARM this quarter anyways. I'm like, why not today? But we're gonna get to hollow and these halt stocks in a quick little second. Apple just bounced in a big way off 225. So we're trying to get it VWAP's all the way at 224.5.
Yeah, go out.
So I was trying to get it 50 cents above VWAP, but at this point, 2% up on Apple, and this is also a 200 period bounce. It's got local resistance pretty much right here at the 227 spot. So this is an absolute powerhouse and I think it makes a little bit of a safety play as well, because if everything goes down that's AI related, well, this wasn't that bad in the first place for them relative to the others. So I think this is going to be key. I still think you can pull back from this level. I'm not buying the highs here on Apple. I want to be buying the dip, and that's pretty much it. Back over to HOLO. You saw the halt on JG. Holo integrating DeepSeek into their platform. Just tagged VWAP and pulled back under. Looking to short this one to this resistance, now sitting at the 240 level here on HOLO. Let's go to Adara again.
Beyond Meat actually rallying today. BYND could not find any catalyst for this one, but I think it's worth noting because of the 51.5% short float. So massive short float I'm seeing here for BYND. No catalyst either, like I said, and about 800,000 shares traded on the day, guys. Back to you.
800,000.
All right. So it is a really nice move up here, obviously, in this market. We are getting a little bit of a pullback. The only position I've had all day was Apple. We went in and out of that one. So we went short at 226 there. We got out at 225.50, 225.40s. Then we got out once it broke higher. So we were kind of okay on that stock. But you are starting to pull back just a little bit now in Apple. And I was thinking like, hey, I should maybe look at a short for Apple. I'm going to try it right now in the 70s just to start this little starter position in Apple. Again, not looking to hold this past the day's high, just to see if we do get a little bit of a retracement. This is simply a scalp. If we can get it back into 226, 225.50, those are probably long areas. So I think worthy of a shot back in now for Apple. Your boy is now short here, and we're going to figure out, we're going to figure out where it goes there right now for Apple. So hopefully downside. Short now 92 on Apple. We're bidding some 80s. It just fell into there. We'll see if we can take out a piece, and then after that, down into the 50s. And there it is into the 70s. There it is. Neil, we're doing it again, hopefully for a minute here, if we can get this going on Apple. Let's get back to the downside as Nvidia right now goes upside big time right there. So nice. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. As we go. Neil, we're on fire again right now as we just shorted Apple. And now that is nicely in the money here for us on AAPL. So boom goes the dynamite, man. We said we're having an absolutely huge start. And right now we're a little higher than where we were a couple minutes ago. So far so good here as we just watch out. That's a huge move up there for Nvidia. Let's take responsibility and get some out right there. And let's also put our name on this trade and bang it out for you guys on Apple right there. Take some more out in the 50s as here comes Apple pulling back just a little bit, putting us green in that name, hugely green in Nvidia. And so far so good here on the day. I hope you're enjoying it. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're doing it every day.
Yeah, we'll go to a quick little segment, but we just made a trend reverse here on Nvidia. So we pull back off 128, bounced off 125. VWAP is a little bit far away. I want to be long back into the higher low. We're waiting for it to make a higher low. You've made the higher low now on Nvidia. So we're going to play this one in front of 125. Do the reload just above that level, which is pretty much the price that we have. Actually long 124.87. Bitcoin's holding out pretty well, and HOLO we did not get filled yet in HOLO, but that it's still holding under VWAP. I don't think the change of plan is warranted just yet. The last thing that I want to look at here before we go to ADR is Tesla is 400 level over under multiple times. 402 is turned into resistance. You're seeing a bit of a chop up zone here on Tesla. I feel like if it can take out 402 quarters, this one should absolutely rock it. It's doing better than the NASDAQ and still has a little bit of that gap to fill into 405 for TSLA. Are we ready for ADR? Let's go to ADR.
Couple things moving here. Keep an eye on HWH. This is a penny stock. Apparently on Friday evening, they announced that they regain NASDAQ compliance, clearly not with regards to the $1 listing rule, but with another rule that has to do here with the amount of net income and the equity for shareholders. So HWH here does have a 20.5% short float. Keep an eye on this one if you're looking for penny stocks. Also PFE on watch here. I'm just seeing CNBC reporting that the company will now no longer face a proxy fight from Starboard. So PFE potentially cleared here of a proxy fight as reported by CNBC, guys.
All right. Yeah, good job there. All right. So thanks, Adair, for all that. As I said, man, there's more markets than just tech markets, and we're going to look at them all for you as they start popping. So again, out of Apple there, but we still have a piece on. If it breaks the high, then we are out, and it will put us right back to where we were and basically flatten out this trade one more time so that we're not making any money right now on Apple. But, you know, I know Neil talks about this a lot, and I try to talk about it a lot. And it's just like, you look down and you say, okay, like what stock are we down on? Like I'm up literally 15x right now on Nvidia, what I'm down on Apple, right? I mean, this is kind of the stuff that like we're trying to do. And it's trying to be into the right names at the right time with the right amount of shares. And that's really been such a huge game changer And again, sticking with the names that mean something to you. I said it earlier on today, like this is why I just came in and I didn't even really look too into anything. I just was like, okay, Nvidia, I know that's going to be a stock that I'm looking at and it has to be on the radar regardless of what percent it's up or down. We just got to find levels and we got to pick them because we've been nailing Nvidia and Tesla and many of these big cap tech names just with what we've been doing. So despite the news and despite all this FUD and everything like that, there's, you're going to have to go with some of the levels that you believe in. And here it goes, man. We did it with Nvidia and we put on the shares to make it something. So it's a good trade today. We've only been in Apple and Nvidia. I do want to get into some more. You mentioned buying some ARM this morning. Again, we talked about Oracle. There's been some good battle back names here, including ARM's at 150. I mean, we like that. I liked it at 160 the other day on that strength of Stargate. And then right here as well, Oracle.
Here's going.
Yeah, had that dip by opportunity into that pre-market low again, as well of 167. Now right up to 170 and change and back inside again. So yes, I don't know. We're going to get some more out of Nvidia here at 127.50 and then just see what this recovery really looks like as we start to moon backside a little bit here in the market. So, hey, man, 2.7%, much better than 4.7% like we were earlier on. So it's a nice move upside up now. Recovery day here for the market. And those that try to spread these like, this is the death of AI. Obviously right now, Nvidia down 11%. If you believe in it, there's obviously people trying to buy it, but it's not like it's surviving right now, like still down 11% in what's a top stock.
Well, you also have to keep in mind, that big green candle you'll see at the open on Nvidia, that's in the face of, I guarantee you, a swath of market on open triggered sells from stop orders that triggered when it lost a bunch of overnight levels. So not everybody has stop orders they're going to be able to trigger in the pre-market. Everyone has different brokers, all that good stuff. So IBIT's now gone. It's through the high of the high of the day.
Yeah.
I think VWAP is always going to be a bit of a moving target, but I don't want to get married to the notion of VWAP. I've canceled the orders off VWAP on IBIT. If we're going to stair step to the upside, next available pullback. I don't want to be buying any highs here. I'd rather be looking for the dip buys. That's the plan of action. If we're able to grab it here on Nvidia's trying to hold VWAP. It's either 125 half here, or we're going to hold on to VWAP. There's actually a chance that this could hold on to VWAP. We'll give it a little bit of heartbeat to try to do that. Remember, it's short sell restricted, so the bounces can be frenzied to the upside. And then Apple doesn't want to seem to pull back all that much either. It's just a bit of a moving target here. This trend is held pretty well. I think as long as it holds this upward trend, I might just pop this in and say, if you're really going to hold these dip buys and continue to go higher, break another high here, hold that trend line, might just start scalping off of this trend line here that we see on AAPL. And Holo, yeah, this is now really starting to accelerate a bit to the downside. Like the stronger Nvidia gets, the weaker this thing seems to be on HOLO. Maybe it needs a pullback deeper on Nvidia, and then this will pop into VWAP to get us filled. Let's go to ADRs.
Keep an eye on WBA. If you recall here back in early December, there were reports that the company was in talks to be taken private by Sycamore. Now we actually have David Faber on CNBC saying that the company's Sycamore deal is, quote, mostly dead. So reports here of the end of that Sycamore deal, leading WBA to fall to the downside there, guys.
Okay. We'll have to watch out again for that Walgreens Boots Alliance SMR. I'm still trying to get into Apple short. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I did not buy that dip there in Nvidia, but came close to doing that in and around that 126. Okay, so we did not get that fill. I thought we just got a fill there, but we did not. Okay, there we go. Now we get the fill at 127. So there it goes, man. There it goes, in. So we're still exactly at that same spot we were when we got all excited, because Nvidia is not really doing too much more than it already was doing. We weren't able to reload it at all. And then we've just gone in and out with Apple. So we're at the same spot we were at all day when we were saying this is going to be a record day. So again, all that action right off the first 5 minutes for me anyways. And I know you took a shot there at Tesla. Other than that, I think we've just kind of, looking at some of the same names that we've been on there all day. Uber with a real nice move back, man. Wow, Uber, yes. Really happy with that play. So again, Uber not even close to being down with the market, which is nice considering a tech name, so to speak, I guess. Nice move up there. They're going to be using some AI, I hope, and up to 68.40. Again, cheaper AI might be good for Uber, but nice move up. We're going to still have to wait to see. It's right there. This is why I just came on my alert as it hits the 200 period moving average right now for Uber, 68 and change, and looking to extend upside right now is UBER. So that could be a good break side there as well, breaking now over VWAP down to $68. Good move there for Uber. Coinbase is probably just humming along right now.
Yeah, you
back up to the upside, 286 and change. I've liked Coinbase, but again, nice bottom there.
MSTR is going
MSTR.
as well.
I was looking because crypto's now at 102.
Well, Bitcoin
really starting to go. $4 in the money Nvidia.
Bitcoin's just not moving. Back to the downside. Like Bitcoin just continues to go higher. There hasn't been much of a dip here with this. But look, at the end of the day, like once it does any kind of a reversion off that top, that's what I want to work back to. I just went over and looked at what was going on with some of the Chinese ADRs because there's a flip side to this trade, right? Alibaba, which was gapped up, is now down. They're just catching strays all over the place. And for anyone that's looking, I'm pretty sure it got mentioned by Brendan. Data is not falling because there's an unsolicited offer to buy the stock at $2. This might actually, it's doing pretty good volume. It might be tradable. If you probably see me in and out of this off VWAP. But I'm not expecting a lot of volatility in DADA, and don't expect it to follow the other Chinese names. They could drop another 5%. This will probably hold up because it has an offer on it and going to do good volume. Let's go to Adara.
Beware of Novo Nordisk here. This one had quite the move on Friday, announcing some positive weight loss drug results. Now I'm seeing reports that court filings apparently have revealed that the company has reached a settlement with the Minnesota Attorney General regarding this dispute over insulin pricing. So previous dispute over insulin pricing apparently resolved for NVO, guys.
We're trying to resolve some decisions here about Palantir. So I'm thinking about taking this 76 break long. Holding the 200 period moving average, give it $1 back down into 75. It's dipped down into here before. You have supporting cast members of the 50 period and VWAP downside there as well. A little bit of a break. I mean, there's been lots of stock that have broken through some of their highs, Palantir not being one of them. So, still down percentage points. Could be a decent buy opportunity there through $76 on PLTR. The only problem there is like, where do we get out? I mean, I guess we'd have to just use the 200 period. So that's $1. So that's just it's a pretty hefty price tag to carry there, especially with the market still being down and this nice rally. What I mean by that is like we could break this 76 and then flush into that area. Okay, I'm going to try it, but I'm going to try to temper it with shares. So we'll take like maybe 30% or so of what we may do normally here on that spot. We did get more out of Nvidia, but only at 127. It went to 127.50, so that could have been another play for us upside there on Nvidia. And if it comes up to 127.50, I am going to get another piece out. But all right, so Palantir is getting ready to go through 76. I think we're going to try it.
Yeah, I mean, IBIT just broke another high there, and it seems like there's just no stopping Bitcoin as we speak. Tesla just broke. Whoops, I just typed in AAL instead of Apple. AAL is also up in case anyone cares. But Apple pulling back into VWAP potentially. So that trend that it's been holding, that just broke trend. We're looking to see if it would hold the trend line. It's now broken trend. So I think VWAP is going to stay in the purview, at least for myself. The other thing that I'm tracking is there has not been a red candle on the 3-minute for IBIT, but we just wicked the high. So this could be the pullback potentially that we've been looking for to get into Bitcoin. Whether we get to here or we can just play it off of 57.70, I think that's going to make some sense. Nvidia just doesn't even want to get to 125. It doesn't seem. So we're looking for VWAP here on Apple, but Nvidia at this point, you got yourself a nice wedge to the upside. I guess we have to look at the VWAP buy. We're not getting these 125s, that higher low that we wanted to play off of, but it looks like Apple's going to get to VWAP before Nvidia gets to 125 at this point.
All right, so we did exactly what we said we would do again. So let's hit bang. When your plan comes, and works, this is what's supposed to happen. So there it goes, 127.50, another out for us right there. So we'll props it up to all of us today. Big day alert here on the show. So hopefully you guys can see that and you're trading it with us. And Palantir, an idea we're going to try. There it goes. Did it break? I don't know. It says 0205s. We're long now at 01s here on Palantir. And again, we'll just take a smaller position. We'll see if we get something out in the teens if it does rip up. And then, you know, so before I took this break, I actually also put a bid down here thinking that, hey, we may break and we may come back in. I wanted to not, like, I wanted to take the trade just in case it does start to go. So I don't know. Part of me is thinking, like, now that we're trying to run out of steam, like, it didn't go, basically, right? So where could the pullback be? Yeah, I mean, I still want to see this 200 period. I just don't want to. Okay, whatever. That's 75. So 74.80s. So we still want to dip by this name. So I'm still down here. I put a bid down just ahead of this 200 period, but I'm a little nervous that we're not taking out this top as aggressively as sort of we had hoped. But hey, if you're nervous about it, there it is right now. It's 10 cents, 15 cents in the money. So take it out if so be. So we will take out a little bit there for a 20-cent winner. I can't believe we were just looking at downside there as Palantir just wants upside. So nice trade there for us as we put on, Neil, just another one. So that was not too bad right there. No, Kathy, we'll take your call afterwards. We got to deal with the people right now. There it comes, nice move upside into 21s and 30s now for PLTR. So far so good. Smooth sailing upside. 76.20s was where we just stopped for Palantir. Let's put an offer right here, breaking 20. See if we can get a 20-cent winner on this one. And there it is, 21s, and just start to stack it up there. So that was for you there, Adara. We just got out at 21.
Do something for me. She loves a 21. It's just a line or a number on a chart, but it's always more sweet when it does hit for you. Just one more look for you here. Holo. If it gets to VWAP, bit of a change of plan of action. I'm willing to short VWAP, like I said before, but you have a nice trend from the high. If it fails 210, then I want to look to short it right in here at the $2 level. So let's see this bar. It's trying to close, mean reverting. If it mean reverts, I wait for VWAP. If it doesn't mean revert, I look for the short right here and give it to about that 215 zone. Apple is still tracking into VWAP. It just bounced off 225.5. Looking for that rounded top. We are getting new home sales in a few seconds.
Ooh.
Not that I expect that to move the market, regards to the names that we are watching, but happening now in numbers as we speak.
Really eventful morning for the markets here. We're going to kick off with these new home sales numbers in a couple seconds. We are expecting here 675,000 homes, actually higher than expected. I'm seeing 698,000 homes for the month of December versus 675,000 expected. Again, that is new home sales as expected here, with it being higher than expected. The new home sales change on a monthly basis is also higher than expected. 3.6% versus 2% expected. It has been quite the day here for the markets, which are continuing to try to make this upward trajectory after falling pretty viciously, gapping down here on some concerns about DeepSeek, which is these Chinese AI startup, and how it might be able to overpower some of these American companies. Nvidia gapped out on this, Palantir, a lot of these other AI-related tickers. But if you ignore DeepSeek for just a second, one of the biggest themes of this week is going to be, without a doubt, earnings season. 4 of the 7 Mag 7 names are going to be reporting this week. We had some pre-market earnings as well worth discussing. So SoFi on watch here. SoFi gapping down, but trying to get a little bit of a bounce here. They did beat here for EPS and sales for Q4, but they did have a little bit weaker than expected EPS guidance for the quarter and for the fiscal year. Then we also had here AT&T. T, unlike SoFi, actually gapping up and doing quite nicely, though it's lost that $24 level a little bit, beating on EPS, beating on sales, and actually saying that their net additions for subscribers were much higher than expected. So earnings continue to be the name of the game here. If you are enjoying all this wild market action and this coverage, make sure to like and subscribe and join us every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much there, Dara. Appreciate you. So it looks like SoFi's not doing a heck of a lot. Holo just came back in. It is testing, but Apple lost VWAP, so we took one swing. There is the bounce off VWAP on the 3-minute. I took it when it got back through the prior bar high, but once we lost 225, I'll jump out of it. Want to be able to preserve, and if we lose this, I think you do have to wait. Like, it's a hefty gap on Apple off the open. So you're going to have a lot of room to the downside, so you have any liquidity levels. This was a lack of liquidity when it got through the pre-market high. Like, it just blasted to the upside, and you always have to be concerned. If it does lose 25, you could see 23, 22. We don't want to carry one long into what I think should be a secondary play. But I don't mind getting back in at VWAP if we can reclaim it. That's the other side of this coin. As long as we can hold VWAP, I might just jump right back into it. It's holo that I want to try to play into still, as it broke the trend, but still consolidating under the 210 level. So this is the key bar. If we close this bar without breaking 210, then I'm just looking for the short and holo, essentially right to here. We did have to pay for locates on HOLO. And Nvidia, still nothing really changed on Nvidia. It's holding the same trend line and holding VWAP as we looked at before.
So not much changed. What's up, Max? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Max is pumping some Palantir shares into that Lambo or not, but there it is, man, 76.50, another one, 40 cents right there we just took. We were waiting at 76.40. We got it. It's right there. It's 40 cents in the money. And we actually even discussed this trade with all of you. Now, the problem with me is, I mean, again, it's not a problem. We've got 99 of them today trading. Like I told you, this is the best day for me all month so far, off the open. So it's just like, this name popped up there, and then we were sort of uncertain about it because of going long into some of these plays today and what that's meant for the market. I mean, it's been a long day, but you could see right here, just with Nvidia as a good example. I'm going to talk about Palantir because I want to get, you know, I'm going to get another piece out here at 20 right there. Okay, we got another piece. It's just trying to get out now as the market was down 4%. We can go back down. It's not, you know, we have earnings, big earnings coming through. I mean, I think you get some overextension. Like, look, like we just got, okay, here we go. Now we're longer in into Nvidia right there off of VWAP. So let's see if we get something out now into the 40s as we just dip bought there on Nvidia. The price that we had just gotten there were 20s. So out in 20s, out some 40s and some 50s there, as I was just talking about trying to get a little bit lighter maybe in these names, and it drips right into VWAP. We're getting out if this breaks 125, so, or sorry, 126. So here it comes right back into it. We'll give it a little bit of room past that, but Nvidia falling like a rock right now into those levels, which means to me, let's get some more out of Palantir, which we just did, and let's see here if Nvidia does hold. Right now, it's not looking like it. We're still up on the name. Obviously, we're not going to be giving too much back there, but there it goes. It does flush back. We give back 3% of what we made on Nvidia on that play right there, out right there on Nvidia as it does break through 126. And then just because we're getting a little nervous, like if we lose Nvidia, right, what does that mean for some of these other names? I'm good. There we go. Getting some more out here on Palantir, canceling everything, looking to get out if Palantir breaks like too much where we're in right now, 76 and change. We can always just regroup and then just say maybe we had seen a top. All right, one more piece out of Nvidia, out of Palantir here at 20s, and then we'll work from there. But boom goes the dynamite, man. We're able to talk through that, get out of some of these positions, and really just ease back a little bit. Keep Palantir well in the frame. We only now have 10% left, though. Oh, sorry, 15% left of Palantir. Nothing taken out below where we've gotten in. So far, so good. Those outs were like 15s, 12s, things like that. Nvidia, though, look at that. Sometimes it's where you get out that winds up saving you. And so far, so good on Nvidia. We talked our way out of this one. So that, to me, man, that's the thumbs up there. I actually feel better about my outs than I would do about my ins.
And that's what it's all about, for sure. And look, I'm looking at 125. I've moved my stop on Nvidia. If we lose that by 10 cents-ish, I don't like those even dollars, then we're going to be able to get out of that one. But a holo was the next play for me. Wanted to see it close, breaking trend, but not breaking 210. It didn't. So went short 205, inside the range to 190, and then we're looking for a pullback to the level that it held in the pre-market where we broke out from. That's like $1.75 into $1.80 here on HOLO. The stop is right above that local high here on HOLO as it tries to come back into the downside. But if we are ready, then if you're a skilled trader but lacking capital, then prop firms offer you the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills, access account sizes ranging from 5K to 500K and start with as little as $20. And that's what Prop Firm Match brings to you. Because with over 500 prop firms out there, the question is, how do you find out which are going to be the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps right in to fill the void. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. And discover the best current deals all in one place. Scan the QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop firm for you. You can also check the link in the description. And those payouts matter, man, because if you can't actually get the money out, then it doesn't matter what you make on the way into the upside.
Ain't that the truth?
Truth is the truth there when it comes to that one. So here comes NVDA. We've got our scalp trade. I held on the last 10% to see if we can hold the line at 125 on Nvidia. Right now, it looks like it wants to give it up. To be honest, I'm a little surprised that this is pulling back, and I would have thought that would send Holo in the other direction because they were a little bit inverse. But for now, that seems to still be falling, despite the fact that Nvidia is coming with it. I just did a Freudian slip there because I said if the market turned weakness, I was never looking to short Nvidia. I was actually looking at AMD. And AMD's holding VWAP. So all of a sudden, AMD showing some signs of strength. But what I like about this and why I'm still looking for the short is 118 has a brick wall on it on advanced micro devices. So that gives an obvious level that if we cannot bust this out in the next little bit here, you can get like a tight stop shorting the 118 level on advanced micro devices. Not that bad of a day for them, 4.5% compared to Nvidia. But if you can't break the high, it's kind of hard to fly. Let's go with Air.
A really great name for these heavily shorted names here, definitely on watch. Krispy Kreme, DNUT. This one getting an upside push. Worth noting, not a ton of volume, about 500,000 shares on the day so far, but regardless, they have about a 23% short float, and they did announce apparently this morning their Valentine's Day collection. So DNUT apparently on investors' minds today. Then we also have BYND, as mentioned earlier. Beyond Meat, this one actually getting some decent volume now, pulling back a little bit, but it is still worth noting this one to the upside with a 51.5% short float. So very notable short float. A lot of these tickers seem to be making upside moves today, guys.
Yeah, we're starting to give back.
Squeeze type day.
Palantir just went like really ham there, upside, without even really that much volume, and then a quick little fall back in right into this level one more time. So I'm going to try we just missed it. Okay. Well, we tried to pick up something there on Palantir at the bottom. I'm going to give it to that bottom wick because to see what's going on there. So if we do get some more shares, we'll take that on Nvidia, on Palantir, and then put our stop at 75, 79 or so to make sure that we're able to get out of that for for Palantir. So far so good on that one. We'll just wait to see if it does trigger back. I do want to get back into Nvidia, so we took a small piece there on, and we've done this before back in for Nvidia. So there's the break back long at 125. So I'm just trying to hold this against that past bottom of one. We talked about 124.50 in the past. So now let's see if we can give it a little bit of room off some of these lows into 124.48. So we'll just put our stop in there to flat. Oops, I put the wrong price there to get flat on Nvidia. So we got to buy this right back. But that's what I want to do right now for Nvidia. Put out our stop order of 124.50 to get out if it does break. So that's going to be my stop. One last try here as it's starting to bleed back down. You can't just keep taking shots. Like we only took one shot right here, but can't just keep on going back to the well. If we continue to break on this one, then we got to get out of Dodge here. So it's Nvidia right now down into that 124.50 spot.
I always wonder where that saying came from. Yeah. Get out of Dodge. Like I know Dodge is whatever.
Department of Government Efficiencies. You got to get out of there.
Someone in the chat is going to let me know what that is before you could probably ask DeepSeek or something, I guess, if you're really into that.
It's ChatGPT, bro.
It's ChatGPT. Just very quickly, SoFi hasn't done a lot. And I know I wanted to short this thing at 16.5 to 16.8, but it now has an opening trend, higher low, higher low, higher low, break trend, look short. That's going to be the play here on SoFi. Let's go to Adara again.
Really fascinating movement here for NVNI. This is the NVNI Group is the name of the company. I know this is one that some people in the chat have been looking at today. Interesting now that we actually just have a halt. We're actually at a triple top here for NVNI. No new catalyst for this one, but it did rally on Friday after basically announcing that it's regained NASDAQ compliance with regards to its minimum bid price listing. So keep an eye here in NVNI. This is an ADR. The company is based in Brazil, and they've rallied in the past as well here, guys. Again, halted with a triple top.
Thank you so much, Adara, man. Let's just props it up, man. Where are the traders at right there? Look at that reload there on Palantir. I hope you guys took some of that down into 76. We had talked about like it went up there. We even looked at the volume. we felt like a little smart looking at the volume there, and we didn't see much happening. So nice little pull down there on Palantir, able to reload it. And then guys, like all these outs, 25s, 35s, 45s, 40s, like this is the risk to reward kind of ratio that you're looking for as a trader, obviously. And then there you go here. There goes Nvidia blasting to the upside. So we do buy the dips. We did talk about that. So now you got to reap the rewards of your decisions, right? You can't just sit there and hope that something happens. You got to make something happen in this world. And there it goes, Palantir right now. So let's go, man. Believe in your stocks as Palantir back up to the upside, Nvidia back up to the upside. Today we've traded Apple flat, Palantir up nice, Nvidia the rainmaker. So so far so good here today on NVDA, Palantir, and on Apple. Really, I mean, it's just been a fun day to trade. And here we go, man. What's easier to stop? The Bills on 4th down, the Commanders hype, fly Eagles fly. I've already bet the Eagles, so Eagles are +2. I'm going to find out. The Super Bowl is not for 2 weeks, right? I mean, Jalen Hurts going to get healthy. I think that they're going to, mow over, I think anyways, the Kansas City Chiefs. But we'll wait to see. All right, so Nvidia does pull back down in there a little bit. Remember where we're getting out. Like that was 25 cents worth of risk, right? We're going to get out roughly about 30 cents worth if it breaks through 50s. So I'm going to get another piece out right now in the 90s if we're able to, or in the low 70s. Sorry. High 80s, now low 90s into Nvidia. Get another piece out here as we just sit back. There it is, and watch, hopefully, this market settle down at some point. I mean, this is the volatility.
I don't know that you want it to settle down. I think in some sense, you'd like it to settle down for your long term, but then these are opportunities to buy in your long term. So, obviously, I don't have much to say to that super chat that I can even. What am I supposed to say? They were easy to stop on 4th down. It's just factually correct. And Darwin, I too am sorry about Dalton Kincaid. You got to be able to catch the ball. But quick little look, trend in, trend out is a bit of a, that's the way I like to work things. So when you're trying to break the trend out on Holo, now since VWAP, if we break trend, it only got down to about 185. And if we cannot hold on to this trend, then we're going to get out at that $2 level. SoFi just broke its trend line underneath the $16 level. So looking for it to play back into these lows. Keep in mind, SoFi is short sell restricted. So that's the reality. Like any bounce, like if I see on the tape like that whole offer stacks up because people are chasing it down and they can't hit the bid and it releases, whenever that happens, you look to take some profit out because it's an SSR name. But I want to play it into this 1560 bottom. If I zoom in, here, that's a little easier to see now. This 15.6 bottom. So you got support here into 75 and then again into 1560 to 1565 here on SoFi. It wasn't that bad of a report, but it's not exactly screaming back through the upside yet.
I'm still trying to watch out for SoFi here. I'm still trying to watch out for Nvidia. Let's just look at something else. You mentioned ASML. I mean, obviously this is going to be a much bigger name to the spreads and all that kind of stuff, but this also got into a real nice level there today to possibly buy something in ASML. I also wanted to look, again, I'm trying to think about like names that have maybe already reported that could be strong names that we like. I mean, I look at a stock like Netflix, and then I just come over here and it's barcoded. If you scan this barcode, I think you get 1 free month of Netflix right there. But 976 upside for Nvidia, for Netflix, as it looks like it wants to break a little bit higher up right now on NFLX. So that could be a breaking spot as well, 976 to the long side. If this market can settle, which I think it's doing a little bit, settling at the 50-period moving average right there. Okay, so there goes Nvidia, finally breaks down below. So we will give back that last try at 124.50 as Nvidia is starting to bleed in pretty decently right now back down to that downside. So the market's trying to give it up. I wanted to look at Apple if the market, No, that hurts right there because I was just gonna say, I want to look at Apple in case we go down, but we tried the short right here and we just missed the short by maybe 50 cents there on Apple as it really fell off coming back in. So nice little drip now in Nvidia and in the market as a whole. But we are pretty lucky because this is holding up as well. So let's just play against this. Offer out now at 41s on Palantir. Did we not get that? All right, punch a little bit lower there. Get some 34s out now on Palantir. Wait for 41. Maybe we get that, maybe we don't. But the market is trying to give back just a little bit now. So, all right, that's what's happening. We're still having a big day, but we did give some back there on Nvidia. We'll give back about 15% trying to chase this long, so that kind of sucks. Right back into days low where we went ham last time. Things are changing now, though, man. The market is definitely trending to the downside as opposed to what we were doing early. So here comes Nvidia right back to 124.
Wow, already just 124. So I did trail out of HOLO at $2, HOLO at $2. It kind of broke the trend since VWAP. And the original plan wasn't to short it off the 210 level, it was actually to wait for VWAP. So more of a scalp trade in here. And then if it gets to VWAP, we'll try it again. As Nvidia just took out that low, AMD broke trend as well. So this is kind of, throw that in there. It broke trend all the way here at 117.25 and now working underneath 117. I'm looking to pick it up and then give it back into that quarter. When I say pick it up, I mean pick up the short and give it back into that quarter. I'm not going long on AMD. That was never really much of the plan. Tesla is down underneath the $400 level as well. SoFi, which we're still in, scalping into the low of the day. Not much has changed there. You're still holding underneath VWAP. So this is very similar to the play that I'd like to make there on AMD if we're able to grab that one to the south side. And while the market is attempting to pull back in here, well, it only took until 10:20, but Bitcoin's back to VWAP. And that's for the first time since right away at the open. So we'll look for a rounded bottom maybe here on BTC as we're chilling at 101 right now on Bitcoin. Like 100,000 would be like 56.8 or something along, like 56.8, 56.9. But if we can hold on to VWAP in this 101, that's where I'd look for a first bounce on Bitcoin as we speak. So whether we get that AMD, I'm sitting on the offer in front of VWAP, but looking for the rounded bottom on Bitcoin. You just had to wait for it. Like I wasn't really willing to chase it up here. All we got to do is some kind of a curl, maybe even a mean reversion, and break the trend in front of VWAP on IBIT. Let's go to ADRs because that's the only way we're going to get into some of these small caps with the small cap recap. Well, I guess SoFi is one.
SoFi.
And there are some pretty interesting small caps to talk about today. IWM we'll take a look at because this is really fascinating. We have this gap down, of course, with the whole market. But look where we bounce. We basically bounce here off the lows on the 23rd, so Thursday. Great look here on the 226 halves level. Then we get to 229.60s, Friday's resistance, before selling back off. So IWM here, some of these technical levels are certainly, looks like they're going to be coming into play today. So that is the Russell 2000. But what about these small caps? We have quite a few worth talking about, so we'll discuss all of them here. NVNI, this is quite a topping tail candle, but basically this one initially ran on Friday, gap down today, then tried to make a bit of a comeback, basically running on Friday after announcing that it regained NASDAQ compliance in terms of its minimum bid listing price requirement. Then we have JG. This ticker may be familiar with you. You might have heard it earlier today because JG, or Aurora Mobile, is actually a, I guess, sympathy play with DeepSeek announcing here alongside HOLO, Microcrowd Hologram. Both of these companies here announced that they did have DeepSeek integration. So keep an eye on some of these small caps that are DeepSeek related. Two others to mention here. One of them is ETNB. The company's name is 89 Bio. I couldn't find any catalyst for 89 Bio, but it's near day's highs, and it's worth noting they do have about an 11.5% short float. One other heavily shorted name today, Asana. ASAN, not really a small cap, about a $3 billion market cap, but worth noting because we have this nice push up. We're up about 12%, zero catalyst, and a 14% short float for ASAN, guys. Back to you.
Oh, no.
That's kind of squeezing a little bit on Asana. Always a good look when you see something like that. Okay, here comes our VWAP play in IBIT. I mean, that's Bitcoin, obviously. 57.5 just managed to hold. So there was some support here at 57, like the mid 30s, like that third level. And we just bounced off it one more time here on Bitcoin. That's about 101, everybody. So if you're trading spot Bitcoin prices, that's where you got to look off of. So we're into IBIT for the first time here today. Tesla, come on, hold that 400 level. That'd be absolutely nice if you could. But Tesla's still battling. Yeah, it's going to be IBIT off of VWAP here, looking pretty solid. We're going to get some out on the way to the highs. Respect what the market is trying to do here, which is bounce off of, I'm just going to go to the NASDAQ here because we follow the NASDAQ, which is bounce off of where we broke out from, actually well in front of it. So if we don't get back underneath 21.2 on the NASDAQ, then I think you're looking pretty good for some bounce plays to the long side. Although SoFi, I know I'm short SoFi, but SoFi had earnings today. I don't necessarily think it has to follow the market. It's just going to do its own thing. Since the trend revert, this is the first time I got the bid here in front of 15. I'm short at 99s. I just got the first bid here at 91. And I have bids in front of 85. And then down here at like 78 all the way down to 15.6.
All right, yeah. I liked SoFi at 15. I actually missed that trade. I'll have to go back over and see if we like the long, if it breaks a little bit longer.
Oh, I didn't get that close.
Yeah, no. Okay, so yeah, that's the problem. All right, so right into here, just again, we rebought off 23 right there. We watched it. It did wind up holding. So I did buy some back here into the 30s, and it just ripped up, man. We got 60s, 70s, 80s. So we went 1-to-1. Obviously, if we wind up losing on this one, then it'll, again, pretty good. Like, we got 38, so we'll lose a little bit on this if it does wind up going to the downside. But at the end of the day, I think it's worth it. We've been scalping out a little bit here. So much volume, man. 210 million shares right now on Nvidia. What's up, Adara?
DOCN. This company is called DigitalOcean. They have about a 9% short float. Basically, this one also trading higher. It looks like generally we did have this pop on Friday with a $45 price target and a buy rating from Citigroup. However, it looks like this could be another DeepSeek sympathy play. Basically, apparently the CEO around 15 minutes ago on X, I'm seeing, posted that you could run the DeepSeek R1 model on the company's GPUs here, DigitalOcean. So looks like DigitalOcean apparently announcing this DeepSeek integration, though again, I'm not seeing any formal announcement of this on Benzinga, only what the company's CEO posted on X, guys, DOCN.
Well, I mean, I'm getting out of more Nvidia here because obviously that's going to be not the great sign, but it's just only 20 cents in the money. So I'm going to now hold. I have half left on this trade. See if we can moon out a little bit. I'm in the 80s and then the 90s here on Nvidia. But when those stories start to catch wind that, you know, people have been trying out DeepSeek and it's actually just as good as the others, if that is the case, then it is going to be all she wrote for these names. So for now anyways, until they run some more tests and somebody can debunk that. But for right now, a nice upside move here, you know, off of 123. But other than that, it is getting killed. Down 14% soon here on NVDA. We say buy good names. Well, I mean, this is a good name, but is it time to buy? I guess we will eventually find out. But right now, it looks like you are getting some, you know, weaker hands letting it go. And I think it might be a good call. It's like sort of like, shoot first, ask questions later. And I think that's what you had a huge move back up where people were like, nah, we don't believe it. And then it was like, oh, yeah, well, you know, we'll take that little bump up, I guess, and see it and bring it right back in.
The market's very Kobe.
To the Bryant.
I'm saying, like, the market's very Kobe Bryant today. It's more Kobe Bryant than LeBron James. Shoot first, ask later is an apt analogy. And again,
I'm going to get some out.
And that's not a dig on Kobe Bryant, by the way. That's it's just how he rolled. Like, he would take over the game by taking, by taking shots. I'm going to get to IBIT in a second, but we'll go to what came out and not what's going well, which is going to be IBIT. But you just broke back above prior resistance on SoFi. It only got to our first profit take, so we'll be red on that SoFi play, but it's still holding on to VWAP. We just like the trend break on this. It never really got to our, like, the real level we like, which is up at the 16.5. So we had to take the trend break trade. IBIT bouncing off VWAP as we speak, looking to play it back into its prior highs. Pre-market up here at this 57.8. We just got to 101.5 and then pull back a little bit. Nice little bounce play off VWAP. The NASDAQ bouncing, Bitcoin bouncing, pretty much everything looking good for sure. Meta is green, TT777. Wow. Meta is on an absolute tear. Did not notice this. We liked Apple today, obviously Nvidia, and then Bitcoin and SoFi. Holo was just a reaction because the stock had something related to DeepSeek. But wow, Meta almost green on the session. Not green yet, but it is going to go green. This is why you buy dips in companies that you like. I mean, there's other reasons too, but this is part of it.
Okay. Breathe. All right, here you go. Maybe do one of these if you have one in your pocket. Like, this has been a quite the day as we're getting ready to go again. We actually didn't hit this earlier. We had $5 or $4 on Nvidia earlier, But this is even a better trade because now we're long off 123s. And here we go. Nice move up. There's the Dollar Club, Neil. Yes, sir. And now we are higher than we were when we had our heart attack earlier on. So there it goes, man. Nice day. It's 10:30 now. Not often am I at the same levels at 10:30 that I'm at like 9:40 recently. We've been making some big plays with some decent sized shares early. But here we go, man. We make it all back and we're at the highest spot now we've been at on not only just on Nvidia, but obviously as our trading goes here today. And that is despite us. We'll be green on the name, but it's another fail, actually. What, DJ? Right there. So it goes in and out at 76. Now it just bounces right back up. Bounces off 75.50. But again, I do feel like sometimes getting out of positions is the saving grace that I need because then I'm not layering into this until we get to extreme levels where I wind up punching out. I mean, I think there's no better of an example today than on Nvidia, where we started to feel some waves up here. We talked about it. We started getting out. Remember when we got hit there? I'm like, okay, we just got hit at 127.50. Like, that's a great fill. And then we started to dump out once we started giving it up, able to get out there at 126 break, which allowed us to really just to reload it and put them all on all over again downside now. So we'll take some more out there at 124 and getting less and less. Remember, our stop, I told you, we break 123, we're gone. So our average price was 24s. So now we're in at 16s. So again, 25 cents worth of a hit to grab 75 right now. So it's a 3-to-1, and we still do have a nice move back. I still do like Palantir, everybody in the chat, but at the same time, there's only so much I can do. I mean, right now, Nvidia's really been the belle of the ball here. We'll go flat on Apple, flat on Palantir, and up my whole day on Nvidia. So that's what it is. But we've only traded 3 names. I feel like it's kind of the way it's supposed to be. Amazon running up. Me and Neil, I mean, I sort of talked about that earlier, and I think Google was down, right? Yeah, so now
you could have bought anything, really.
Yeah, I know, but it was just more the fact that, like, I think the safe names were the ones that were maybe breaking out, like, Thursday, Friday of last week.
Yeah.
You know, and that maybe we're just catching shrapnel. And Google, although it's Quantum, and Quantum got hit today, it was more Amazon was the name that I was talking about earlier. Remember, I even used that example. I said, you couldn't get long at 220 down there. So when you're going to look at the chart, you're going to think that that was maybe a price, but you couldn't have really gotten long down there. There it goes up to 235. And now it looks like we're going to try to take out all-time highs again right now on AMZN. So Amazon right now, it's all-time high, 236.40. So now you're a stone's throw away from that. So, you know, those of us that were like, womp womp, NASDAQ's getting killed, we're dead in the water. It doesn't appear to be that way at all. Ooh. As many big names.
Meta, all-time high like in Meta. 5, 4. Okay, that's if I count it down, it's not going to break an all-time high. So that's the problem. 650 here on Meta. It is now solidly green. You can't look. It is what it is. Like you can't buy everything. But I feel like that was a missed opportunity there on Meta. I don't know. Like in absolute and utter hindsight, it's like why didn't I? Look, I said in my personal account. I just put an order to go long the Qs, and then I was planning on buying ARM this quarter, so I just did that as well. But Meta was probably a bit of a miss, and so we got our last out in front of 58. If we get VWAP again, then I have to respect its lower highs here. Let it make a bottoming tail candle, and then take the trade in off of the bounce. But why I'm a little bit upset with myself over Meta is had I pulled up this chart this morning, maybe I would have realized, look at the bounce in Meta. Compared to everything else that we see, look at that bounce already in Meta. By the time we got to like when we came live to you guys at 8:30, it had already bounced $30 off of this bottom. So this was, admittedly, I didn't look at this chart this morning. That's a missed opportunity because it was showing you a lot of strength, and then some good dip buys here off the open. There's a trend break, which I'm a huge fan of. There's a trend break. And then right off of those lows, you could have been long in here, giving it to these prior bar highs and trying to work at higher lows all the way through. So you probably could have dip on anything, but Meta really stands out. Let's go to the desk. It is time for crypto.
Much like the rest of the market we had with crypto here was a move lower, and now a bit of a bounce. We have Bitcoin here around that 101 halves area. Take a look at Ethereum, which was at its lowest here, touching 3,000 as of right now. We are at that 3130 area, so definitely a bit of a recovery here for ETH and BTC. In terms of the reasons for the sell-off, I'm seeing a couple different catalysts. Of course, we did have this overall market drop, which I'm seeing, of course, would lead people to be a little bit risk-off with crypto, given the concerns about DeepSeek and also the fact that we do have the Fed meeting on Wednesday. But the other thing I'm seeing is that some people feel that what we had basically with the crypto executive order was actually priced in by the market. So it wasn't too shocking that Trump signed the order. We had the pop up when the order was signed and then the drop. So people are saying basically this was priced in. That's why we're not having that crazy bullish reaction in Bitcoin, which is also a little bit double topish right now around that area just above 108. We do have Bitcoin down about 3% still. Ethereum down about 5%. XRP, which was last week's big star, down about 5%. Additionally here, most of these names down at least 2-3%. So pretty sharp sell-off in crypto, mirroring what we see in the market despite attempts to bounce, guys.
Yes, sir. And look, I just saw in the chat, like as we were talking about Meta, I saw a bunch of people saying, if you think Meta's bounce was good, why won't you look at Snowflake? Yeah, that is distinctly different here on Snow. Since 170, I like that one for sure. There's no specific news on Snow. Look, when you get a relief rally like this, sometimes there's no deep explanation as to why one goes more than the other. I look at that 50 period, I'm just sort of smiling. Snowflake looking very, very good. But it's not, look, I mean, Palantir's on the NASDAQ now, of course I'm going to do that, and then I'll have to wait for it to, but it's not like it's alone here. Like how many charts are going to look pretty much exactly the same? You've got what are you doing for me lately, I think that matters now. Like if you're holding higher lows, if you're on trend and above VWAP, great. I just think you want to be a little bit more cautious with anything, like anything that failed under VWAP is, I'm not as much of a fan of. That's why I haven't gone back over to Nvidia. Like I look over here at Palantir, which is doing a pretty good job of holding the high end of the range. And then I come back over to Nvidia, which is still sort of holding the bottom end and putting in some lower highs. I want this to round out the bottom and then start to core a little bit better. But yeah, Snowflake, Palantir, both of them doing great. Good point out in the chat. There's no way you're going to be long everything. I just happen to like Apple and Nvidia this morning. Let's go back to Adara.
I've noticed a bit of a pattern here. Now, there are a lot of names bouncing, but specifically, these names in the cybersecurity space are actually really strong. Snowflake, we talked about having that bounce, but PanW, Palo Alto Networks, also up here about 2%. Then we have CrowdStrike, also up about 1%. So these cybersecurity tickers actually having quite a sector-wide bounce. I could not find any catalyst. The one thing with Snowflake is apparently they announced they're going to be appearing at a plethora of investor events coming up. They also announced their earnings date, but nothing super significant to explain this cybersecurity bounce, guys.
We are like just absolutely rocking right now. Shout out to everybody back there. I see Obi's also trading Nvidia, so we go bang, bang, bang to real traders as we unite right now with Nvidia. Again, 230 million shares. Look where it came down to. It came right into buy zone of 123. I mean, we talked about it before, and Neil was like, if it gets to 121, so it's kind of like, yeah, you know, we got pretty low there on Nvidia. Not to think that it's going to bounce back over and over and over again. It's amazing that Nvidia can be down 13% today, and it is number one stock, like not even close. I haven't shorted anything today. Well, I did short Apple actually, which didn't work out, which is, oh my gosh. Okay, Daryl and everybody else right now. Look at the NASDAQ. I just explained it to our lawyer, what was going on out here. And he's like, okay. But there it goes, nice move to the upside. He was asking about DeepSeek, but there it goes, nice move now up to the upside as the NASDAQ is given. NASDAQ was down almost 5% when I woke up. So, and overnight, last night, I was watching it. I was on Twitter. I was seeing some of the news, some of the looks at some of the names that were out there. Obviously, other names like Nvidia continue to be real bad, but look what Apple's doing today ahead of earnings. You know, like, come on, man. I mean, there it goes straight up to the upside. You guys, like everybody, pull the wool over our eyes all the damn time on Apple, and it's just like we just keep believing it. My phone is going off. Oh, it's in my butt. Not in my, sorry, in my back pocket there. You don't want to put your phone in there. I don't know. Hopefully that wouldn't fit too well. Oh, my order from Costco has shipped. Oh, that's good. I got Greens Energy. So every morning I have like a Greens, like an AG1, like a little supplement there. I mean, you got to have some energy to host this show. That is for sure. But there it comes right now, 124.40. Yeah, I have. Thing is, I just got another refill here, but I always let it go down, and then there's nothing. And so I don't even have my first coffee until like 8. when I get
You actually should.
8:25. Wow,
You shouldn't. That's actually, there's a thing about
not to have it too early.
At least 60 minutes to 90 minutes after you wake up, and then you won't have that same morning or that late morning crash or the afternoon crash.
Okay.
Or at least so I've read. I adhere to that
I get
myself,
no crashes,
but
that's it.
so I'm down with that. Just very quickly, we just double tap the same resistance.
It does have
here on IBIT.
probiotics in it.
Probiotics.
Yeah, it has everything, man. This is like a greens thing. It's really.
It's interesting.
Anyways, go ahead.
No, just sort of saying we just double tap the same lower high here on IBIT. So if we're not, the market's breaking highs, if we're not breaking this top, if we lose the trend, which would be underneath 57, 70 currently, then I'll jump out and wait for VWAP again here on IBIT. Oh, look, I am in that data stock. Remember, I was sort of talking about this off of VWAP. They got an unsolicited offer to be bought at $2. It's not going to move that much, but I'm just sitting here in front of VWAP just to scalp it into this 189 high. Let's go to Adara.
Out here's on the $75.
Show is brought to you by eSignal. Traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts. Predict with back testing, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. And with that, we're going to turn to this eSignal chart here. Take a look at Nvidia, because these tickers are on watch. We do have some breaking news here. I'm seeing reports here from a lot of different entities on X, though I'm not seeing any specific source for this. But apparently DeepSeek is restricting its registration to China mobile phone numbers. So this could prove to be a little bit less competition in the US. Apparently, DeepSeek restricting its registration to China mobile numbers. So it looks like they're trying to restrict themselves to China a little bit. Keep an eye on some potential bounce here in some of these AI plays, guys.
I guess an American can still get a Chinese number, but no surprise there as they try to keep the secrets to themselves. And you'll just realize that eventually DeepSeek is just ChatGPT repackaged, and then all these stocks go back up to the upside. But we might have to wait to figure that out.
And probably costing a little more than they say.
Yeah, just a little bit more. These guys are such frauds. But okay, here it is right here. So this is what I ordered right here. Genuine Health Greens Plus Extra Energy Superfood. So it does have, increases energy, drink mix, provides antioxidants. The only problem is the one I'm drinking now is not orange flavor. I actually just like the straight, grass flavor, whatever original flavor is. Right there. But it does have probiotics in it. Oh, helps in wound healing. So maybe, Neil, for the Bills, you can take some of this as well if you want.
Oh, that's
right there. Man. It supports liver function. Well, I don't really drink, but that would be a good idea to do that. Oh, metabolize proteins and fats. Okay, we can all use that. But okay, so that's what I got there. For those of you guys were... that's what popped in. That's what was vibrating down below there, if you guys want to know. Okay, so Palantir 75. Someone said, what about VWAP? And yes. So I missed that call there, unfortunately, down to $75. That was fantastic. Now you're up 50 cents. So great call out who that was. But again, strong look at the NASDAQ. Let's go. Nice little move up there for... Palantir. So boom, NASDAQ going, Palantir going. There we go. Nicely done to the upside. We talked about 21,000. During the pre-market, we're you got to watch out for that 21,000, and bam, did that come screaming in there right at the open, and we did dip below it or slightly at it. If maybe we didn't even break it, but there it comes in there. We took it out, boom, to the upside goes the futures, and there goes everything else with it. The Apple long was a great call, obviously there. Neil had that one. The Palantir long paid for us, but didn't get going. And then Nvidia right now, as we get lighter and lighter, into all of this. So 125 and change right now, staring us in the face on Nvidia as it doesn't want to get above the 50-period moving average. So more outs coming for me at 124.50 if we can, as Nvidia right now still $1 in the money, but it was just $2. You got to take some out when it gets a little egregious, and I think that's what happened there. Amazon might be a short as well. We can talk about that. But
Amazon is short. Oh.
Just because it's been going up so much right
that is 100% true, Artemis. I did have Holo short at 205. Now, do I know that headline is going to come out that Adara just said at, what is this now, 10:40? No. So I was just sort of following the execution rules. But the second I heard that, there was a flat bottom, I guess, not really a flat bottom break, because Like it wicked this bottom in here at like $1.85, and then it just sort of tagged it again. So I heard that news, it was breaking the low, so I just sort of jumped back in. Obviously, it's not going to be at 205, it's going to be at 185. But there's still a little bit of room for this to get back to where it started on HOLO. They, for those not following, HOLO with announcing that they were using DeepSeek. Right, so that's why they go from 170 to 290, and now they're at 179. So technically, if you bought it on Friday, you're still up on the session, but giving most of it back. That other one, Adara, what's the other one? The other JG. So if you're looking at those sympathy plays, there's JG as well. So this had already a big move to the downside by the time Adara got that news to you. Filling in a bit of the gap. So if you are connected to DeepSeek and that's the reason why you're up, well, you're probably down now. And then ride those back into lows of the day. Let's go over to Adara for Sector Watch.
I always find these kind of days really interesting because despite the fact that we're down in the market, even with the bounce, there are a lot of sectors that are incredibly strong on the day, showing that it's really tech that is leading this downside push. Finance, with a couple notable exceptions, generally pretty strong. BRKB to the upside after a little bit of downside moves over the last week. Retail trade here, every name but Amazon pretty strong. We have health services looking good, communications, transportation, commercial services, consumer non-durables, and health technology. Now, in terms of downside movers that are not in the tech space, producer manufacturing really weak here. AMAT to the downside makes sense here. Some of this chip manufacturing related plays. Utilities also sharply lower, but this is also a bit tangential related to AI due to the fact that we were expecting a nice move for some of these energy names like VST and CEG as we had AI spending. As we have some of these concerns about AI now with regards to DeepSeek coming in, we do have that selling in the AI space. Though again, not even every Make 7 name is weak. Apple is green. Meta is also green here, but Microsoft, Google, especially Nvidia, all weak today. Oracle, Broadcom, basically any name that was implicated in that Project Stargate story last week, feeling a little bit of the heat today and the pressure to the downside. And this is notable because we have earnings this week too. Microsoft, Meta, Tesla, and Apple all set to report later in the week. So keep an eye on this. The sector board is likely to change as the day goes on, but it's fascinating to see that actually quite a few of these sectors sharply green, guys.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but
I think it's going to be an interesting look. Yeah.
Not green is SMR. I was looking at these nuclear names here, and they're not really. That's not good. You see the bounce. The market is recovering very well. Nvidia is holding its lows. I mean, part of the problem probably has to do with they are the lowest hanging fruit in terms of stability, right? Like if the AI spend is, look, if it's the more efficient way to do it, you're not going to need as much power, and then all of these plays might not need investment, so they're probably the frothiest out there. But down 22%, I'm looking at SMR in particular because it's right back into almost into a huge zone where it had some support here, $20 to $21. So mean reversion is kind of set up. It's short sell restricted being down 23%. But yeah, eyeballs on this now that it's already filled in a huge gap. I like this 20 to 21 level for a support on SMR, but it's going to have to break this trend at some point. Speaking of breaking trends, I mean, not the entire day trend, but the trend from VWAP just came back underneath. So you lost this little shelf here on IBIT. It bounced off VWAP like we wanted. There's your bottoming tail candle, and then break back above prior bar low, and then into 58, then losing the trend here. So we'll see if it can hold VWAP a second time, or technically a third time because it did it at the open. I don't really consider holding VWAP at the open meaning anything because volume comes in at the open. And then you start working to see if VWAP is going to pull back and hold. So for now, IBIT looking good, but it is still lower highs. Needs to do the same thing it did here before. Either a wick bottom or a consolidated bottom here on Bitcoin. And then we can work back into the long on that side. Not really looking for any shorts on IBIT yet. But my mind could be changed if something crazier were to happen.
I was sort of looking at the same levels there of 56-ish, but 101.3 right now for IBIT, so an interesting level there. Obviously for Bitcoin, 101.3 right now. Okay, it's 10:45, so Intel, if there's any names maybe now, because I'm not sure what I'll be doing into the close right now. So if there are any other names you guys want me to look at that maybe we haven't done the greatest job looking at, I mean, and we've been sort of obsessed with obviously big cap tech names and trading. You know, we're here I'm here to make a little bit of money as we host the show. So I tend to look, where the bread is buttered for me. And right now it's been all about tech. So, all right, Tesla. Let's have a quick look at Tesla. Look, Tesla went up, and again, another big name. Tesla does go up into the level that I like, and it's right here right now. And it's 406 and change. So right into there, it was Friday's close. So we came here today and we kind of were like, oh man, Tesla, what a day for Tesla as we were down so far. And I had said that the only trade that I thought we liked earlier was this pre-market break. Well, that happened right away, right off the open. So you really had to like the long to take in that. So that was pretty risky there. But if you look at what we did off the open, we did have that whoosh down in many names right here, but not Tesla. So Tesla just goes right there. There's the move up. So there's the opening candle. So it just kept going. So we had a flush in Nvidia. We saw Apple get down into that great level. I think it was 224 or something off the open. But Tesla didn't really give it to you until about 9:35, where again, you could have taken that same breakout level of 396. So that's looking like a really strong area. So any sort of dip buys into 397, 98, I like that for a chance there on Tesla. And then why I zoomed it out, whoa, this is just a 1 minute chart. What I'm looking for is the 5 minute, which is right here. You're just coming up into, again, 406. So I think if you're looking short, you could go short, thinking that Tesla's not going to go green. If it does go red to green, then you're going to use this 200 period right there at 409 as maybe your area to stop out of if you like the short. I think you'd have to give it at least up to there. So that's something there for Tesla. Whoops, I just closed the chart, which I did not mean to do. So that's something there for Tesla. I think a dip buy, oh, that's right where VWAP is. We didn't even realize that. So yeah, dip buy into 398.96 I think is a buy. And this is probably a name that I would buy on any weakness. So we're not going to be here during lunchtime, these boys will, but Amazon, again, another name that I think I would buy into weakness, as you're well above everything and you have some good support down there at 229. So I really do like Amazon. I'm just going to call up my other chart, and that's that. So there's a quick look on Amazon and on Tesla, two big cap tech names. And then Nvidia, we have less than 10% left of this reload right now. It's just bouncing off the 50 period moving average. All these prices look good, man. 124.50, 124.60. I'm gonna take out one more piece right here and just work on this trade now. Hopefully, there we go. We got a piece out. Hopefully it will continue its upside move and we'll be able to hold our last 10% for VWAP in and around 125.50. That's it. And then SoFi if it dips. But I
just reminded myself, and this is complete fluke that I remembered GoEV, because I was typing in GE Verona and accidentally put in GoEV, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. This stock, any flat bottom break, I want to take. Based on this, so anyways, GoEV might be going bankrupt, and obviously did a bunch of volume on Friday, and then flat bottom broke here at 58. Well, look at 40 cents right now. So there is a wall. Let me just accept, so I can get some locates to be able to go short on GoEV. It's SSR because it's down over 10%, but doesn't matter. If it breaks 40 cents here, I'm just going to go short at 39.9 something on this particular name. So that's going to be the play here. And again, it's just it's just a continuation type play. Like every single day that it puts in lower highs, I want to be playing off of that. So it doesn't break back above 58, kind of fails its breakout. I'll look for the short through the 40 cent level. And that is right, Jaspreet Singh. OMG Meta is definitely good. But the next play for me is very likely to go to GoEV, where you're trading in the afternoon on Friday. We'll see you for a 40 break there, and let's go to the desk for Adara. Meta is a beast.
We're going to take money talks really quickly. I want to mention Rivian because that's been pretty strong on the day. Here it is up on the day. This is the daily chart. Not seeing any news on this, but about a 19% short float. We talked about this earlier today. A lot of these heavily shorted names like ASAN, DNUT, BYND have actually done quite well today. So RIVN doing nicely on the day. What about DXY here? We're going to take a look. Third straight day to the downside for the DXY, which has been basically making lower highs, lower lows. After making this top just above 110, that would be going back to Monday, January 13th. So just 2 weeks later, we are now almost 3 points removed or below that level. So lots of weakness here. Today was a pretty light day for economic data. We did have stronger than expected Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index, also stronger than expected new home sales. And we're going to have a couple auctions later today. The 3-month and 5-year auction coming through at 1 p.m. So definitely keep an eye on the 5-year at 1. I will be giving you guys that data should it move any markets. Then tomorrow we actually have durable goods and consumer confidence. Consumer confidence at 10 a.m. definitely on watch. But here's the biggest thing this week in terms of the economic data. It's going to be the Fed meeting, of course. 99.5% of participants expecting there will be 0 cut and 0 rate change on Wednesday. That has been the case for a while. But if you go forward to March, this is what I actually find pretty interesting. So 69.6% of participants expect no rate cut. Again, a lot of people are expecting that we won't have a cut until maybe July. But then we have 30.2% of participants currently expecting that we will get a cut in March. And then a really interesting part is another 0.2% of participants think we might get a 50 basis point cut in March. This is a really small percentage, of course, infinitesimal, but it is worth noting here that we'll have to wait and see what we get at the January meeting. I was certainly not expecting any pricing in here of that 50 basis point cut. We'll wait and see what the Fed gives us, but it's interesting to see what other people are thinking heading into that decision on Wednesday. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Adair. And just
week.
we talk about VWAP a lot. There's a good discussion going on in the chat. And by the way, if you want to be in the chat, ask us questions, just sort of engage with the community there. Make sure you hit the subscribe. It's a subscribers only chat. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We talk about a few indicators in here. VWAP, it doesn't, like I use a 3-minute chart. Sean uses a 1-minute chart. I mean, OB uses 1-second chart sometimes. I mean, but if you're using VWAP, what matters is when your data starts. So for me, and I'm going to speak for myself, like mine starts at 6 a.m. So all that volume, like if you look at my VWAP on Nvidia, all that volume from like 4 a.m. and all that stuff that you guys will see, that's not factored into mine. Mine starts at 6. It's not a huge difference, but it might mean when I talk about a stock getting VWAP, it might not be the exact same price as yours. So in a general sense, for the most part, most of the volume comes in at the open, so you should be absolutely fine. But yeah, if I say VWAP is at X price on IBIT, I'm buying the dip here, remember that it matters when your data gets turned on to start calculating. And mine happens to be at 6 a.m. and everyone's going to be a little bit different there. All right, what do we got going on? Man, this.
I was listening to these guys.
Every time I look up at Meta, I just get more and more.
No, it's at 660.
No, and it's like.
Almost.
If you really think about it, the dip buy on Meta from a risk, just from like a think about like why the stocks are down, right? Like Meta had a little bit of both. Like it had the best of both worlds. Like so much of the cash they're pulling in, kind of like Apple, who cares for the AI aspect of it. And then the other side of it was, well, it had been punished. It had been punished with a gap down, but earnings are going to matter so much, and they're just raking in the cash. So you had a lot of protection. A bit of a moat around it on this news. So it is what it is. A bit of a swing and a miss there on Meta. And look at how strong this stock is. We even like all-time highs for continuation, so this should be good. But remember, you get the big boys starting to report this week, and then we get the Fed doing absolutely nothing. So everything could change in a couple of days for them. Not that I suspect it would, but yeah, if you're buying these highs, remember you're buying into earnings. On Meta.
That's everything.
Yeah, and some people don't like buying going into earnings. I'm not one that buys in the long term generally into earnings, but days like today, if you're buying the Qs, it's like, who cares? I'm holding it forever. So Holo is still stair-stepping slowly to the downside. The thing about this is it's already given up the move. There's only so much further that this can drop. And if it breaks back here above break even, like you really fell from 185 into 175, and the stock has already given up 90% of its gap to the upside. So you can't really hold this one against you. If it catches a bid, it could catch a bid all the way to VWAP. So you're just going to make it maybe tighten the stop in here to break even.
All right. Yeah, thanks everybody for joining. If you do want to see more of this content, make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. What do you call that was on our chat on Palantir down there at 75. But let's figure out what's for lunch. All right. Not too bad, not too bad. Pork tenderloin, grilled teriyaki glazed and sesame crusted pork tenderloin. Teriyaki glazed and sesame crusted pork tenderloin. Okay. Stir-fried Chinese vegetable with rice pilaf. So a little bit of a combination coming up there. So pork loin right there. We had wings last night at the house. So, of course, we watched some football. Yeah, man, there's nothing more Canadian than football and wings. So, and a nice little beer there. As I say Canadian, and it's probably more American because...
Well, did you drink a Canadian beer at least?
I actually didn't even have beer. That was a lie. I just had wings, and that's about it. The kids.
I didn't drink anything yesterday for the game either myself.
No. The wings are that sweet Thai chili sauce. My kids are absolutely in love with that sauce, so they're just they're all over that. So the bone thing doesn't matter too much anymore. So just Nvidia just made a move back to the 50 period, 124 flat. I think we got to get something out if it comes back up to there. We have now 7% left. Let's get into 5% or less than that if it does come back up. I actually am waiting at 123.98. I'm actually kind of surprised that we didn't get that fill there. All right, well, we just missed that fill, so that's too bad. All right, now let's wait to see if we can grab it upside. We're waiting at 87 to get out of, I guess, another 2.5%, and then that will be that for Nvidia. We'll carry the rest into the afternoon, and could possibly try a reload down into here one more time at 123, but honestly, the shorts, the longs, it's amazing that this is probably going to be my best Nvidia day in a long time, considering we only went long. I feel like the shorts have been a much better play, man. Holding off of the 200 period right here. That's your green line, and then the 50 period as well, holding off on that short. The only time you would have got excited is basically right off the open, and then all you had to do before, and we looked at Apple for this, was trade short into its past highs, which was 127.50. So that was really the better play. I feel like anyways there for Nvidia. The short was better than the long. So a Meta could be getting exhausted. I don't want to short this name, but if there was going to be a name that's pulling back at some point, 660 up 2%, new all-time highs. Its last high was 652. Like, you just crushed that level and then just made a nice move up. Now you're starting to fade out a little bit here. So, okay, here comes Nvidia. We might not have to do anything. Our trigger is 123. So if it breaks, it breaks. We'll buy a little bit more, but not much more down here at all. We'll put back 10% more on this and hold that 15% or so of Nvidia. And then that will be that. We're going to buy some here at 20 and then back away and take a 20-cent hit if it does fall in. There we go. We're long now at 20. And you might have just saw me got filled.
Yeah, and it only took till 11 o'clock, but AMD just lost the trend line.
Finally, yeah.
For the first time today. Well, obviously, like, it actually lost a sharp trend here, but there's the higher low at 1018, and it actually also happens to be VWAP. There's it breaking, so I'm into the short. Prior bar high, which is, I'm not going to use the wick. This needs to work right away or not at all, because it's kind of bullish on the market today, but 117.25 is going to be that prior bar high. Get rid of that wick a little bit later on. But the first time we're actually in AMD, the other name I meant to look at to see if it's set up better, but I didn't, was Intel. But so here's your trend break. First stop here is 116.40, so I'll put a 50 bid in and then see how far this one wants to come down. If Nvidia is going to go down, you can't tell me that AMD should be holding up on a day like today. And because the two stocks that were up, I shouldn't say there were a bunch of stocks that were up, but the two of the stocks that were up on my quote board, one of them was Intel, and it might even go red here today. I feel like it just didn't catch as many strays because it's hard to go down if AI is a bubble if you didn't benefit from AI in the first place. So that's the reason why Intel was a little bit strong. And I do feel like even if the market falls all over itself, this has reasons to catch a bid that have nothing to do with AI. Like maybe someone wants to pick them up, maybe that's finally made a temporary bottom, and it's got a nice double bottom in here if the market falls. So 2060 on Intel. If we cruise down there and make another bit of a rounded bottom, I'd look for longs on Intel off of that level. So AMD, first time we're shorted. Holo's not really moving much anymore because it already reverted the entire move. And Intel has to probably go another 1% before I take the long on that bad boy. It's only about 30 seconds to go, and I did almost no venting, so I'm just going to say before we...
Oh, there it goes.
Well, look, before we go to the midday, guys, it's not about the fourth down play, where clearly Josh Allen, to me, got the ball across. If you watch the play before it, Dalton Kincaid 100% got the first down on third down. They shouldn't have had to go for it on fourth down. The ref, you can see him walk it over and walk in front to go short. He was calling that crap short regardless. He landed on a defender, and then he lunged forward. His knee never hit the ground. You can watch the replay. And I'm not even as mad about it as Portnoy was. He went off saying he's never watching football again after that play. That said, Kincaid also dropped... McDermott should have challenged the play.
Yeah.
They rushed up to the line and didn't get it on fourth down. But McDermott, as usual, when it comes to challenges and when it comes to time management, he didn't challenge that play. Yeah. They challenge it. For sure it gets overturned. They keep the ball. They had a lead. even if they get a feel, it changes the entire dynamic of the game. All of that said, Kincaid could have just caught that play on
the
fourth
Bills
down.
didn't play good enough to win.
No, they did.
I don't think.
But even with all
they
that,
could play better.
He had the ball in his hands
I know.
at field goal range to tie the game, and he dropped it.
Look,
at
Josh
the end
Allen
of the day.
with the ball left with 3.5 minutes left.
But he did it. His guy dropped the ball.
No, I know, but I'm just saying he did. I mean, that's what I'm saying is that's what quarterbacks. They got to run for first downs. I love Josh Allen. Just too bad it didn't come out.
I'm bitter.
There.
I'm a little bit bitter, everybody. But the shout out to Mr. Westermeyer. We'll definitely honor it and get you the goods, get you
obviously
some merch there for sure. Good man.
But
obviously, I'm not that happy about it, as you can tell.
Pretty clean game.
Market's starting to roll back in. Let's get over to the Bash Brothers.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious. On a day like today, is the Playmakers poll still going to be along?
Yes.
Like if nobody would vote short today, when would they actually vote short on the Playmaker poll? We'll find out as we take you over to the midday. We'll be back at 2. See you then.
What is up, beautiful people? I didn't take up the camera right there. Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That is your boy, Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for all the lovely viewers to roll on over from the other stream. Shout out to YouTube for always making it super quick. What's up, Black Hawk JP, Celery 2, and Mike Davis? I'm Bull AF, Racer X9. Shout out to Team Money as well. Why not? Waving back, right back at you. Kalua, my favorite show. You're our favorite person. Dude Rocks 420. What are you doing after the show? Cole Valence, shout out to Sunray and Billiamson Jr. the third. That's a whole lot to say there. Pilot Josh, BKM Trader. Shout out to the Anurag and the OG Gorev. Who else we got? I always want to shout out some new names. Josh Shaw, the Wiffle Waffler. Yes, that's an excellent name. Benson, Adair's giving you a round of applause. We got Shenzhen Askari. We got Amir Oryabi, FX Options. We got Jerome Holt, Jan R, Brad's Adams. We got Eric, Dr. JD Voice. Who else we got over here? Top Froggy Fraggy. Okay, bro. Chumpsters, I like that one. Lazy Rocks, Natural Energy LC, Travel Trader. We got T-Dog. We got Big O, RC. These are a lot of new names, Joseph. Trevor. We got Paul. We got Jay Ducati. Tell me what bike you drive. We're about to throw it to Adair super quick. Sorry, Joseph.
No,
she's got news for us at the big
Let's get it
desk.
going. Let's roll.
For the interruption, guys, even more breaking news here. It has to do with Meta and it has to do with AI. Meta saying that apparently they've launched their one-on-one conversations with Meta AI on Facebook Messenger and WhatsApp for iOS. This is in both Android and Canada, so keep an eye here on META announcing that their one-on-one conversations with their Meta AI have launched at a variety of platforms in North America, guys. Back to you.
VV says, he reminds me of It's me, Mario, Taz. We also have, who else over here? Tim Grogan, Johnny T, couple of more here. We got Numan, Chanda, Manral, and last but not least, small cap trader extraordinaire. I'm talking about you, Dad Trader. What's going on, my man?
Trader.
Hope you had a fantastic weekend, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
How was the weekend, sir?
It was good, man. Nice and relaxed. Got a lot of work done. Hit the gym.
Love it.
All that fun stuff. Played some hockey, and that's what we do, man. Just read some books, and that's it. Relax. So a nice, good, productive weekend, I would like to say on that front. But I know, do we have a lesson today?
We do.
Okay.
It's a calm day on these markets.
I mean, we don't got anything going on. We don't know anything about DeepSeek or what's going on with this AI boom. But here we are, guys. A little bit of a roller coaster on the session. NVDA down almost a whopping 14% is absolutely insane. I mean, I was talking to Sharif about it off air. Everybody's still using the chips, so I don't understand why they're the most affected, but we'll talk a little bit about it more throughout the session because there's a lot to go over. But let's see what we got going on for the top performing sectors before we send into the lesson there, my guy. So here we go with consumer staples. So extremely defensive today, up about 1.3% on the session. Healthcare sitting in second place here, as well, up about 1.3. And then the communication service, led by Meta here, it seems to be the case, up about over 0.5%, 0.6 there, guys. So industrials in third last, down about 1.7%. Utilities Wow, that's quite a bit here. Down about 4.2% on the session, and the tech sector as well, down about 4.2%. So, wow, led by Nvidia, dragging the overall markets down there, guys.
Yeah, guys, we're going to dive deep into this stuff. We're going to talk about the H100s or lack thereof that this DeepSeek has. We're going to be talking about the H600s that they supposedly are using. We're going to get into this deep dive during the midday, obviously, as things do calm down. But for now, we got the lesson, and then we're going to do a little bit of small cap trading because small caps are going haywire right now. And we're going to continue with our lesson on Elliott wave theory. Today, specifically, what we want to do is we want to identify that initial first wave, wave one of these Elliott waves. It sets the stage for everything that comes after that. So let's get this one right. So today, we're the guide to identifying wave one in Elliott wave theory. Wave one in Elliott waves can be the trickiest wave to identify, often overshadowed by the more dramatic moves that come later on. It lays the foundation for the entire trend. Let's explore some key characteristics and strategies to help you spot wave one with confidence, including how to use RSI and MACD to be helpful tools in your wave one spotting. So the elusive wave one, or so the textbook says. So unlike the powerful wave three, which we talked about last week as the biggest and the baddest of the impulse waves, again, impulse waves are the waves that go with the trend. Waves 1, 3, and 5 are the trend following waves. They are called impulse waves. Waves 2 and 4 are the corrective waves. They move against the trend or consolidate. So when we talk about wave one, we're talking about impulse waves. So unlike the powerful wave three or the clear retracement of wave two, wave one can be choppy and volatile. Not surprising there. It might lack a clear direction, making it difficult to distinguish from random market noise. And it's also relatively short. Wave one definitely markedly smaller than wave three, so can sometimes be harder to spot. So compared to the later waves, wave one can be less dramatic in terms of price movement and time, and it's the trendsetter. So having said all that, it is the trendsetter. It does initiate Elliott waves, or the waves that we look for under Elliott wave theory. So despite its subtlety, it sets the stage for the trend that unfolds in the subsequent waves. So here are some strategies to employ to spot wave one. Look for a clear, number one, look for a clear trend direction or change in direction. Identify a shift in the overall trend compared to the previous price movements. That may or may not be clear, okay? So you might be coming at a consolidative wave where the range is $20 and you're not really sure, are we still ranging within that $20 or are we breaking out? So sometimes it's not super easy to see. Sometimes it is. So look for that marked clear change in direction. If that isn't forthcoming, go to step number two or strategy number two. Confirmation from a higher time frame. We always talk about multi-time frame analysis. In this case, absolutely no difference. So you want to analyze the charts with a longer time frame, like a weekly or a monthly, to understand the broader trend. Wave one on a daily chart might be clear when viewed in the context of the larger uptrend on a weekly chart. And number three, my favorite, my Fibonacci's, and I'm kidding, of course. Yes. Fibonacci retracements, while not a definitive rule by any means, wave one can sometimes, underline that, sometimes start near a fib retracement level like a 61.8, like a 78.6, or any of the other fib retracement levels we often talk about on the previous downtrend. So if there was a previous downtrend that was intact or in play before wave one initiated, when there was a marked change, it could be one of those percentage retracements on the move down. Okay? And this is kind of what we're talking about here. Wave one, a little bit harder to spot, but what you need to always look for is that wave two does not retrace all the way back to the beginning, the initiation point of wave one. It should not be doing that. If wave two comes all the way back to the initiation of wave one, then what you're looking at may not be the beginning of a new Elliott wave series, okay? And you need to be very careful with that. And here we go. This is wave one off support. So it's another thing, it's one thing to be able to identify these Elliott waves, but it's another thing to be able to identify them at key areas. And I'll submit to you, a nice move off a key area of support could strengthen the case for a wave 1 initiation, especially if it comes off, that 220 level on, I'm just giving you any random numbers here, 200 level on Apple, which was a resistance level and then a support level subsequent, or that 220 on Apple, which was a resistance level, then a support level subsequent. So if you get it off a key area, it strengthens the case for an initiation of wave 1. Okay, so how do you enhance your analysis with RSI and MACD to be able to spot these wave 1 moves? So Elliott wave theory on its own can certainly be powerful, but combining it with other technical indicators can provide that valuable confirmation that we all crave, especially when identifying wave 1. Here's how RSI and MACD can be helpful. Let's talk about RSI first. RSI. Look for a potential wave 1 starting near an oversold RSI reading, so like any print below 30 on an uptrend, or for an overbought reading, so anything above 70 on the RSI scale on a downtrend. It also strengthens the case there, like picking it up off support. If you initiate, or if you see the initiation of wave 1 coming from an oversold area, it strengthens the case as well. However, remember, RSI can stay in the overbought or oversold areas for an extended period of time, so use it as a supporting indicator rather than, your leading indicator. MACD, a bullish divergence on the MACD can be a sign of a potential wave 1 on an uptrend. So similarly, a bearish divergence, price, which is where a price makes a higher high, but the MACD makes a lower high on a downtrend, can be a potential signal of a wave 1. However, divergences, again, don't always guarantee a trend change, so use them with caution. If you don't know what price action indicator divergence is, we've done lessons on it before. You can weasel on over back to the RSI lesson or the MACD lesson most recently. We talk about price action indicator divergence, a really important tool. Okay, and here we go. So this is really interesting over here. So we have RSI at the bottom, and then we have price action, as we always do, on the top. Look at the RSI, the peaks here on the RSI relative to, or as compared to the peaks on the price action. What's funny is we're getting higher highs on the RSI, on the price action, but lower highs on the RSI. This is what we talk about when we say price action RSI divergence. And then look what ends up initiating is basically we get a correction after 0.5. And this is kind of the same thing over here with MACD. We're moving along our merry way on MACD, and then basically we end up diverging between the MACD's troughs and peaks and the price action's troughs and peaks. So some additional tips. As Joseph would stress, volume analysis. Look for a slight increase in buying volume on an uptrend or selling volume on a downtrend during wave 1, even if the price movement is modest. But you can also spot candlestick patterns. We haven't done a lesson on candlestick patterns in a hot minute. Maybe we should get back to that. So the candlestick patterns, like the bullish engulfing or the piercing lines, specifically on an uptrend, can signal potential start of wave 1. However, candlestick patterns alone, as with any other technical indicator, shouldn't be used or relied on as the sole indicator there. Okay? And this is what a bullish engulfing is. I'm not going to belabor that. So to remember, guys, to summarize here, identifying wave 1 can be subjective. It can be very subjective in the approach that you take. Here's how to manage, though, uncertainty. Number 1, start with confirmation. Look for confirmation of the trend reversal in the subsequent waves. A strong wave 3 following a potential wave 1 obviously strengthens the case because we know wave 3, the biggest, the baddest of the impulse waves. And also always combine with other techniques like use Elliott wave theory alongside other technical analysis tools for that more comprehensive picture. I hope everybody prints up a storm because I know a lot of people's long-term accounts today.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a tough look. Yeah, 15%. At the lows here, Sharif. So a really tough day here on NVDA, guys. But let's take a look at what we got going on this far. And I actually just remembered something. Someone in the chat said, Paul was like, hey, have you guys followed me with my KO trade? But then obviously I thought a different, and we're going to talk about that shortly. But another ticker similar, well, not similar, but almost close, and I think we're going to have some fun with that.
Hey.
But here we are sitting in some IBIT and NVDA here, guys. Let's see if we can get that balance. We're down about 3.7% on the session, so looking for somewhat of a recovery, and NVDA down about just under 15% as well, too. So a really, really tough look. If we look at NVDA from a daily perspective, man, what a gap down that is. So I'm gonna be looking forward to filling this gap because it is quite hefty. And we broke through some key support levels as well too. So we really need to keep that in mind, guys. So, but this is one thing that I wanted to talk about, and that's TKO. Are you familiar with TKO, Sharif?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay, all right, just making sure. Yeah, so WWE and the UFC all in one here, guys. And I'm like, oh, I forgot about them, and I forgot about the merger there. So here we are, TKO looking really, really good from an investment standpoint, breaking out of this consolidation phase with that volume supporting it here, and now on the rise. Am I going to buy it up here? Not necessarily, but best believe I'm going to be adding this. I'm going to look to start somewhat of a position, so I'm going to allocate some shares in the long-term portfolio because I think UFC and these combat sports, now that we have WWE on Netflix as well too, so that's going to benefit them as well. So I really, really like this look here, guys, for TKO, but not going to buy it up here just yet. Wait for a little bit of a pullback, maybe a retest of this zone, and then maybe we can look to get in on that. But nothing crazy, a couple percentage points of the portfolio, and that's it. But I think that's something that I would like to hold for the foreseeable future. All right, guys, here we are in this IBIT, still hovering around this 57.45 level. Yeah, big dump on Bitcoin itself. I was talking with some of the guys yesterday, just saying, hey, look at this price compression on it. And then sure enough, it broke to the downside, especially with this news that we got going on with DeepSeek, which is extremely interesting. Sharif and I were talking a little bit about it off screen as well too. And I was just like, I don't know, how legitimate can this be?
Yeah.
It seems, yeah, you know what I mean? If it's too good to be true, then maybe most of the time it is. So here we are sitting in some of these stocks, looking for them to recover. But as of right now, it's been an absolute tough one for Jensen and Company today. So I think it will recover at some point, especially with that earnings report, if that growth rate is still there, even though it is starting to slow down. But there's still high levels of demand for these chips, especially Blackwell, which I don't know if Masayoshi Son even received his shipment yet because he's first in line for this new chip here. So again, I think it's just it might be a buy the rumor, sell the news type thing, and with the inverse of that here, guys. So I think these companies will start to recover at some point, maybe take a little bit longer than what we expect, but I don't think it's going to do too much damage in the long term.
Did you see the video that your girl Deidre?
Yeah, I watched it. It was like 40 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, so you watched it?
Yeah, I watched it.
Okay, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. You saw the interview, the one-on-one she had with the Perplexity CEO?
Yeah, with the Perplexity CEO.
He was dropping hot lines about this whole thing, about
Yep.
DeepSeek. He had a lot of interesting opinions. Obviously, we're not affiliated with CNBC in any way, but there is a good little piece there that talks about this specific issue. And funny enough, I think they dropped it Friday, Joseph, because that's when I watched it. It might have been dropped Thursday, but I watched it on Friday, and then all hell broke loose.
Saturday morning, yeah.
Yeah.
But I remember Deirdre dropped something like a month or so ago about it as well too, but no one really took it into consideration. And I mentioned to you, I'm like, yo, have you heard of this DeepSeek that they're talking about? Yeah. It's a fraction of the cost and it essentially performs exactly like GPT. But
Yeah, I don't think we had the research paper that they dropped.
Yeah,
that Perplexity CEO keeps referring to that research paper. Now, to build on your point, we don't know if they're fudging the truth behind, or the truth include, or the assertions in the research paper. We don't know. Elon thinks they have at least 50,000.
Yeah, at least.
H100s. They're claiming they're doing it on the H600, which is like a generation old. We have to find out. We're going to find out. I don't think it's going to take us that long because there's a way of, their truth-seeking function comes out
Exactly.
here.
What I remember Deirdre, when she was first talking about it about a month ago, she said that she asked it who it thinks it was, and it's like, yeah, it's Chat GPT or something along those lines.
Well, yeah,
right?
it did think it was Chat GPT.
Right, so it's not. Yeah. So there, you know what I mean? I said this to you as well. A tiger doesn't change its stripes. So is something up? I don't know. And you know the saying, if it's too good to be true, it probably is. So here we are. But
Yeah,
who knows? Who knows?
It's really interesting. Either way, I was telling Joseph off camera, I'm like, even if they have these H100s, and the fact that they, say that they don't, I still think it's quite impressive given what they were able to do.
For sure.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to wait and see, guys. I'm already in SLS. So it's a small cap gapper. It's not moving as aggressively as some of the others. It's up also a little bit lighter, a little bit lower than some of the other gappers that we've had. We have several triple digit winners. This one's up about 27.25%. I'm in here for one reason and one reason only at this $1.25. It's because it was a volume weighted average price. It's kind of looking bull flaggish to me. Let me just bring in the side chart over here. We're going to have a look at SLS is the ticker that I'm talking about. This is the 15. Let me flip to the 5. So this orange line is the volume weighted average price, and I like the look of its jib around here. So it's going to have to continue putting in higher lows, and that's what we're getting. We're getting that big bull flag, and then if you're looking at the flag component of the bull flag, we are, at least for the moment, putting in higher lows. There does seem to be a whole bunch of selling for whatever reason in the low 130s. Even though the high of the day is $1.38, the selling seems to come in 131, 132. So let's see if we can weasel on up there. I've already taken a bit of a beak wetter so far, but nothing really to write home about. So SLS in focus, but that's not the only one we're looking at. We're looking at a bunch of others. So I'm going to set them up, Joseph, because I didn't set up my small cap gappers on e-signal. So I'm just going to set that up super quick.
Yeah, dude, do what you got to do. Hey guys, let me know what you're looking at in the chat. It's absolutely a fantastic morning, a big recovery on the market. When I flipped open my screen and I ran my scanner and I seen the volume, I'm like, whoa, what is going on here? Is this really being hindered by DeepSeek? Like, is this really that big? And sure enough, it seems to be the case. When I ran the scanner, my high volume scanner, NVDA had a ridiculous amount of shares already traded at like 7 in the morning, and I'm like, wow, okay, very interesting. So, and Jay Lee, yeah, that's why I asked you in the chat. I want to know what you think about this, Jay Lee. Jay, you think it's worth going holo and when it could be rally? Maybe, yeah, possibly. We'll talk a little bit about some holo, but I know you were talking about, you and I were talking a little bit about DeepSeek as well too, and I'm curious on your opinion on all of this, Jay Lee. So what do you think? Is this going to be legitimate or not? So, but yeah, here we are, guys. Let's take a look at some of the top volumes on the session. And yeah, wow, that's an insane 333 million shares already traded on NVDA. That is insane, and we're continuing to the south side. So not good. Not much of a recovery here. Those bounces are really, really shallow, and we're not getting too much of a pullback here in the session so far. And as I mentioned before, gapping through some key support levels on NVDA. I was talking last week, it's only a matter of time until this thing hit all-time highs. Now we're quite a ways off of that. So here we are, man. SOXL sitting in second place here, guys, with 95.3 million shares traded. So the semis are absolutely in play today, whether it be to the top side or to the downside. And the downside seems to be the case thus far. So don't fight the trend, kind of like I am right now, and just see if you can follow momentum, because a really, really tough look for the semis. Oh, speaking of that, I'm curious how that's going to do for AMD. Let's pull up some AMD and see what advanced money's up to. Wish I knew. I'm trying to catch the enemy bottom likely at 20. Yeah, Jay Lee, honestly, same. But at this point, it's like, do we want to try and catch a falling knife? And as of right now, it's like, my answer is going to be no. So I'm not going to take too many stabs at this until we get some definitive signals, right? Like, I'm going to have to see some isolated volume signatures here, some doji candles as well too, some hammers at the extreme lows. But if I don't get that, then one shot at this is pretty much all I'm going to take, because I don't want to try and catch this falling knife, man.
All right, so you guys are going to notice that I got some new black charts on today. These will look a little bit different, because they are. This is e-signal, baby.
E-signal.
Hey, yes, one of our sponsors. So we got it set up, Joseph. And now hopefully we'll be using e-signal every day. I still haven't set up all my indicators as I like on there, but that will be done shortly. This is a really powerful platform, man. I've been using this all morning to try to get acquainted with the scanner, the watch list, obviously. The charts goes without saying, but here we go. Now, I'm still learning how to use this. So with the tickers, it's going to be a little bit hard to see, so I'm going to have to call them out. Top left corner, YIBO, up a light and interesting. 334%. It is currently halted to the downside at $9.33. This one has given up the volume weighted average price. It is below it, no longer tradable under my system until it reclaims that $11.33 area where I see VWAP. So YIBO, big boy mover, but breaking down now below VWAP. Bottom left corner here, DWTX, another big boy mover, up 41.5%, having traded around 6.5 million shares on the day. This one is putting higher lows. So area crest here at trough area at 13, and then area trough at 15. It is at VWAP. It's a bit of a spreadier ticker for small cap gappers, so be careful. I know, Adara, it's a good one. Here it is. I like the price action support that we're getting right now. So this 15 3/4, $16 area, not just VWAP on DWTX, but it's price action resistance right there, right at the open, that implied balance high. We rejected off 15.5, lo and behold, we get all the way up to 1930. We come back and we hold that 15.5. So price action support holding underline for now. We'll see how long that holds. The middle top, this one, NVNI. This is a holdover from Friday. I was trading this bad boy on Friday. It's up again today, not nearly as much as it was on Friday, up about 15 2/3%. It's at or a little bit below VWAP right now, $5.10. It's putting in lower highs. It looks like a flat bottom break in the making over here, to be quite honest with you. So I'm much more reluctant to want to trade NVNI than I am some of these others. And then the bottom middle, SLS, that's the one I'm involved in right now. It's putting in higher lows with higher highs. It looks awfully bull flaggish. I got in at the volume weighted average price at that $1.25. It's going to have to hold, obviously, VWAP. Otherwise, we want no smoke. Top right-hand corner, ASAN. This is another really good one. Look, it's not up a lot percentage-wise, but it's got a good looking chart pattern. It's up about 7 4/5% coming into that 21.25. That $21.25 area happens to be the volume weighted average price. So this could be a good entry right now on ASAN if it is to hold this level. What I'll need for ASAN to get me in is the first 5-minute candle to make a new high on a closing basis. If we get that at VWAP, I'm along ASAN. And last but certainly not least, another triple-digit winner that's given up the goods now, though, JG. That's the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. That has now broken down below the volume-weighted average price, which currently at around 16.5. It's trading at like 12 2/3. So this one's going to have to work up substantially above that $16.5, $17 area for me to get involved. But there are more small cap gappers as I look at my top scanner. We have the likes of JL halted to the downside. We also have RGC. This one halted to the downside as well. So volatility is the market's middle name today. We're going to have to be really careful whether we're trading small caps or large caps because there's volatility in spades today, baby. So let's exercise good risk management skill and be here tomorrow to trade. So we've taken 3 out so far here on SLS, and I'm looking to take out that $1.32. That's my next beak wetter. The high of the day, guys, $1.38. We get a bit of a sell there now, coming back into a $1.30. I'm looking for that $1.38 flat top break on SLS. Let's see if that's forthcoming. Shout out to Pretty Panda, Joe W, Sharif, Scrooge is pumping, TCTM. Let's have a look, sir. Let's bring in the side chart over here from another one of our sponsors, Trade Ideas. I know, right? We got sponsors up the yin yang, baby. TCTM. Let's find out what this one's doing. Oh,
wow, bro! Check a look at NVDA. Wow, it's dumping.
What the hell is going on with
dude,
Nvidia,
it's
bro?
dumping, dude. Take it. Yeah, here we go, guys. Let's talk a little bit about NVDA. Wow. Down almost 17% on the session. Continuing to just waterfall to the downside here, guys. Absolutely insane. I mean, this is crazy price action. One of the strongest companies on the planet, down over 16.25% here. I don't know when the last time I've seen this, other than maybe the carry trade, but I don't even think the market was down this much or NVDA was down this much. I wanted to take a look at the VIX to see, hey, did the VIX spike? Absolutely not from what I was looking at. I'm like, okay, so we don't have that VIX trade. So what is going on here with NVDA? But I think Adara has some news for us here.
I mean, there's no new news. It's just really selling off here due to the fact that we do have DeepSeek coming in. People are worried about GPUs. Now, one thing too that's interesting is I'm actually doing a little bit of research right now for our next TTV research graphic. Definitely stay tuned. And Nvidia tends to have these sharp sell-offs when there is sector-wide concern over AI. So this company is responsible for about 6 of the 10 largest one-day market cap drops. If today ends up closing where it is, we're going to have the 7th largest market cap drop here with Nvidia. It would be like the number 1 largest market cap loser. But basically what happens here is generally what I'm seeing, the most recent largest market cap drop for NVDA was on September 3rd, and it was due to a change in investor sentiment on AI. So this is massive. NVIDIA does tend to drop when we see sector-wide sentiment changes for AI and semis. So with that in mind, this drop, I think, makes a little bit more sense, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Excellent, as always. Adara killing it on the ones and twos. I wanted to mention something here, Joseph.
Yeah, for sure.
This is the headline that I got today. Because, look, I signed up for DeepSeek a couple of days ago after I watched the piece by Deidre Bosa, and it was working fine. I got in it last night. I used R1, which is their reasoning model, very similar to O1 by ChatGPT, working great. In fact, I would say even outperformed it in some of the tests that I was doing. And then when weaseled into work this morning, all of a sudden it's not working. It's not working for Neil. It's not working for Adair. It's not working for Brendo. So here it is. DeepSeek says due to large-scale malicious attacks on DeepSeek services, we are temporarily limiting registrations to ensure continued service. Joseph tells me that they are limiting it strictly to individuals with a Chinese phone number. So yeah, looking to do some damage control on their end there as they figure out their server situation. But I kind of was of the opinion that this would happen, that that they were just too quick to disrupt, that they were likely going to be on the receiving end of some attacks there, and that's what they're reporting. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Super interesting what's happening here in AI world, man. It's amazing to be able to report on it too, because it's very exciting.
I'm super curious. It's like, okay, so just doing a little bit of research and watching that piece on Deirdre, she was referring to Google was essentially one of the first LLMs, right? They had the first one. Then you had Sam Altman and company kind of come in and perfect it. So at what point did America go, like where has America gone wrong from a capital expenditure standpoint, spending billions and billions of dollars on this technology, and then you have the Chinese come in here with DeepSeek and do it for like $4 to $6 million. Like,
again,
how does that, like that doesn't even make sense.
I said this to Brendo this morning, I'm like, how did Elon miss this? Like, because Elon was really being championed as the genius of how he was stringing these H100s together. I made this case before. He strung 100,000 of these H100s together. At the time, Jensen was of the opinion you could only string 30,000 of them together because of the networking restraints. It wasn't a GPU problem, it was a networking problem. And then he figured a way around it. Jensen couldn't believe his eyes. He had to fly out there to Nashville or Tennessee, wherever the hell Grok has their data center at. He had to see it for himself. So to me, it's like, if maybe I hold Elon in such high regard that if he didn't see this, I was a little bit suspicious of it. Again, we got to find out what's going on. Like I said to you off camera, I want to hear what the engineers have to say.
Exactly.
I'm really not interested in what the financial analysts have to say at this point. I want to see if this is the real deal from a technical engineering perspective. And I guess we'll get more information because everybody's going to be looking at this now.
Everybody's, you have to, because we were talking about it before. You mentioned it's like Meta's about to spend $60 billion on some of this stuff, right? On just pure like AI advancement.
Exactly.
So at what point is like, okay, why would you spend $60 billion when these guys over here across the pond are doing it for $6 million? Something, I don't know. I mentioned this time and time again. If it's too good to be true, it probably is. So I don't know where to go with this. I honestly don't have much to say. Is because it's like, okay, then everything that America has been doing for the past couple of years in this AI craze is thrown out the window, and all this money can be, you can never get it back, and you're going to continue to spend, but no one's going to do that if you can do it for a fraction of the price. So like you said, the engineers have to dig into this. There's something fishy in my opinion. I don't know how true it may be, but only time will tell once the engineers, I guess, dive into it and try to piece it apart, because best believe they're going to, right? You're gonna have to throw essentially everything at this to be like, hey, is this legitimate or is it not?
A lot of people are jokes in the chat. Yes, I said Elon did not see it. So Stevie B, are you saying Elon did not see this? Yeah, because he didn't set it up in this way. I mean, if it's legit, again, underline, this is all predicated upon this being a real thing, a real report, that they were using H600s, that they spent less than $10 million, that they did it in 2 months. All these are untested assertions. We have to find out if they're real. Obviously, we're probably going to have to duplicate it to find out if they're the real deal. Austin Hassad, I think, says because it's lies. I mean, I don't know if you're right or wrong, my man. And then he goes on to say, Dan Ives said it doesn't add up, lies. Sure, impossibly, he goes on to say. So many lost money, the largest lie in stock history, he goes on to say. Don't know if any of that's true. I wouldn't be comfortable like you making these assertions, but we're going to find out. We're going to find out if it's all BS or what the situation is.
Yeah,
it's
but
just
now,
a matter of time.
Sorry to interrupt, but now you can't even register for it now. Only Chinese phone numbers can register for DeepSeek. Like, what is up with that?
Your boys are, I don't know who suck anonymous on them.
Right, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're being attacked right now. Let's find out working, man. Like I'm gonna weasel on over there.
Let's go.
And start now. Let's see what the situation is here. Yeah, you're like, yeah. But I'm logged in at home, so I got my account. I set it up already at home, but this one over here.
So why are you limiting your user base? Like if it's that good, why are you going to limit who's going to be able to?
I'm not a network engineer. Right? I can't really answer it, to be honest with you. I'm sure that there might be a reason for that. Maybe we got some engineers in the chat that could explain this to us, but it's a good point. Maybe they are trying to do some damage control. Maybe they're trying to limit access because they don't want you to know the real deal. It's a black box.
But I mean, it was, and someone else in the chat mentioned something good as well. It was trained by ChatGPT.
Yeah. So here's the deal. So it's like they were talking about initially when we got this news in December that it was just they had a ridiculous amount of tokens available for ChatGPT, and they were able to use all the tokens to basically extract all the information from it. The Perplexity CEO that did the piece with Deidre, he doesn't say that at all. He says they completely use a different methodology to be able to train their AI. So here's the deal. Somehow, you know how AI works. It's a predictive model. It tries to predict the next word mathematically, right? So when you try to do these predictions, the math ends up screwing up and you have these spikes in numbers that you have to account for and to get the prediction back under control. So the way that they were doing that control on these spikes in the math was to use more GPU power. Apparently, the Chinese or the DeepSeek came in and figured out an algorithmic way to be able to balance the numbers so that they don't have these spikes and to be able to give you better predictive output.
That's interesting.
So that's what the essay says, or the paper that they wrote. Whether or not it's a real deal, we're gonna have to find out. Again,
and she mentioned one thing as well too. Like on the DeepSeek website, like the business model was like one sentence. Did you see that?
It was like
the mission statement was one sentence, and then you go over to GPT and OpenAI, and it's just like page after page. So I don't know. It's interesting.
Good point.
Like this is interesting stuff. Like this is what you want to see in the market is the volatility. But at the same time, you have to dive. You got to bring in that inner investigator and be like, "Hey, is this legitimate or is it not?" So yeah, we'll be talking about it a lot today, guys, and throughout the session because it is still continuing to sell off here. Let's see what we got from a percentage standpoint now. Probably closer to 20% here on, over 17% down. Bitcoin down over 5% as well too, just absolutely tanking. So great stuff there. The swing account in the LT are absolutely loving that. Yeah, you know what I mean. Sorry. So here we go, guys. Let's continue to monitor some things. I mean, with this aggressive selling, I have a feeling that at some point, somewhat of a rebound or a cover rally is going to happen. So we just got to sit here and wait for those signals. Again, it's like, why don't you participate to the downside? We absolutely could, but I think that it's maybe I don't want to chase it. I would rather wait for those signals in order for me to kind of catch somewhat of a bounce. I'm not saying that it's going to recover 17% on the session because that is highly unlikely. But if we can catch a little bit of a bounce, then we're definitely going to try to participate on that front, my guy.
All right, we're taking a bunch out over here on SLS. We took out some there at $1.35. Now I'm layering at 136 and 138. Let's see if this one wants to squeeze. It's a good looking chart pattern, guys, on SLS. There are, some issues that I don't like about it. Obviously, I don't really like these dollar names. In addition, the volume on this one-ish dollar name is kind of light, about 9 million shares, give or take. The market cap on this, $95 million now as it moves back up with a float of at around 57.6 million share float. Let's find out what the short float is on this. Trade Idea says 12.5% give or take, so decent. This one could squeeze given or depending upon where really the shorts are instituted. So there is a whole bunch of size that's getting taken out now at the $1.35, some coming back on. So you saw that on the EdgeX gateway, we just took off 1,027 lots and then we put them on as quickly as you like. So somebody is trying to short or take profits at this level. I'm talking about the $1.35 level here on SLS. So keep your eye on this one. I've layered my orders on this one. It is a good looking stock, but we'll have to see if it continues to move on its merry way to the high side. What else am I looking at here? I'm just looking at some other small cap gappers, but it might be one of those days where I'm going to have to trade large caps today because there's so much in play. Microsoft is at VWAP. Microsoft defended VWAP on the initial balance high, on the opening print there at 9:30. So I'm interested right now, possibly 427 1/3 on Softy, down 3 3/4%. The human algos at the big desk.
Transition there, Sharif. We're going to take a look here at some earnings names because we know, DeepSeek news aside, the biggest catalyst in the market this week is going to be earnings. We have 4 meg tech companies reporting later this week. Of course, not yet, though, but let's start with the reports we got this morning. AT&T in a beautiful bull flag here on that 3-minute chart, basically announcing GAAP EPS beat. They announced a sales beat. Their adjusted earnings per share also beat estimates. We also had here higher than expected fiber subscriber additions and broadband subscriber additions. So great look here for AT&T for earnings. SoFi is not faring quite as well here. We're right now trying to hold on to the $16 level exactly, just slipping a little bit below. They did beat on EPS, they beat on sales, but their guidance was a bit mixed. Their revenue guide for Q1 2025 and fiscal 2025 was above estimates, but their EPS guide missed for both next quarter and the coming fiscal year. Tonight's a little bit of a lighter night for earnings, but tomorrow morning, there's going to be a lot to watch out for. Boeing, GM, RCL, Lockheed Martin, RTX. So that is 3 major defense names, Boeing, LMT, and RTX. So if you're looking to play some of these defense plays, 3 of them are reporting tomorrow. That could be huge. We also have here JetBlue. So a couple names of watch here. JetBlue, GM, and a slew of defense companies reporting before the bell tomorrow. But make sure you like and subscribe. With that, back to the Bash Brothers.
Appreciate you, Adara. I want to mention the spiled one, big Kyle Burdett, baby. He's talking about a 112 level, Joseph, as an anchor for Nvidia earnings. Let's have a look at that 112 where the players do not dwell, where they haven't been dwelling, I guess. I don't know. But here's the deal. Right now, on the daily chart, we are at the 200 exponential moving average. We're a little bit below it on the daily on Nvidia. So this is interesting right now. Now, we've been defending that 200 for, I want to say, a period of years. Look at this. I'm going back. This chart goes all the way back here to March of 2023. We have never even touched the 200 exponential moving average. Even on Black Monday, when we unwound the yen carry trade in early August, we actually dipped above it. We got to $91 at the time. The 200 exponential was at $88. We are below it right now. We may close above it, but that is something that I definitely would be on alert about, the fact that we are actually touching the 200 exponential moving average on the daily on Nvidia. So now I'm looking at Softy. As I mentioned, I like possible this 21,200 point defend area on the future. It's at VWAP on the futures, but Softy's also at VWAP. For itself over here. So let's see, maybe we can weasel into Softy over here. There we go. I'm going to give it to 426, like mid 90s. And then I'm going to have to risk like 50 pennies on this. And then we're going to give it down to the 80s. Let's throw out some orders. Let's see if Softy wants to hold at these levels. Can't take profits too quickly, obviously, because we're risking 50 pennies. So we're going to have to give this one some room to possibly bounce up here. Look, it's a mixed day on the future. You got Meta up 2%. You got Apple up 3%. And then you have, what's it called? Amazon, 0.9, down 0.9. Tesla, 1.8. It's really Nvidia and, really Nvidia that's really taking the brunt of this. Obviously, Google's down as well as Tesla. we'll keep an eye out on these bad boys to see what the situation is. All right, back to SLS. We're still rejecting that $1.35 area. Every time I look, we take out some size there on the ask, but it seems to be reposted, reinstituted there. So whoever is selling, shorting at the $1.35, they look like they are quite persistent with it because we're unable to take out those levels. So let's see, number one, does Softy hold this 427 area? And by extension of that, do we hold 21,200 or what the situation is? Apple is on the way to 230. That could be an interesting short on the dead one, Apple. It's 3% in the green right now. And the reason I think Apple is even up on the day is because they didn't spend anything when it came to AI. You know, we saw that they were using ChatGPT, going with for their Apple Intelligence, at least locally. Or for the most things, they're going to use some small language models as well locally on the device. But for most things, ChatGPT is going to be the big one. And then, yeah, they didn't buy anything from Nvidia. And I mentioned in the morning show, I think that was one of the most underreported stories of 2024. The lack of business being done between Nvidia and Apple. And when we did hear about Apple buying anything AI related, it was Google's Tensor Processing Unit, TPUs, or it was Amazon's Trainium 2. We didn't hear anything about Nvidia. We didn't hear any collaboration between Apple and Nvidia, which I obviously didn't like at the time, but it's showing something, you know, I guess it's doing okay now because of that. But again,
dodged a bullet, I guess, maybe.
I don't know, man. I think this might be short-lived. I think Nvidia is a monster, and, you know,
I just don't.
Who knows?
I just don't understand how one country only spends 4 to 6 million on something on the same model when America's spending billions on it. There has to, yeah. I don't know. There has to be something. Yeah, it's wild. But here we are, guys. In some NVDA, backing at it again. We're getting this bounce here. I'm not going to look for too much, so we'll take the majority of it off, and bang, there we go. Nice little recovery here on NVDA. This bounce, we had the increased volume here on that pullback, so I was like, okay, maybe we are ready. We're at an extreme low, so I don't expect it to be overly deep here. But again, we'll just take it apart as we slowly climb higher and higher and higher. But Meta trading extremely well here, continuing to just climb higher and higher. How far off these all-time highs are we? Because I know we made a new one. So yeah, we're still hovering around those areas. So this thing is an absolute monster and a beast. Waiting for it to split so we can look to start to participate with Mark Zuckerberg and company. And now just like, it's like, wow, again, we talked about it. These guys are just fantastic. They just own the social media space. Pretty much every person in America either has Instagram or Facebook, as I mentioned before. So yeah, I mean, I don't even have either one of those. So yeah, I don't. I only have Snapchat. I was like, I don't need too much more social media. And people rubbing things in my face, but yeah, that's just how I feel. So, but yeah, guys, continue to let us know what you're looking at in the chat. Let's talk about AMD a little bit, because we were talking, it was like, if you're just grabbing shares down here on AMD, you may look like a future genius, but as of today, it doesn't seem to be the case. We have some really, really key resistance or support levels here, guys, on NVDA. If we crack 114, then wow, that's not going to be a good look for this stock. But again, we'll just wait for that report to come out. Hopefully they can start to pick a little steam up here, because we're still about over 50% off those all-time highs. So we need this stock to double just to get back to that break even and even test the all-time highs here. So 100% return as of right now in order to just get back to that level that we were at almost 2 years ago now, the early 24. So really, really tough look on AMD. Gonna have to dig a little bit more into this company, because it's like, why has this stock been just beaten to a pulp for so long and has had the inability to recover? So I think it's going to be interesting when I read a little bit into it on that. So that's AMD. The semis are just getting shellacked today, as Sharif would like to say. Sure. Yeah, taken behind the woodshed. Ooh. So that's kind of the narrative of the session thus far, guys. Like, semis super weak. You have Meta still climbing higher, and Google doing half decent as well too. So I like Google still hovering around those all-time highs. Still a bit off of it now, trading around $194, but again, Meta, Google, monsters, NVDA just getting beat up. And someone in the chat mentioned, is NVDA the next Cisco? And I'm like, wow, that's a hot, yeah, that's a hot take, man.
And people have been saying that for a minute,
right?
Right?
Yeah,
Because
they have.
their whole .com bubble
Right.
just is tattooed in their mind, and they're like, you remember when everybody was laying down the fiber optic cables, and then they were supposed to be the biggest benefactors of the internet? It didn't end up working that way. It was like the online companies that offered a service, they ended up benefiting the most. At least it was in later on after the whole .com crash. So. Yeah, it's super interesting to see, but it's not a comparison that we haven't heard, at least that I haven't heard. All right, 2 outs here on Softy. We got in at the $0.50. I was able to take it out at the $0.75, so we take a 75-penny winner, but it's coming right back down now into my entry. So now I've moved up my stop. 427 is going to be my line in the sand, so I'm only going to give this about 50 more pennies of risk. Initially, I had it at about 75. So let me take out the stop that I've got here for the soft one, and we're going to move it up into 426, and we're going to put it into 88s, 426, and then we'll give it all the way down to there. And I just hit my, there we go. Now we're good. There we go. So we'll throw that on there. Let's see exactly how SLS is doing. Okay, so we took out some more there at 35s, and then I took a bit of a smaller out there at 32s. I'm waiting for this one to continue above that $1.38. I'm talking about SLS, small cap gapper of 32 or 31.5%, but having a whole bunch of trouble with this mid-30s print coming back a little bit down now. Is SLS. I'd like to see it, number one, hold the exponential. That's at $1.31. If it doesn't hold there, everything is going to be removed below that $1.25. That is the volume weighted average price. It's going to have to hold the volume weighted average price for me to stay interested in it as a long. It doesn't do that, we're gonzino. I want to tell you about YIBO. This has been halted for a hot minute over here. YIBO is one of those ones that's up triple digits, 333.95%. It has been halted since 11:15. Okay, it's 11:51 right now, so we're going on a prolonged halt here on YIBO. And let me just tell you, if I can find out what the theoretical auction price is, the tap as we call it. Oh, that is not a good looking tap. It's a $3.56. This thing is halted at $9.33. So we are slated to gap down almost $6. And this is kind of one of the characteristics of these small cap gappers. If they get halted for a prolonged period of time, chances are people are going to want to get the hell out of there because it's a small cap gapper and it's around for a good time, not a long time. And so the theoretical auction price, which is essentially an auction that's taking place between buyers and sellers trying to pair those orders while we're halted, is going to be markedly lower than the halt price. And that is exactly what the situation is here on YIBO. $3.69 now is the theoretical auction price. Let's see where this bad boy wants to hold up. Let's now flip back to the soft one, Microsoft that is, and see what the situation is. Okay, so we still didn't get any prints. We haven't been stopped out for the last remaining amount. I'm waiting at around 428 3/4. Let's see if we can work our way up there. It's incrementally putting in higher lows and higher highs, but it's quite anemic, very weak. And to be expected. I mean, it's not one of the ones that's running. Apple, in my estimation, and Meta are the two that are very strong today in terms of a long on the Mag 7. So obviously Softy, not one of those ones, but I thought, it's an interesting area to pick it up at, the volume weighted average price. The Fuge happened to be at that exact same area, the volume weighted average price. So I thought there was some good confluence there. We've already extracted some profits, but it looks like we will get stopped out for the last remaining amount over here, which is only one out. So keep an eye out here as Softy comes down into VWAP again. So a bit of a sell right now in the market as we come back into 21,200, Joseph, which is essentially 21,200 and VWAP are almost the same level price. Let's see if that level holds. Otherwise, we're out here on Softy if it breaks into 88s. Now it's showing me 90, so now I am officially stopped out of the last remaining amount on Softy. So let's keep an eye out now on SLS and see what these small cap gappers are doing, if any. I'm looking over here to see if there's any new ones. Yes, there is. YHGJ. Holy, that's a mouthful. Let's load this bad boy up on the side chart. YHGJ. Here we go. It's moving up nicely. It is halted to the upside. Well, sorry. It's moving up, but it's halted to the downside now. Printed $1.27, halted at $1.08. Volume weighted average price is $1.03. That's fine. So even though it's down halted at $1.08, it's still technically trading above the volume weighted average price. Let me find out what the theoretical auction price is on this. 92 pennies. So it's 96 pennies. So it's already given up the ghost over here. YHGJ. It's already breaking down below $1. So I'm going to try to steer clear of these Chinese small cap gappers that are showing up midday over here, as they look like maybe they're kind of giving back the move. And I don't want any smoke with that, Joseph. What do you got?
Yeah, no smoke with that. Yeah. Lots of good conversation going on in the chat, guys. Really like this one. And someone said, yeah, just don't bite the bait, Joe. And I'm not, we just like to talk about it, but you're not wrong. We know that the market can be a drama queen. There's no questioning that. It overreacts to certain events. And sure enough, they will recover. I think at some point, things do recover. It may just take a little bit more time than what we expect. So just keep that in mind, guys. I got the play from Grandpa, who's a really good investor. Joe tells Sharif to join the chat so I can... Oh, yeah, Sharif's in the chat, man. Just believe Sharif's in the chat all the time. Kalua wants to Kalua wants to talk to you about something.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 118, yeah, Jay Lee, that helped me. So, I was red, and then we got this bounce here on Nvidia. I said I wasn't going to try it too many times, but yeah, here we go. We had to take that one, that volume increase on the 5-minute. I needed to step in there. Said potential turnaround signals here, guys. Yeah, let's go. So there we go. But I'm still getting slacked on Bitcoin here, man. I don't know how I feel about this thing. I was just thinking to myself this morning, I'm like, man, the volatility, you really, really have to hold your horses on this one and just like have those diamond hands when sitting in crypto. And I am fairly heavy in my personal accounts too. So seeing these fluctuations are slightly frustrating, especially when we know that the demands into the ETF have been high, the inflows into the ETF have been high, and there's a limited supply, but yet I was going into the history of Bitcoin and I'm like, man, we're going through 2 consolidation phases that essentially have never happened this long before, since before we even got this ETF. We get this ETF and then we consolidate for 8 months, move for a couple weeks, and then head right back into a consolidation phase. And it's like, okay, go back to its previous history, and it's never done anything like that for that long. It's picked a direction. So here we go. A lot of people are saying 75,000, and I heard Sharif saying it's like 75,000, but by the end of the year, we're going to be around 200K. All right, enough of the nonsense. Let's just see what we can do here. Let's the chop around, get slightly frustrating and hair pulley-ish, but I mean, here we are sitting in some Bitcoin here, guys. I think I'm going to punch out of this.
We're also sitting in a $2 winner, bro.
On NVDA?
Yes.
Yeah, let's go. Let's pull up that one here. We can hit the dollar club a couple times, but I thought we were going to bounce. Yeah, I thought we were going to bounce multiple times on this thing. After that waterfall price action, let's take a look what we see from a 5-minute standpoint, guys. Especially with a company like this on NVDA, I don't expect it to sell all day, and especially being down the amount. So this gap down here, and then over 17% at the extreme lows. Jay Lee said he's buying 118. I think that's a good idea. Are we going to fully recover today? I don't think so. That's going to need a hefty recovery, all right? But we can still somewhat maybe go and test the volume weighted average price, go to some key pre-market levels. But just that selling, that continuous selling, I don't think is realistic, and it's definitely over-exaggerated, in my opinion.
Man, it's very interesting today, and I'm keeping an eye on AVGO as well.
Yeah, Broadcom.
Broadcom has lost its $1 trillion market cap status. So we got one less Trilly company out there, now trading, Joseph.
Oh, how's TSM doing?
Taiwan getting shellacked as well. Taiwan semi down 13 in a fifth. And I don't know what the market cap losses for some of these names are today that are in double-digit territory. I'm talking about you, Marvell. I'm talking about Taiwan Semi. I'm talking about SMCE, SMCI, of course. Yeah. I'm talking about Broadcom, AVGO. Really interesting reason why AVGO is the ticker for Broadcom. Apparently, Huck Tan bought it from another company that was open in Orange County and insisted on keeping the ticker, even though it has nothing to do with Broadcom.
That's what I was.
We used to be called something different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Say that again? Avigo.
There you
That
go.
was the name, right, Adara, of the company before Broadcom? Yeah. So it was really interesting. So Huck Tan, there's an interesting piece on him coming out. I feel like he hasn't gotten enough credit. And AVGO is not really talked about as much as the other $1 trillion members. So lots of blood today in the streets, there's no question about it. We'll have to see how the market bounces back, if at all.
What was the Canadian deficit? Like something like 60 billion or something?
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Look, the Americans have a similar deficit this year. They have 600 billion. We have 60 billion. But we're always 10%, give or take, of what the Americans are doing. So
NVDA lost that, at least that today. So yeah,
it's intense, Joseph.
Yeah, it is very intense.
Shout out to my man Jay Lee, Sharif, Joe. I've been expecting big AVGO dumpage ever since they bought and screwed all over my VMware customers. They're still fleeing. I work on this daily for what it's worth. Shout out to Jay, man. He always gives us really insightful stuff, bro. Jay Lee, one of the OGs in the chat. Thank you for that, Jay. I don't even really know what you do, brother. If you wouldn't mind tagging me, just kind of so we can know exactly what your situation is there, Jay. I feel like I've known you a long time, but yet I don't know a lot about you. So
he's an Ontarian as well.
He is. He's in the Western GTA. I'm not going to say what city, but yeah. So he's out there. He's one of the.
We got a lot of super chats that we've been skipping on. If you want to.
Yeah. The spoiled one, as usual, dropping cash in the chat. $4.99 super chat. Canadian deficit was 400 gallons of syrup and 2 loads of lumber. Why do you think so little of us, Big Spile? Yeah. We're worth more than that. We got uranium. We got cobalt. We got lithium. We got wood. You know we got oil. We got oil up the yin-yang. You know that. It's tar sand oil, but it's oil nonetheless. And we got nat gas. We're loaded.
Guess what we also have the most of, brother?
What do we got?
Fresh water.
Tons of water. Americans have tons of water as well. I think we have more, though.
Yeah, we definitely have more. We have more lakes.
Yeah, too bad. I'm loving this in the chat. I love this little fight now, or like this competition between America and Canada.
Yeah,
it's for a livelier chat, especially since Donald Trump's been doing this stuff, doing what he does. DWTX says scalping. Yeah, it's one of those ones I've had my eye on, my friend. Good call out. Good call out as it works its way back above the volume weighted average price. This is the one I'm looking at here, bottom left corner. It's about to take out 17. Shout out to Scalp Ing talking about DWTX. The reason I was not involved in this one, scalping, is because it was at that $14, $15 area that is below VWAP. I have a system where I don't trade the small cap gappers if they're trading south of the volume weighted average price, in other words, lower. This one also suffering from a spready, from a larger spread right now is what I'm talking about. DWTX is a bit of a spready one for a small cap gapper, which makes it a bit more challenging to scalp, as you know, you're going to have to cross substantially before you get printed. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. It is now 12 o'clock. And I want to let you know that the Playmaker poll is back up there, and it is now time to vote. Will the market go long, or will we go short from here, Joseph? What are you clicking?
I'm going long, baby. I'm going to go with the people usually go. I'm going with the majority vote here.
All right, so we're going to go long, and we're going to bank on the reversion trade. Right?
Yeah, we're around the volume. Yeah, we're around VWAP right now, so maybe a continuation to test the high of days. So yeah, that's what we're looking at. But yeah, NVDA really starting to climb higher and higher here, guys. Nice recovery. I talked about that waterfall price action. So you can see the consistent volume here as we continue to the downside. But then when we took that third leg down, you see this volume really start to isolate itself. And for me, that's a possible indicator like, hey, okay, we're not going to sell too much. You got to take into consideration that you're down 17%, which is quite I don't think I've seen that on this large of a company in a long time, and if ever, down 17% on a session. So just looking for those signals to say, hey, we're ready to turn around. We formed this little bit of base here, guys, and then boom, that's it. Now started slowly to climb towards the volume weighted average price. But I think we got some stuff with Adara.
Part of the show is brought to you by Prop Firm Match. Are you a skilled trader that's lacking capital? Prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills, access account sizes ranging from $5K to $500K, and you can start with as little as $20. With over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which ones are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals, all in one place. Scan that QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop firm for you. And with that, we're going to take a look here at what the market has done so far today, which has been quite a lot. The S&P 500 actually in a nice little recovery uptrend, as you can see here on the 15-minute chart. But that $600 level, huge resistance. This is both where the gap down kind of began and where we ended up rejecting. Then we have the NASDAQ, which is looking pretty similar, coming into a previous resistance area, rejecting, but it's also down about 3%, significantly more than the S&P 500. And that is because the sell-off has really been led and propelled by AI-related tickers. We do have DeepSeek coming out from China, which is leading to a lot of concerns over AI competition. You can really see that, I would say, it's pretty emblematic in Nvidia's chart. Nvidia losing its $3 trillion market cap when the stock was at its lows. Broadcom, as Sharif mentioned, another AI play, this one actually losing its $1 trillion market cap. And Nvidia, as of right now, poised for not only its largest single day drop in market cap, but the record largest single day drop in market cap. So Nvidia, really precarious position here for this one. But not every name is weak on the day. META has definitely given up its highs, but this one made new all-time highs above 660 here on, I guess, renewed AI excitement. They did announce their AI chatbot, apparently the one-on-one AI conversations in some of their apps in North America. So META certainly to the upside. SoFi actually, not SoFi, but AT&T, the other earnings play from the day with SoFi. AT&T in a nice bull flag as well. So not all hope is lost for these bulls. But in the meantime, while we wait for the Bash Brothers, we're going to hear from Neil and his always exciting lesson of the day. He's going to give us some lessons. Take it away, Neil.
Here. Oops. Thank you so much, Adara. The lesson of the day here is it has to be about the opening execution and how you have to be precise when you get an event like today. Because unless you, look, if you didn't trade on August 5th, or you don't have enough trading experience that you've seen a morning like today where Nvidia's gapped down 11% and the NASDAQ is down 4% and everyone's thinking doom and gloom, if you've never seen something like that, then sometimes it's best to back off and maybe glean something from the experience. But what is required at that open is a high level of precision. When you have the market down this much, there's a lot going on at the open and in the pre-market. Specifically, as we alluded to, with a swath of stop orders, which are likely not going to trigger until the market opens up. Institutional dip buyers, you might even have some squeezes happening in small caps that are related to this, right? We saw that with anybody that had any kind of a deal relating to this AI play. But if you looked at the open, we knew what happened on the 5th. And if what you were looking for was a similar shot to the upside or a buy the dip scenario, you've got to remember that you can have ridiculous percentage moves before that even happens. Now, I'm going to talk about a couple in particular, but just to go over Nvidia, you know how big the gap is. The pre-market range on Nvidia, before we even get to the open, is a 123.5. I'm only charting from 6:30 and into here at 7 o'clock when I've sat down. I've now observed it go round trip 123.5 to 128. And by the time we get to the open, we're still holding on to essentially that range. That's almost a 4% move on Nvidia and a fraction of what it's gapped down. When you're executing into this, your precision matters even more, because if you're taking longs into here, the bottom breaking and being long, even off a support level, is a good couple of points. So be willing to be out and be in within rules. Now, what I mean by that is, I simply said the words, I'm looking for an SSR bounce today, it's over 10% down. If it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. So when we have this flush right into the open, which is like 27, We hold this bottom at 24, that's in front of the pre-market low. I'm immediately looking the first long if it shows any bounce off of that prior low. So I take that long. This is a 1 minute, I don't have a 1 second chart on here, so I can't really show you that. But the first thing that does is run the bottom. First thing it does. Long, runs the bottom, and then gets me out. So I take it, I'm 0 for 1 here. And that trade is a 124.5, this prior bar, and when it breaks that low here, I'm getting slipped another 30 cents. I've taken an 80-cent hit on that stock, which considering how big the move is on the day, maybe not the end of the world, but it's bigger than a usual quick stop out. Now, obviously, what happens after that is I'm watching it not take out the pre-market support level, knowing that, it made the fresh low, but didn't take out the pre-market support. I'm on one stock and one stock alone on my level 2. So if it wicks the bottom, there's your even dollar hold for the SSR bounce, and I'm in the long. Now here I have to make 2 decisions right away. But if you have a structure, you don't have a trouble doing that. Well, this is the prior bar. I'm scalping some out in front, and I'm going long break on the prior bar high. Once that happens, you're essentially off to the races. And I had this conversation with a trader actually just a half an hour ago. When it comes to managing the outs, I know where I'm getting out. Everyone always has their own style. But first resistance, second resistance, third resistance, and at that point, I'm holding for any kind of a gap fill and mean reversion. I actually had set 133 or a mean revert if it held above the high. Now, it didn't hold above the high, so there was never a spot in which I was putting that trade on. I was essentially just holding on till the break-even stop. But the other side of that is, okay, well, what happens in the pre-market when it does work? And clearly, the same thing Nvidia did at the open, Apple did at the open. The only difference is Apple held the first dip. Now here's where precision, as I said, matters, but you've got to be able to pick your spots. You'll be asking yourself, okay, Neil, if that was what you did over in Nvidia, then why am I not long Apple right in here? So it does the dip, it holds, it breaks prior bar, like that's where I should be punching long and adding. Well, that's the pre-market. So following a rule where it ends up holding or breaking, holding that bottom and breaking it out in the pre-market means no fill. Okay, well, Neil, what about this break here at 223 1/3? Well, that's also going to be the pre-market as well. So the only reason why I'm not long it in here is simply because that was a pre-market execution. And you've got to pick your spots. And I said before, that's why I was focused on Nvidia, because Nvidia was the one that was running the stops, whereas Apple at that point wasn't giving me any entry signs until it was way too late after that open. The downside of getting in before the confirmation that buyers have won versus those potential stop orders that are coming in at 9:30 can't happen until the open. So I'm willing to let one go in the pre-market because it hasn't proven to me that it wants to go, which is fine. At the end of the day, precision at that open is more important than anything else. Because you've got to ask yourself the question, if I break a rule in the pre-market and maybe take this long break before the market opens and then stop orders come in and everything goes all ham on Apple, well, now I've gone long at 223.5 without any confirmation and I'm risking a full 1.5% on the move, which I'm not trying to do. You don't need to do that. You could just go over and Nvidia is giving you that same setup if you wanted it, which is exactly what it ended up doing. So you want to be a little bit more laser focused. Sometimes I'll look at 5 stocks at the open or 4 stocks at the open, whichever one sets up. In this case, it was basically just 2. So that we could ensure if one of them sets up perfectly for the entries that we want, we're going to get that one. It was the same thing on August 5th, and I'll be the first to admit, we missed some opportunities on August 5th because we were being particular. But today, without having to overstretch ourselves, without having to actually risk having it go against you too far, or without the confirmation that there were buyers at the open, that's what we're able to find here with Nvidia. Willing to stop out, knowing where you want to get back in with tight levels of risk. So that if it goes on a day like today, let it fly. If it doesn't go, you're not going to get absolutely ruined. And that's the key. At no point was there ever a trade that was outside of normal risk parameters, despite the fact that there was much more upside than usual today. And that's an important point. You don't want to have risked way too much on a day like today relative to what you were possibly going to make. And that precision, going to a 1 minute chart, having very tight entries, knowing exactly which stock you were going to trade while risking that stock not setting up for you, that's all a part of it. Because you only get a day like this every so often. And when you do, you want to make sure that you are following your plan to a T. Not just because it's going to help you limit risk, but also because it's going to give you something that you can actually judge and learn from. If you're all over the place on the morning like today, not only might you lose money, but you also won't have learned anything. And a day like today is a really important one to have learned something when looking at that tape. So there's your lesson of the day. Be very, very precise, especially on rare market events like you see today. They only come once or twice a year.
Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and just all around awesome as always. Neil Roberts, every day around that noon hour, dropping the Neilage. We're going to go over to a special segment of Katina Man Chimes In during the midday. Get him, Katina Man.
I just want to say one thing here, just real quick. Once we get it, he's not ready yet. There. Hey, what's going on? What's going on, everybody? I came back here just to realize that Nvidia. So we flipped up short as soon as we went. We were here live on the air when we did this at 11 o'clock. The market fell down. I just want to say I didn't have any bids down here. So I just wanted to say as a lesson of the day for this, it's like put your bids out. You know, like the market absolutely came in. Now, thankfully, we didn't have that many shares. I've only had 20%, but we're going to get some out right here for $3. But at the end of the day, Nvidia, huge move down. We flipped short once it broke the bottom of the day there. So there it is, just a little real talk, and just talking about like the fact that we didn't have anything down there. So we'll take some out here as we try to hold this 120. But there it goes, just in the wild trading, like just actually flipping it up, getting into the short, and then watching it bleed all the way down and coming back to, you know, quite a nice trade. But at the end of the day, I would have definitely got something out down there. So it just goes to show, like, no matter where you think this market's going, you know, get back in and put your bids and offers out, because you never know when you're going to get filled, especially in a market like this. So, all right, back to the midday. Thanks, Sharif.
Always appreciate the Katina Man coming in midday. Hope you had a fantastic swim, brother, and fantastic everything else. So here's the deal. Here we go with DWTX, guys. We're long at 21. This is the second trade on this monster. It's up almost 100% now, real close. Here we go. I'm waiting at the $0.50 bang. There we go. We take that one out. So several trades on this DWTX. Good look on this one. It's really moving. And I didn't want to trade this one earlier because, well, it was below VWAP, Joseph. And sometimes, not right now, but sometimes it's quite spready. There it goes. It just opened up the spread again. So keep your eye out on this one. Good look right now for DWTX. I'm also short Nvidia at 120.08. I'm looking for that 120 break. It's not forthcoming. I'm giving this one room on NVDA. I'm also basically long Softy because it keeps holding VWAP. And so I'm not really sure what the situation is between Softy and VWAP today, but we're going to have to wait and see. 427 is acting as a bit of a support level. It's a compression pattern right now on Softy with higher lows but lower highs at VWAP. It's not forthcoming to the upside in the same way that Nvidia is not really forthcoming to the downside right now, at least for me anyway. So we're going to keep an eye on this one. I'm still involved in SLS, doing well on this one, waiting for that 135 break. This looks awfully similar to a flat top breakout here on SLS. We have been rejecting that $1.35 since 11:39 today. So it's 12:18 right now. The same seller, or so it seems, at least on the same gateway, keeps posting the same size. 1249, 1249, 484, 484. You guys get it. So it looks as if either an algo or market maker is keeping this 135 sell order intact right now, and they keep re-upping it. Every time some gets taken off, the same amount seems to be coming right back on. So involved in three trades right now. We're going to see if that 120 level wants to give way on Nvidia. I got to tell you, it looks a little bit stronger at this 120 than it did earlier. So I am concerned that this 120 does hold, and then we end up getting stopped out. I've given it $1, so if it doesn't hold above 121, I'm gone. In addition to that 121 level hold, I'm going to be looking for a 121.50 for a possible long. So that's an area crest that we rejected off on NVDA. So if we get back up there and we start moving up, this could be a nice mean reversion trade back up to the upside. We'll have to find out. Joseph, what do you got on your side, my man?
Yeah, I'm just over here. I'm just looking at a couple of things. Officially, Unburdened and I were talking about some options. He had some SoFi calls. So it didn't really work out. But again, like a solid report, but it's just the forward outlooks. And then sure enough, the stock tanks. And here we are. But I was just looking at some of the out-the-money 500 Tesla calls as well too, guys, just to see. I'm feeling a little bit risky today. So yeah, maybe we'll get involved in one of those just because we know they report on Wednesday, and so be it. They're not overly expensive, a couple bucks for them in options terms. So yeah, I think we're going to have some fun with that. Also, we're going to do the iron butterfly strategy tomorrow for the options lesson. Yeah. Again, not something that I really trade. I've never traded an iron butterfly. I think the precision of that strategy is really tough. You got to be extremely accurate on that. It is a credit-based trade. We'll get a lot more into it. But guys, let me know some things you want to know to learn about options too, and see if I can put some things together as well. I teach you what I know and what I've studied over the past couple of years as I've tried to been doing. So yeah, I think that one will be a half decent one there. The iron butterfly is not like the iron condor, not exactly like that, but it is a market neutral strategy and credit-based trading, which I'm a big fan of. So yeah, there we are. We'll do some iron butterfly stuff. You better take off the 05 straight price on Tesla. Then those 500 calls, Jabroni. Okay, so Kyle Burdett and I have a deal. He said 300. Kyle Burdett said 300 before Tesla hits 500. I said 500 before 300. And I think that this Wednesday is going to be a big pivotal moment here for Tesla. Dave, Joe, any secrets on how to get call on options with low volume? Is NVDA tanking?
Yes.
Oh, no, it's back down to 119 here. Joe, any secrets on how to get calls on options with low volume? I don't really quite understand that question. So as in low volume, David, are you referring to just not that liquid stocks, like something that doesn't have that much, not even open interest, but just volume in that underlying asset? Because for me with options, it's just hey, it's just best to stick with the most liquid ones. So, that's it. Yeah, and Boston Frank, Sharif short NVIDIA at 120. I'm at 118, right? So there you go. These boys are dancing up a storm. I'm already at the majority of the positions, so I'm glad that these guys are printing up a massive storm as well too. They're dancing on me over there.
Katina got me excited, bro. He sat down.
They're dancing on me. Yeah. It's all right. I had my fun. All right, let me live a little bit here. But these guys are dancing, having a party. But that's good stuff. We're all having fun with it, guys. But we do have a couple super chats that we did miss out on, and I want to get to those. So Gus Phillips, WIMI was speaking about purchasing and making a platform with OpenAI. Would have spent a lot more now. They are using DeepSeek for pennies on the dollar. Ooh. Exactly. Well, that's one thing too, and I don't quite understand the token aspect of it, but what you were referring to the tokens before.
Yep.
But then when I was watching that segment on DeepSeek, they're okay, it's like 11 cents for 1 million tokens or something along those lines. When OpenAI is $4 for 1 million tokens or something.
I think they were abusing it, Joseph, because if you go into the ChatGPT website and you go into the actual prompt and you try to extract tokens, it has a limit on that you're allowed to do. But there's so many gateways to ChatGPT. Think of all the different ways you can access ChatGPT through third-party apps. Like for example, Apple doing that with Siri. They haven't fully put it in yet, but there are different avenues to get into ChatGPT. My understanding was they exploited those avenues to maximize the amount of tokens that they were able to use. Again,
so what are these tokens?
Basically, tokens is the compute that you're using. You need this many tokens to solve this problem or that question, and kind of.
So that's where that cost efficiency comes into play, because you're paying literally pennies on the dollar for those. Okay, so really good point, something I learned just now. Hopefully you guys, it seems to be the case that a lot of people in the chat, Sharif, have said, yeah, we've learned a lot today about this DeepSeek stuff. So good luck on that from you. And then can we, WIMI, I'll go over real quick before we send it back to Sharif. WIMI, and then we'll go over one more super chat. Yeah, NVDA continuing to bleed, so the boys are having a good time with that. Here we are, Hologram Cloud, not familiar with this company, but yeah, just getting beat up like the rest of the AI companies. Today, guys, let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. At the top of this range and now heading back towards the bottom of it, so an absolute beating on that one. And then we have APLD, Travis Wright. Can you cover APLD? Absolutely. Thank you for the super chat as well too, my friend. APLD in Applied Digital. Here we are. Yeah, and same thing. Yeah. Wow. Breaking through some really key support levels here is APLD, and the inability to construct any new higher highs, forming those lower highs there, and now just heading to the south side, trading around $6.72, just getting beaten real bad. So yeah, it's a tough look in this AI space, brother.
Yeah, it's a look, man. I mean, I don't know. I can't speak for everybody up on the stage, but obviously, I have some Nvidia pre-split. I also have some Tesla, and they're getting shellacked today. And so you're just gonna have to deal with that. I mean, it's we talked about it last week when the long term got hit big because of the move to Apple. You're just gonna have to, as my friend Alfred says all the time, you gotta have to be dead inside. You not feel, yeah, that's what he always says, bro. He's like, I'm a zombie on the inside, and that's just kind of the way to stay in the game. I mean, let's see what everybody else talks. Shout out to Big Spile. He's excited that I'm happy that everything's going red today. So he's like, it's nice to see you get excited when the shorts are, the gates of hell are coming in there. I do appreciate that. X Baines, Sharif, tuning in after months. What's up with the mustache, my brother? What mustache? No, bro, you're a little late to the party, my man. I think I've been sporting this thing since like May or something like that. Man. So it's been a minute. It's going on a year. I gotta say, I got mixed reviews so far. Some people like it, some people not so much. So here we go. Jay Lee, Holo has been accumulating and defending $1.75 all morning. In my humble opinion, worth getting long here in case it wants to hit 250 again. Jay, I did have eyes on HOLO because it was one of the leading gappers on the morning. Let's load it up right now and have a look to see what's afoot right now on Holo. Obviously, a former runner. This is the daily chart. You'll be able to see this. It has outsized days. So let's flip to the 5 on HOLO. Yeah, so you know how I feel about this, Jay. It's going to have to work above that 220. I see your point. Jay, you have a different way of trading these small cap gappers. I like how you do it. It doesn't work for me, though. So what you're looking for, I'm assuming here, is for this one to work off that $1.75 area support that it's been kind of defending for the better part of the morning, and then to work into the volume weighted average price. And rather than use VWAP here as your springboard to get long, that's where you're looking for it to reject. Let me know if I got that accurate, but that absolutely makes sense to me. In the past, though, when I've tried to execute that plan, it hasn't always worked in my favor, so I'm going to stay to my above VWAP, above pre-market high. But I do like your thinking here, Jay, because I see this a lot. Just not enough for me to actually employ it as a strategy. But we do have sometimes these bad boys moving into VWAP, and instead of using it as support, they use it as resistance and it rejects. Your point very well taken, though, Jay. Let me know exactly how it goes. Apple is getting into the high of the day, guys. So the dead one is on one right now as it looks to take out that 230 area, guys. Let's flip over here to the MAG 7. 229.97. We are pennies away from that 230. Apple got shellacked the last few weeks, and if you're a long-term holder of the stock like I am, you felt it every bit as much as I do. There goes 230, and now it is up 3.25%. It is the best performing MAG 7 name on the day. When do we ever have the opportunity to say that? Because Apple, if it has outsized moved, seems to be to the downside more often than it is to the upside. It seems to be an incremental winner to the upside, 1.5%, 2% at the most. Today, definitely I want to say it's an outsized day to the high side for Apple, up 3 1/3. So we're going to keep tabs on that. So the dead one Apple up to the upside right now. Edwin P. Sharif, Nvidia breaks 120, going 119. Good job. I appreciate you, my man. Thank you for that. I was talking to Adara off camera. I appreciate you, Katina Man, as well. The Katina Man had that from a minute ago. Wow, look at SLS. Go, Joseph. There is the flat top break that we were talking about. There it goes. We're going to take out a bit more here. We're going to put a $1.45. Let's go, $1.45. Let's go, bro. Or we're going to take out a little bit here. Cancel that $1.45. Now we're going to sit at that 148 SLS, baby. It was that $1.35 that had me feeling some type of way about this monster because it kept rejecting and rejecting and rejecting, all the while putting in those higher lows. What pattern is that again? Oh, I know, Joseph.
Ooh.
An ascending wedge.
Ascending wedge.
We've
yeah,
often talked
that's a
about that before.
That's a monster you got going on
that's
there.
That's not a bad one, huh?
No, that's a really nice trade, brother. Nice money storm. For that one, a lot of people in the chat are talking about Bitcoin. It's like, what does Bitcoin have to do with this DeepSeek AI? And I'm like, I don't disagree with you guys at all. Like, why is it selling? Excuse me, I was talking about the price compression pattern on Bitcoin that happened, and sure enough, it broke to the downside. I was looking for a call spread on it, a debit spread, because I wanted to grab some calls if it was going to break the top side and then climb higher on IBIT, but I also didn't want to just flat out buy them, so I was looking to construct a spread on that, but sure enough, it just dumped, and yeah, it's slightly frustrating. Adara pointed this out this morning as well too, that it's forming a double top. Ooh. So yeah, slightly frustrating. I don't want to kind of just like micromanage the position and see what's going on. But yeah, I thought we would be climbing. I mentioned before how I feel about it with this, especially during the consolidation phases, right? I'm like, okay, we've never consolidated this much over these periods of times in the history of Bitcoin. So why is it doing it now? And I think that has a lot to do with the ability to hedge positions. Now it being optionable, you can get into spot Bitcoin by using the IBIT ETF, the BlackRock ETF, the Grayscale ETF, and etc. So now the price action is totally changed on it. And I'm like, okay, for the real crypto bulls, the real Bitcoin enthusiasts, how do you feel about that? Like, if you're really, and let me know in the chat, like, if you're a true enthusiast of Bitcoin, how do you feel about these ETFs coming into the market and you having the ability to trade them? And has it hindered the ability of its appreciation, right? Like, why are we consolidating for so long and then only getting X amount of move and then heading right back into consolidation? Let me know what you guys think about this, all right? So I'm really interested on some of your insights because I would like to have another perspective as well too, because I've mentioned this time and time again, it's nothing short of frustrating, guys. So yeah, let me know. Stocks take the stairs, elevators down, but crypto takes the elevators up and the stairs down. Well, it doesn't seem to be the case right now, Kalua, because we are drastically selling. And I talked about that volatility skew before in Bitcoin, where you would get those massive days. And let's just go out here and see what we have going on with Bitcoin. Since we broke out this level, you have that 110K session. The rest, massive, man. Yeah, and then the rest, massive, man. Yeah, massive. So, yeah, so you have this, sorry, Katina Man's talking, so that's all right.
Making me
so, yeah. So here you go. We have that 110K day, right? Which is like, okay. But then if you go into the history of it, you have multiple of these sessions of these large volatility skews before. And look how long, like, this is the previous longest consolidation phase. It's a couple months. It's like the beginning of March, we can call it, to the middle of May. But here we go with just a solid 8 months of doing absolutely nothing. So we started this consolidation phase in March, and then we don't break out until November. Like, come on, that's like, it's like, okay, what's going on here? And then you don't even get that expected move or whatever you would like to call it much higher. Like, so that's what I'm finding slightly frustrating, and I want to know what you guys think about how the options market and these ETFs have affected the possible appreciation of this underlying asset. We do know that there's potential reserve talks in the making here with Donald Trump, but until we get that order, I don't know what's going on with this thing, and I don't want it to necessarily just track the American economy because we know how it can be interest rate sensitive. It's supposed to be a hedge against inflation, but then when the Fed cut, the thing tanks, and et cetera. So yeah, it's just weird. That's just how I feel about Bitcoin, but it is slowly starting to recover here.
Do I look like this guy?
Do you look like this guy? Yeah, this guy.
This guy is from Training Day.
Yeah, I wouldn't say like you got the same.
Do I actually though?
Yeah, you got the same stash as him.
Well, his stash is a little bit longer.
Yeah.
I've kind of tried to make it not the handlebar guys, but yeah, interesting here from BitBoss Crypto. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. You look like the Mexican gang leader in the movie Training Day with that stash. Google it. Cliff Curtis, I'm assuming is this guy's name, is it? I don't even know. He used to be, he's always what's it called? A bad guy. What was that movie where oh man, there's a movie where it's like he's a terrorist or something like that, but he something Wolf. It'll come to me. It'll come to me.
You're getting
shortly.
You're getting trolled large right now.
I don't care, bro. I mean, it's normal to me. Boom.
Doesn't matter when you're making money.
Yeah. We take up that $1.48 on your friend SLS, and here comes the $0.50, baby. So we're done this trade. We've exhausted all our outs. This was like this was a good trade, so I'm happy with this one. $1.35 flat top break, and it's squeezing right now, ladies and gents. $1.51 HOD. Prior to that, it was $1.38. This one is on one. It's 50% in the clear now, and I've already given you guys the short float on this monster, and it was about 17.5% or so. No, I'm being told that I'm wrong here. By Trade Ideas is freezing. Come on, Trade Ideas, you can do it. There we go. SLS. No, sorry, this is not the one that's got a high short float. This has only got 0.46%. Is this right, SLS? One second, guys, because I think it's freezing on me. Yeah, it is freezing on me. It's not showing me the right one. Okay, there we go. SLS does have a higher short float. Yes, 12.42%. On SLS, which is kind of why we were looking for that kind of squeeze move, rejecting off that $1.50 now, coming back into that $1.40. Good volatility from this one. Going to keep an eye on it. Just like I'm keeping an eye on DWTX, another big boy mover. And this is on the bottom left corner of the screen over here. And now it is halted to the downside. This is going to be a 10-minute halt minimum, halted at 1807. Let's find out what the theoretical auction price is right now on DWTX. And it's showing me an $15.55. We're halted at 1807. It's showing me a top of 15.55. That is nasty. Again, the longer these ones are halted, by these ones I'm talking about small cap gappers that show up on a scanner, the worse, because people want to get the hell out of there. So they start throwing these market on open orders just to clear out the shares, and it ends up being sell, 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 and then you have more sell orders than buy orders, hence why the price is below the halt price, the theoretical auction price below the actual halt price. So keep your eye out on this one. I am interested in it, though, if it does defend around 17.5 here on DWTX. 17.5 on DWTX is the volume weighted average price. So I'd like to see possibly, do we defend that level? And if we do, is there more to the upside? This one has a high of the day of $21.78. I've already traded this one twice. This one has been a smaller winner than SLS. I've been getting it at the tops rather than getting it on a really good retracement level. So I'm going to try to exercise some patience with this one. 17.5 to 17, I do like it, but we're going to have to see if it wants to hold up at that level. Let's see what else everybody's talking about here in the chat. I haven't been looking there in a hot minute. Shout out to Jay Lee. Makes sense, LOL. Best time to issue new offerings. We were talking about SLS, and he's telling me that the CEO of SLS is going to be on, I think, Fox Business. The name of the company is SLS Life Sciences Group. So he's apparently going to be on Fox Business at around 1 or 2 o'clock. So Jay was telling me, get the hell out of there before he goes on there and dumps the stock. So shout out to Jay. Always sound advice from my man, Jay Lee. Let's have a look. Eddie R. I said that you look like him 3 months ago. Hello. Shout out to Eddie. Sometimes I don't know who these guys are, Eddie. That's a thing, right? So, I thank you. I don't think I look like the guy, but
no, you don't. You definitely don't look it. There's just a stash correlation. That's all.
Escape Planet, you've the 80s bad guy stash. Yeah, man, I like that. I like the 80s. I'm born in the 80s. I like 80s music. So, you know, whatever. Everything's good. Everything's fine, Joseph.
Yeah.
Wolf of Sharif Street. No, I don't know about that, brother. All right. Let's see what else people are chatting about there. I do appreciate you, Tisha. Tisha also had this stock on board. Tisha, what was the one that you were showing me earlier? I did have that on there. ORKT, this one. So Tisha was calling out this one. This is a good one right now. Sorry, Tisha, I couldn't get to it when you super chatted. This one got its footing under it at around 5 after 12. It's kind of Christmas treeing right now. And if you've ever heard me say that term, essentially what it means is a big move up and a big move down in a kind of a triangle shape. And because it's green and red, we lovingly call it the Christmas tree retracement. Looks like it's doing that right now, Tisha. Giving up $1. Giving up the volume weighted average price, halted to the downside, continued on its way down. Where have we seen this before with these small cap gappers? They tend to give back a lot of the move, at least lately. Okay, DWTX is open now, guys. Good look. Now, it opened at that 15 and change. Let's bring in the side chart over here and have a look at DWTX. Right back above 17 it goes. It's still below the volume weighted average price. VWAP on my chart, 1745. This one is very spready, above a little bit of 17.5, below a little bit. Let's see if it can reclaim that halt price. The halt price, as I mentioned, $18.10, $18.05, something in and around that area. It's been very volatile, but it's given you opportunities right now. You're going to have to stomach a wider spread with DWTX here than normal because it is quite spready for a small cap gapper. So be on the lookout for that. So we're going to keep an eye out on all these bad boys over here. Are we in any positions? No. So currently I'm in no positions, guys, as I don't like the look of any of these small cap gappers. Wow, DWTX, what a bamboozler. Look at that, bro. Goes down into 15, and now it's back into 19. Like, this one is just hard to trade. It's not respecting moving averages. It's not respecting VWAP, nor is it really respecting price action support and resistance. I mean, not that I can glean anyway. So DWTX, a bit of a bamboozler. If you get in on it, I wish you well. I think I might steer clear of this one for now anyway, because it's just trading a little bit too irrational for my liking. I'm looking at my top screen over there to see if there's any new entrants in on my scanner for small cap gappers. Nothing that's immediately forthcoming at the moment, and the ones that do have a good amount of volume are all basically below VWAP right now. Wow, DWTX, it's gonna take 20, bro. It's gonna halt to the upside, isn't it? This is a rocket ship right now. DWTX, great small cap gapper, but just hard to manage risk on this monster. Let's flip to the mag and see what the mag is up to at the moment. Let's bring in the e-signal side chart. All right, who we doing here? Okay, Apple still headed to the high side at 230 and a third. Jay brings up a good point. He's like, look, bro, don't get too excited about Apple. You know, it got shellacked last week. It's a bit of a bounce back trade. And your point, very well taken, Jay. And here's the deal. So I was listening to I was reading about the 18.3, iOS 18.3 release. So apparently this is going to have the most amount of the Apple Intelligence features that were promised back in WWDC last year. That's June of 2024 when they released all the the hype about Apple Intelligence. However, the main one, the one that I want, I don't know about you guys, but the one that I'm waiting for is Siri. Siri still sucks. Triple S. Siri still sucks. And then I was about to say the other S word, right?
Okay.
And the reason is because it doesn't have ChatGPT integration. Apparently, that's going to be coming 18.4, Joseph. 18.4, we should be expecting in April. So you were telling me something off camera. Your girlfriend picked up to 16.
She got the 16.
And she's not very impressed with it.
Yeah, she doesn't like it. Yeah, she's not having too much fun with it.
And what I say to you, we're speaking, Ram. Ram says the 14 Pro is way better, but Ram, I think you would want to advise people, if you were to give anybody some advice, to get the 15 and up, because that supports Apple Intelligence. If you're a schmuck like me and you got the 13 Pro Max or the 14, as Ram is suggesting, you don't get access to Apple Intelligence. But to build on the point that you and I were talking about off camera, I was telling you the hardware is fantastic. Nobody's going to complain about the hardware, but it's the lack of software on the 16 that's probably keeping people like from saying, why would I spend the money?
Yeah, exactly. Why would you spend the money? Again, but see, here's the thing with Apple, and we say this time and time again. They're usually not the first to the dance, right? They're usually not first to start things, but when they do get it right, they get it right, and they become the best at what they do. So is this new Apple Intelligence going to be groundbreaking and game-changing for the smartphone?
Probably not.
Probably not, but can they make it so that it's better than everybody else in its class? Probably. I think that they can do that.
Samsung just dropped their phone, the 25.
Did they? Yeah.
And 25. Marquise Brownlee says no difference whatsoever on the previous phone.
Okay.
He's not impressed at all.
So there you go. So lacking innovation on that front there, Sharif. But I had someone in the chat mention something very interesting. So I pulled up both of the tickers. Why was Coca-Cola moving this morning? Why was Costco moving this morning? All right. So apparently, out of all the Costco food courts, they are changing it from Pepsi to Coca-Cola. So yeah, the fountain drinks are going to be now Coke products, which is very interesting. So here we go with it from a daily perspective.
It was because Al Sharpton showed up there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because they didn't cancel DEI, Joseph.
Oh, okay.
And like he did like a whole walk around.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and they were like trying to be like, hey, this company is not kind of seceding to Donald Trump's will and canceling DEI because they're insisting on enforcing DEI. So he was there, he was doing a walk around, they were trying to promote the company. But that's interesting.
Yeah, so someone mentioned that in the chat, so I looked at them. They're both trading higher. Maybe it's a little bit of both here. So, but yeah, I mean, since Costco's last earning report, they have been selling. We were knocking on the door of that $1,000, over $1,000 here on Costco, and then dropped about 10% or so. Now slowly starting to recover, but I think it's a buy the dip. They are increasing the membership fees as well too, Sharif. So that's just pure margin in their pocket. Exactly. So that's just money. And everybody, the family. And one thing is interesting though, because we know here in Canada, the families are kind of getting smaller, right? Like people aren't having as many kids, right? So how many people need to go to Costco? I guess it's more of an American consumption thing, but for us, it's like, people are having like 1-2 kids max, and they're like, that's all right. I don't want any more minions rolling around here. These things cost too much money. But here we are. Yeah, exactly. So here we are with Costco slowly starting to recover. But let's see what ADR's up to.
Not a ton of volume in this, but beware of a bounce here for GOVX. This is GOVX. If you do remember this ticker, which was called GovX when it was first running, basically it is a ticker that tends to run when we have Mpox-related catalysts. Well, now I'm seeing some stories circulate, apparently, that there's urgent warnings in the UK with their 7th case of ultra-deadly Mpox strains. So GOVX, again, not a ton of volume on this move as of right now, but decent short float here, about 7.5%. Guys, GOVX, I was also seeing SIGA. SIGA was running with this as well, but not much of a move and even less volume, guys.
Yeah, I know. Interesting.
And very, very, very interesting there, guys. But yeah, let's see what we got going on. We're still trying to get this NVDA bounce. I mentioned this before. We had a really nice initial trade on it, but now it's just not working. Hovering around that negative 16%. Escape Planet. Costco is more than just food. I get that. Totally. Like you can, whatever you need, you can go to Costco and get it. But I guess one of the primary resources is the ability to buy in bulk and for larger families. But we're just not getting that. It clearly hasn't affected it. That's just me thinking out loud, really. But at the end of the day, we'll see what happens there. I mentioned before that they're increasing the membership premiums. So there you go. That will increase. Someone called the kids. Exactly. So I wanted to say that, Mary S. I was going to call them gremlins, but I was like, I would give them a little bit more of a nicer name, like minions, right? Everybody likes a minion. So I think those things are cool. But yeah, here we are, guys. NVDA still leaking. Are you still short NVDA? No, you're not. You got out of Dodge there. So yeah.
Still going down?
Yeah, it's still going down, man. 16.25 here. Just an absolute beating to the woodshed. So we're not going to hold on to this much longer. Hack just ordered delivery from Uber Eats. I mean, I get that, Ram. Membership hack just ordered delivery from Uber Eats. Okay,
so how does that work, Ram? So you
so you don't need the membership. Wow.
So Ram, you're saying that you can order a Costco product directly from Uber Eats and you don't need a membership?
Wow.
Very interesting.
There you go. You solved the code.
But if you add your membership, you get 20% off in addition to that. Okay, that's not a bad look at all.
So everybody starts sending Ram money because she's got it solved now. She solved the hack. So but you still got to go there for the gas though, Ram. Don't forget, you got to wait in.
No, she found a cheaper
shell. There you go. All right. So there you go. So she's got it figured out. The Costco game figured out there, guys. But yeah, we're getting beat up real bad here on NVDA and IBIT. There's no bouncing really happened in the price action today. Alibaba Group is trading half decently. I was looking at it earlier. So those ADRs, I know someone who was talking about possibly buying some ADRs down here. I don't know who it was. He may be sitting to the right of me, but I don't know. His thesis is looking pretty good as of right now. You're getting the pop in like FXI, KWeb, Alibaba Group, and some of these Chinese ADRs. So looking not half bad here, trading around $91.27 and continuing to slowly grind higher. This is a NYSE stock, so just be prepared for that multiple fake out price action and et cetera, because that's what it usually tends to do and then moves later on in the session. So there we are, sitting in NVDA and IBIT. Gonna probably have to get out of both these positions relatively soon.
All right, guys, we're involved in ORKT. Shout out to Tisha. Well, here's the deal. This one worked its way back above the volume weighted average price. VWAP on my chart's like 106 or something like that. There we go. We just got a print. They're at 15s, but by no means are we out of the clear. Here we go. Now I'm waiting at 18s, and the tape is just going haywire here. This is a dollar name, and it has like a 6-penny spread. What the hell is going on? So there's a whole bunch, a pull and pull. Push and pull right now between buyers and sellers.
This guy's thinking gym.
I know, right? I'm already at the gym, bro.
You guys thinking pull, double pull.
I'm already at the gym, yeah. Oh, bro, my body's killing me yesterday. Let me tell you. Oh, I got in a double yesterday. So here we go. This one, where are we long? We're long 108. We got the print at 15. I've tried to give this a little bit to below $1. Last time it was at $1. It found some buying. There was a good amount of buying at that dollar level, but it's kind of it's undirectional. Is that a word? So here's the deal. I mean, we were putting in higher lows. So that area trough that we put in at 1240, that got us all the way down to about 92 pennies. But we're also putting in lower highs. So it's a bit of a compression pattern right now in ORKT. We're at VWAP. So we're kind of, I feel like, we're neither bullish nor bearish. At this specific level, despite the fact that we're up 55, 57% on the day. Let's see if this one wants to squeeze to the high side and use VWAP, use that dollar as support. It's up nicely on the day. Here are the details on it. It's $25 million market cap. It's got about 24 and 3/4 million shares traded on the day. It has a float of around 0 shares, according to my platform. And I'm kidding, of course. ORKT. Let's find out what Trade Ideas to say. A float of around 6.31 million shares. No short float, though, is given on it, so I don't really know what to expect in terms of a short squeeze. Trading above VWAP right now. We're going to give this one the old college try. I'm waiting at $1.18, then $1.22 for that level. Now, the other one that we were trading, SLS, has given up the ghost, and it looks like it's given up the ghost quite aggressively here. Let's have a look at the small cap gappers. Yeah, so the volume weighted average price on SLS is $1.30, and we're below that right now at $1.23. Does seem to be holding up at that $1.25. Talking about SLS, the middle bottom one on your chart over here, guys, on the middle bottom chart, excuse me. So we'll see if this one wants to keep going. Let's drop that down. What is this? Yeah, I've got to set this. What's it called? E-signal program a little bit better. Here we go. We got 18s. Now let's see if we can get 22s. Here we go. 20s. It's squeezing. I'm setting up at 22s and 27s. Big seller at 20. So we're not able to take out any size. Here we go. We took them out. There we go. Boom.
Bang.
Let's go. Can we take out 26s? 22s now. 23s, 24, 20. Here we go. 20. I'm waiting at 26. Give me the fill. So 25s, 26, zigging and zagging right now. We're going to have to cross 26s. It looks like it's going to halt to the upside here at 25s if we hang out like this. No, so false halt for now. 26s showed up again, but it rejected again. I'm talking about ORKT. It's up 78% and looking to go more. The high of the day is $1.39. So we're still about, 13 pennies away, 14 pennies away from that high of the day. But let's see if we can get up there. Boom, taking them out again. Let's go. Now I'm going to set up north side. So I set $1.39. We're going to set up $1.42. Appreciate you, Joseph. Let's see if we can squeeze here. So we have multiple halt levels that we'll probably have to either stop at or hang out at for long enough so that we can continue moving up. For us to kind of go in a straight line. So let's keep an eye out on this one. ORKT looking good here as a small cap gapper up 80%. Let's see if we can take out the high of the day. Right now that level is not forthcoming as we reject off that $1.29. But we're not out of the woods quite yet. We're long at 08s. I'm waiting, at $1.42, rejecting that high of the day for now. JG has just worked its way back. I'm not talking about you, Jay Lee. I'm talking about JG, baby. Look at this. So found support at 12 bucks and it's rocketing up now to 16.5. That is exactly where the VWAP is. The volume weighted average price on my chart, 16.25. Now we're going 16.70. This is an aggressive move here for JG. And the reason that I'm excited about it, it's up 177%. But it wasn't tradable under my system because it was trading below VWAP. So let's see if this one wants to hold up at this level. ORKT just flushed, and now I'm caught in a down halt over here on it. So thank goodness we de-risked a little bit. I'm going to stay in this halt and come what may. We're long 108. We are now halted to the downside on ORKT. Wow, this is so bamboozling. That's crazy. You think we're going to take out that $1.40? We take out, boom, right back into that dollar level. But as I mentioned earlier, when we did work our way into that dollar, I did see some buying, aggressive buying at that dollar level. We weren't able to break the dollar on even a wick basis. So let's see if the dollar holds up now. What is the theoretical auction price right now on ORKT? Right now I'm seeing $1. So let's see if we hold up at the dollar. Now, if we do hold up at the dollar, I'm trying to think aloud here. Do I add at the dollar? Do I have like a market on open order that fills at the dollar with maybe a stop like below 95 pennies, 94 pennies? We'll see. I don't know if that's the right idea here because this one just gave back 40% just like that. Dang. We were like at 80 something percent. Now we're halted to the downside at 47.83. So you guys get it. This one's around for a good time, not a long time, and it doesn't hang out at the technical levels for all that much. So make sure you are using stop loss orders as well as profit takers. I use resting profit takers. I layer them at the levels where I want to take profits because sometimes you get the big spike and then you have an equally fast retracement to the downside. So you're not able to physically enter a sell order at that level. Gotham House, what is your stop for ORKT? I have my current stop right now for the long at 108 is at 94 pennies. So I gave it below that 95 penny area because we wicked into there. I don't know if I'm going to keep that same stop or whether I'm going to add into the dollar area. I'm going to keep an eye on the top, the theoretical auction price. Right now it's showing me the dollar. So we'll see exactly what this one wants to do. And we'll make a decision. Dakota Campo, what platform or broker is that, Sharif? So this right here, what you're looking at, this white charting with the level 2 and the time of sales, this is called P-Pro 8. And it is an exclusive program for, what's it called? Real Trading. Real Trading is a proprietary firm. We trade with the firm's money, right? We have a certain amount of buying power. We have a shutdown, all the different rules that we have to trade with the firm's money. And this is their proprietary software. So that's what we use on the show. If you are anywhere but the United States, you can actually sign up to be a trader at Real Trading. Just check out realtrading.com, obviously one of the OG sponsors for us. So And they're next door over there. I want to mention JG. Is this halted to the upside? Yes, it is. JG, we were yelling about this one, reclaiming the volume weighted average price. This one is now halted at $17 to the upside. Good look here for JG. Let's find out what the theoretical auction price is for it, the tap. And right now, the tap is exactly at the level that we halted at, $17. So nothing changing with respect to that level right there. SLS, the one that we were involved in, kind of double bottomed below the volume weighted average price with two bottoming tail candles coming into that $1.22, $1.25, and right above $1.30 and the volume weighted average price we go. I'm going to give this one a try over here. Possible long at this level since it's above that level, and I could give it to, yeah, there it goes. There it goes. Crap. I'm going to wait over here. Let's see if I can get the fill at the $1.32. Yeah, it's not giving it to me. So this one looks like it will hold that level and make a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. I'm talking about SLS. What a good trade on that one, but it broke below VWAP, so I wasn't looking at it anymore. Now it reclaims it quite well. Let's see what the situation is with this one. Mr. C, $1.99 super chat. Nothing attached to that.
Yeah, I seen that one.
Yeah.
But then he sent another one as well too. Yeah, but another $2.
You want to give him thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we'll do that. Hold on, I just got to manage a little something here, guys. No, I'm good. We're just gonna take some off here. Yeah, let's go. We're gonna pull up that super chat there for C. Mr. C. Any thoughts on SoFi 1550 calls expiry February 7th? So in a couple weeks, that is. Let's pull up SoFi. Okay, so first things first, right? You don't want to be buying calls. You don't want to be buying contracts after earnings reports, right? Because you're going to be paying for volatility. So that's one thing that you always have to keep in mind. With that increase in IV and the volatility starting to heighten, that increases the options premiums. But after day, as volatility starts to dwindle and cool off, you're going to lose value because the options market has priced in the value of the volatility into those contracts, if that makes sense. So keep that in mind. I wouldn't want to be buying any contracts after earnings report. The best bet is to be buying them into the earnings report when volatility is low and then on the rise, right? So that's how options contracts work. So my answer would be any thoughts on SoFi 1515 calls is going to probably be no, even though it's close to at the money strike. It's just the heightened premium that you're going to be paying for those. So now you need the underlying asset to move drastically more, and you're not giving yourself that much time, only 2 weeks, right? So just keep that in mind as well too. So my thoughts would be no-go just because of the heightened volatility. You want to be buying options when volatility is low and on the rise, and then the inverse. You want to write options when volatility is high and on the decline, okay? So that's my thought. I understand that SoFi, FinTech, they're doing good, starting to turn profits. Like the earnings report wasn't horrible. It's just the forward outlook wasn't the best either, so hence maybe why we get somewhat of that sell-off on SoFi. So just keep that in mind, Mr. C. That's my opinion. You obviously do what you want with your capital, right? That's the objective. That's the primary goal. I can only give you my 2 cents and just somewhat of the experience of trading options, all right? So, and I think a lot of options traders would agree to me. That is correct, Joseph. Listen to that after earnings. Yeah, exactly. So Edwin P. agrees with me. You don't want to be buying with the heightened volatility. You want to sell, if anything, and with that you want to have a little experience if you're not accustomed to writing options, nor if you have enough capital in your account, then you're going to have to learn how to construct credit spreads, etc. I tried a little short on NVDA. Didn't really work out how I wanted to. I took some of it off. Probably should have took some more. But as of right now, really tough session for your boy, and that's okay. Because we will always have better days. There's always sunny days on the horizon, guys. So here we are. Oh, and for just in case, Mr. C, we're going to be doing iron butterflies tomorrow for a lesson. So tune into that. Maybe you can take something from it. But again, mentioned this before. I'll say it one more time. You don't want to buy options contracts with heightened volatility or after earnings. You You want to kind of do it before. You want to write with heightened volatility, and then as it's on the decline is where you get to profit off that. So yeah, took profit on RTX calls, poor liquidity, Paul. Nice, yeah, just take that profit. Get out of Dodge. I know you've been having a pretty good day. You've been talking about Costco and KO this morning, so I'm glad that you've been trading those well. NVDA starting to bounce off those lows, down about 16.4% on the session. And here we go, really nice recovery on NVDA. Maybe we flip our bias somewhat here, which I don't necessarily like doing. I stick to the thesis, but again, I just think this company is still too dominant in to be down 16%. And one thing I was thinking just now, Sharif, how does this look for Donald himself, who's committed $500 billion to AI infrastructure?
That's the thing, bro. With the Stargate thing, that's why, like, a lot of I was personally thinking that Meta would be getting shellacked.
So did I, yeah.
Zuck announcing $60 to $65 billion in AI spend for next year. Obviously, he still hasn't spent it yet, Joseph. So maybe that's why we're okay. What's up? What's going on?
But BVB, he always reminds us, Playmaker poll. We got to get that done. We've been off the timing with that.
And I didn't send Ram the tickers either.
We're gonna do that. Thank you, BVB. That's why you're the best at what you do.
Yeah, we got to put an alert for that.
Yeah, we got to put an alert. I wanted one of those things. You know how we have the sector watch? It's like, sector watch. I'm like, yeah, I wanted one of the. I wanted an animation for.
Yeah, I think the Chilean Nightmare will be down for that once we're done recording all that stuff back there. All right, 596.43.
Okay, hold on. Here, let me pull it up here. There.
Okay.
Let me pull it up here, guys.
Take your time.
596.43. Perfect. Stop loss.
So 597.
597.
595. Sorry, 43.
Yeah, hello.
595.
43. Okay. And target price is.
So it's gonna be 598.43.
598.43. There we go, guys. We're documenting 32 trades now. 32 data points. Profitable still, taking a little bit of a beating, 2 max losses here, but you've seen the run that we went on after. We went 3 or 4 negative in a row, and then we just picked up steam. So here's the equity curve right now, guys. There's a lot of zigging and zagging here, but I do think we will recover and then continue to move to the northeast. So a little bit of a pullback. 1 o'clock, we're getting into some SPY. 155 we're getting out, and we're seeing how profitable this strategy is. And as of right now, over 31 trades right now, up 271 paper dollars. So it works, all right? So as of right now, it's working. Let's see what we can refine. Maybe we'll switch it up and see what we can do to spice things up a little bit, all right?
All right, Joseph, we're long JG here at 1710. We took out some at 1780. Now I'm waiting at 18, almost 18 and a quarter, 18 and a fifth. It's going to have to get above that $18 area. It's having a whole lot of trouble continuing above 17. I was able to get those prints as wicks with resting orders. So let me tell you, I've already got my stop below 1660. It's going to have to hold this area because that's where the wick went. That's where we bounced off, that $1660 area. So I don't want a newer low. I'm keeping my out on what we call around these parts prior bar low. If we don't hold 1660, I'm gone. Here we go, 1680 dropping in, but $17 popping right up again. So this one is very spready. We'll talk more about this when we get back from Adara at the big desk.
As a look there in those trades here on those spready small caps for a while, though, we're going to take a look here at Bitcoin and crypto. Actually, not Bitcoin, more here XRP, because I think the technical levels on this are really interesting. We talked about how XRP has been one of the biggest beneficiaries in the crypto world since the election. All these crypto tickers were strong, but look at XRP with that rounded bottom and that push to the upside. However, today, much like the rest of the market and the crypto names, we did have this push to the downside. However, I'm reading some analysis here from this Today, which is a crypto-related website, and they actually said apparently the Bollinger Band recovery on XRP from this drop today is stronger than that of Bitcoin. So they said XRP is a little bit more bullish at this point on the day than what we saw with BTC and also with XRP, what I like. So this drop here into that 265 level, which was a little bit of previous resistance going back to December 8th. So XRP here, interesting stuff, but these lower highs here in that rejection of that 33.4 level back on January 16th, a little bit dicey. So some quick technical analysis here of XRP. And before we send you back to the Bash Brothers, I want to show off our brand new, very timely graphic from TTV Research. A little bit hard to see on the screen just due to the white font, but Nvidia here, as I teased earlier, I want to take a look at its largest single day market cap drops because we are poised now to beat Nvidia's record and the entire stock market's record. As of right now, Nvidia is poised to lose over $500 billion in market cap in one day, which would be the largest drop ever. But if you're wondering, hey, when has it done this recently and what were the catalysts, you can actually take a great look here on this graphic, TTV Research on X. Check it out, guys. Back to you.
That looks amazing, Adira. Thank you very much for that. JG, though, not looking nearly as amazing as it comes down now below 17. We're able to de-risk the majority. I have one more out on this one. If it doesn't hold 1660, this area right here where the prior bar low, we are Gonzino showing me 75, 65. Now we're going to get stopped out, sadly, for the last remaining amount. Unless it bounces up here quite aggressively. No, there we go. So we got stopped out of it. So a bit of a tougher one there. No continuity on this one. It is still trading above the volume weighted average price, but it looks like it's going to be a Christmas tree retracement where we make that big break through VWAP, topping tail candle to boot, and then the lower lows and the lower highs all start coming into play. Let's see if that is the case, or we find support because we're still above VWAP. Wow. Okay, so I got pushed out of that one because right back up above 17 we go. So let me keep an eye more on this one to see if the trend is in fact to the high side and we're in fact using VWAP as support, or we're going to drop down as kind of I anticipated there. Lots of volatility in this one. It's a spready name, so you're going to have to be careful with this one. Let's see what else is going on over here. I don't have eyes on anything right now except this JG trade, which is, oh, come on. Wow, this is a bit of a bamboozler right now. My goodness. Bamboozler. All right, let's see what else is moving on these markets, man. Wow, have you seen some of these miners today, Joseph?
Are they in Slack?
Oh my goodness, Mara, 11.5, Riot, 17.5, Hut 8, 25% negative. Wow. Bro, I mean, iBit today, okay, fine. Coinbase, 10%. MicroStrategy is not as bad as Coinbase. I thought that was really interesting. 7.5 for Coinbase. We're down below $100,000 again on Bitcoin, 5.25% depending on when your counter started for BTC. So yeah, definitely a bit of a tough day. Omar telling me TVGN. Let's have a look at TVGN. I think I had eyes on that one earlier as it was a sub $1 name, TVGN. Let's load up that bad boy. Okay. It's not a sub $1 name. In fact, it's trading below VWAP though, Omar. And it's going to have to get up above that $191, give or take. It's also well below the pre-market high. Like it's got to be above 238 for me to start trading it. I have 2.5 rules. Above the pre-market high, well, a definable pre-market high if there is one, has to be trading above it, and it also has to be trading above VWAP. It fails through those rules because below VWAP and below the pre-market high. But TVGN, it's up nice on the day, 31% and change, but definitely well off the highs. So I'll keep it up on the side chart. If it does reclaim that level, absolutely interested in trading it. But until that time, no go. All right, let's look at the MAG. Let's see what the MAG is up to at these levels. Dude. Apple, what is going on? We missed a trade today, dude.
Yeah, we did.
Because Apple's on one. What are all these charts?
But you made a good point on Apple, though, Sharif. Like
yeah,
over the
Jay's
past,
point, yeah.
Right? Like you know what I mean? Over the past month or so, the thing was down over like 14% to the lows. Right? So like 16% at those lows, right? Notice, he says. So yeah.
See how bitter I am?
Yeah, exactly. So there it is. So yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, Joseph. A new small cap gapper has worked its way onto the scene. It is now halted to the upside. It goes by the ticker TC. Simple. TC. I don't know. I can't even pronounce that. What the hell is this? Tushan Limited. It is looks like a Chinese ADR. Let me find out. Tuanshe Limited is a company that mainly provides scalable omni-channel automotive marketplace approach to automotive marketing and distribution. Are they Chinese? Yeah, WeChat account. Of course they're Chinese. Okay, so TC halted to the upside at $1.49. The volume is still light on this one. What is the volume? About 7.86 million shares on $1.50. The volume just started coming in around, noon hour or so. So not just started coming in, but definitely not a pre-market mover or anything like that. The high of the day is $1.81. It was trading well below VWAP, but it did do that $1 defend trade. It works its way from $1.81 down to $1, puts a bottoming tail candle at the dollar, then rockets up to $1.49, now halted to the upside. Keep your eye out on this one. I'm going to, because there's not that many that are moving at the moment. So we're put in TC over here as a small cap gapper that we could possibly be interested in trading. I was talking to Raheem back there. Raheem Alani, obviously everybody knows who he is if you've been watching the show. And he was telling me, right, he was like talking to one of the companies that he works with, AI company. He was having a discussion today about DeepSeek with them, obviously, because everything's moving based upon that. And he's like, he thinks all these AIs and LLMs are going to be commodified. So they're going to be commodities that, everybody has access to. And that's kind of what the Perplexity guy was saying to Deidre, right? Yeah. He was saying to her, he's like, it's going to be the open source model, like the llamas that everybody bases their LLM on. And then it's the fascia that you put on there that's going to make the difference, and the prompt and how you have it reason. But it's going to be kind of, you're going to democratize the access to information, and it's going to be really about, the energy that you have, as well as the kind of the front-facing aspect of the LLM that you have.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff there.
I can totally agree with it. We see
so many of them, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's so many of them now. Exactly. And is the space getting slightly crowded? I mean, we got like Gemini, GPT, Llama, DeepSeek.
I would say so.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So the space is and now everybody's just training it. So now if you can go and construct your own LLM for a fraction of the price now, how many more people are going to start doing it with the ability to kind of go off of DeepSeek's methodology, right? So again, I get, and one thing that when I was thinking, and we just talked about it a little bit now, how does that make, is Donald Trump scratching his head being like 500 billion? Do these guys need 500 billion now to kind of construct all this AI infrastructure? Right. I would be second guessing that, because China's over there, but like, yeah, we could do it for 50 million. Right?
Again,
yeah, right. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. To play devil's advocate, we still don't know what this thing really consists of. Is it legit, or is it just an overreaction from the markets into this kind of space? Is it really what it is? They say it is. Again, I'm a person who says if it's too true, and I'm a believer of that. If it's too good to be true, then it probably is, right? So a lot going on. We're still in early days of this AI race, and here we are sitting in it. A little bit of a bump in the road, but I think it's only a matter of time until things start to recover. How many supercharged to get my question answered? Super chats. Sorry, Mr. C, we answered your question. Fan funding. We don't want you to keep, I told you, we talked about the SoFi calls, Mr. C. Go back. I'll talk about it again, because I know you've been putting in the super chats, but I told you don't want to be buying calls. You don't want to be buying options with heightened volatility. All right, so here we go. I'm going to pull up the SoFi options chain, and we're going to take a look at the at-the-money implied volatility. You don't buy contracts after earnings reports, okay? So 67% on, that's 4 days. So 81%, expiring January 31st, you're paying 81.1% implied volatility. You're talking about the February 7th, so that's 70% volatility. You want that in the 30s, low 40s even, right? And I'll explain it one more time. When you are running into earnings reports, right, the market is going to start pricing in the implied volatility. The options market will price in the fluctuation or the average true range of the underlying assets on these reports, therefore increasing the premiums of the options contracts. Now, essentially what you're doing is you're buying at the peak. If you want to buy these 1550 calls, you need SoFi to move significantly quick, because now you only have 2 weeks at paying heightened volatility. So you want the 1550 calls? Well, guess what? They're $95 plus your commission, so $100. Okay, so you need this to move drastically quick in a short period of time. Otherwise, the value of the IV is going to diminish, as well as theta is going to diminish the value of those contracts. So keep that in mind. I don't want you to keep super chatting, but we talked about this before, and I'll gladly go over it for you one more time.
He was getting the kids or something.
That's fine, and I'll gladly go over it again for you. But just keep in mind, don't be buying options contracts in heightened volatility. You want to write options contracts, okay? Not too. That's the rain because it's passionate about it too. Yeah. Well, no, because I was talking. I was looking at some out the money calls for Tesla, and it's a total of speculative thing. So the 500 out the money calls are still relatively expensive because we do report on Wednesday, right, for Tesla. So I'll pull up the Tesla and see what we're paying for those $500 strike prices. What are we trading at right now on the session? The at the money is around 400. I'm not saying it's going to move $100, but February 18th expiry, the 500 calls are going to cost me $300, 289 bucks. Okay, now that's a shot in the dark. But again, I can buy those out the money calls. We get a good report, some surprise from Tesla, and then the value of that contract can drastically increase because one, I have extrinsic value on it, right? I have time value on those contracts, and the implied volatility is starting to increase and is drastically increased, especially if it exceeds the expected move. All right, so that's just my 2 cents and a thesis that I was looking to construct, and I was looking to do the same. I was looking to do a bull call spread on IBIT, but sure enough, that thesis didn't play out, so I abandoned it, and now I'm looking at some Teslas. So Mr. C, hopefully that helps you. You want to buy when volatility is low, and you want to sell when volatility is high.
All right, we're going to get stopped out of Meta here, man, because I went long Meta on a VWAP bounce, and it is not holding up at this level. There we go. We got stopped out. So, yeah, a bit of a tough one today, man. I mean, giving it back. I tried to get Meta long here. Meta is obviously a $600 name, $650 name. So we're taking some shares with this one. Gives back the majority of the morning. So that's kind of a bit of a tough one. But guys, the poll is now back up. A new poll. Sorry, it was a little bit late today.
That's all right.
It's an interesting one because
they took it down now.
So the poll is really interesting today because we have one there that's not really doing a whole lot. Uber, it's only up 0.85 on the day, but it's now knocking on the door of $70. And the reason that one is really important is because I don't know how many times I said $60 buy Uber. Now you're $10 and change in the clear if you were buying that. Uber had a great level of support and resistance all at $60. It was initially resistance and it acted as support multiple times. So I was quite confident in getting in Uber here. I've never traded Uber. I've never bought. Well, I traded Uber once when it had the rebalancing day in the S&P. But I've never owned Uber as a play in my long-term account. So I was kind of, I had never really known what to expect, what kind of volatility to expect on Uber or anything like that. So it's a good look, guys, on Uber. It's been a good look for a little bit. So make sure if you're holding it as a swing, you're looking to take profits. I'm just surprised it didn't get shellacked on the day. So good look right now for Uber, up 0.85, definitely bucking the trend in terms of how these major averages are moving. I mean, what do we do? What do we get? 1.9 today on the ES. We have 3.34 on the NQ. So it's been blood all over everywhere. And so the fact that Uber is bucking the trend is kind of good news. All right, we're back in Meta. Already took out 75 pennies there on the pop. Let's see if this one wants to continue above 652. I'm going to give this one to basically the area low, 650.40. It's going to have to hold. Otherwise, we want no smoke on this one. So we'll put the stop in play there. And then we'll go 650, and then we'll go like that. So it's going to have to hold up at these levels. Otherwise, want no smoke. What else is moving here? Apple taking out the high of the day again, 231.20. Good look for Apple at these levels. You're also getting a bit of a bump up on some of these other names. I'm talking about Microsoft curling. Not a bad look there. Apple, Amazon trying to curl as well. Not really, but not as bad as some of these other ones. So let's keep an eye on the MAG as we're definitely below VWAP right now on the futures. So that could be a bit of a problem for the MAG to catch a bit of a bounce here. But there were strong names. I'm talking about Meta. That's going to stop me out again. Oh my goodness. On Meta, I'm really trading this badly today on Meta. Maybe I should just stick with Apple because it's the one that's up and to the right. Not really having to guess bottoms on this one. Apple is the strongest by far in Mag 7 world, really bucking the trend today, 3.75%. Well, you got like the likes of Nvidia down 16 2/3 right now. So we'll keep tabs on that. What else are you guys looking at in the chat? Rohit Sharma, RNAZ, low volume though. Let's have a look at RNAZ. All right, RNAZ. Here we go. Yeah, good look on this one. Good curl up, 750 in focus right now. But as you mentioned, the volume is a little bit late on this one. About 441,000 shares traded, but not bad, not bad. Good curl up, but definitely one that we really can't manage a whole lot of risk on, just given the volume and probably the lack of liquidity that exists at some levels over here. So RNAZ curling, looking, and it went green, by the way. Once it took out 705, 706, that was the closing print on Friday. So it's now green, well green, actually 53 pennies above that level. So good luck for RNAZ. Let's see what other people are talking about there. MSTR, just like Michael Saylord, says Tony. Flight to safety, says Greg Moore. I'm assuming you're talking about Apple. You're probably not wrong, my friend. They're probably something to do with the fact that they didn't spend much on GPUs and the advanced AI chips, so maybe they're not looking as, having misspent, at least for the moment. Again, guys, we don't really know if this DeepSeek thing is the real deal. Time will tell. But you just have to assume that based on the market's reaction today, Apple's never 4% green. Like, that doesn't happen. Usually it's 4% red when it does have these outsized moves. So something's interesting today with how this bad boy is trading, Joseph. So keep an eye on that. Let's see what else people are up to over here. Scalping, says JG. Okay, so we were involved in that one earlier. What's it up to? It's back above VWAP. So this one's a Bamboozer Central. JG, so gives up the ghost through 16.5, drops all the way down to 15, which was previous area price action support. So there is precedent for a 15 bounce. Now, we were using 15 as support from, I want to say, the earlier time slot around 9 till we gave up the ghost there at 10:30. So it's using it as support now. Once it has reclaimed it, I would say keep your eye out for that $18 level. It had a lot of trouble with 18. That's where I was involved with it. And it was not forthcoming, a clean break of that $18 level. AVGO getting shellacked, says Dakota Campo. Oh yeah, it's almost 20% in in Greensville, calm down. We were talking about this one earlier. It lost its membership in the $1 trillion club. It is now just a light 923 billion, market cap. But that is a lot to lose in one day, guys. We're talking a lot of absolute carnage right now on AVGO. Chen Geva, $5 super chat. Is it a good time to get into AVGO when it comes down now, or avoid any AI investors right now? Look, I think this is a question that you need to ask an engineer. And I don't think financial analysts really can give you an honest opinion, because this is a very technical question as to whether what they achieved was the real deal or it's kind of just made up stuff and we have to take it as a black box. So yeah, I don't think I'm the right guy to answer. You can also trade the technicals though. So if you get it off a key area of support and it fails that support level, you can just have it as a technical trade and not really get into the nuances of the fundamentals of the actual engineering side of things. There's that approach as well. But if you're going to look at this from a fundamentals perspective, then I think that the profitability that we were forecasting, that a lot of the analysts were forecasting, that could be up in the air. Because if this is the real deal, then you have to assume that the North American companies that are involved in AI will want to follow suit, because they're going to want to reduce their CapEx. Why on earth would they want to spend more money than they actually have to? So the fundamentals of this are a little bit beyond my area of competence, but you can look at it from a technical trade, like technical analysis off support and resistance. Keep that in mind. What else we got over here? I bought 10 more shares at 198, says Dakota Campo. Yeah, all right, brother. I mean, I hope you absolutely print up a storm. Maybe tomorrow we have the mother of all bounces. I mean, we're down 20% on AVGO. We're down 17.25% on Nvidia. So we could get a bounce. I mean, who knows?
I think so. I think we get a bounce. But again, what an absolute nuclear bomb DeepSeek has dropped in this AI game. And it's only going to be a matter of time until we can see what kind of fallout damage we have here, right? So we just got to be really, really patient, guys, and see. People are going to be digging into this. There's been so much money spent, and then for them to just debunk it all, we can talk about this until we're blue in the face, essentially. But again, only time will tell. One thing I do want to talk about here, Sharif, is some technicals based on Apple here. All right, so I had a couple swing trades. Opened. Here I got a little bounce here, got out of it, beautiful stuff. And then I took another one too, but I got out really early on Thursday. But sure enough, we look at this signal here, guys, and I talk about them time and time again. These isolated pivots with the isolated volume signature, with the inability to break 219.39. So that's a really good bounce play. I didn't hold on to it much longer, and I'm, you know what, I'm happy with what I got out of it, okay? Because I stuck to the trade plan, and I got out at a good time. Even though things are still starting to appreciate, that's fine. Let's go over another example of the identical setup. So keep this in mind, guys. Look at these hammer prints, etc., because we've gone over lessons and everything on them. And then here's the exact same thing, essentially. This is the carry trade or earnings, I believe, on Meta here. And now just slowly recovering. So you have that insane volume signature here, guys, with that not quite isolated pivot, but that hammer indicates, hey, we're ready to turn around. And these are the exact signals I'm going to be looking for in NVDA if and when it is ready to turn around. Is it possibly that, hey, that's a bubble and NVDA turns into the newest Cisco, as we mentioned before? Maybe. There's always a chance. But is it likely? Probably not. We know that their earnings isn't until March, I believe, so we have to keep that in mind. I do think that they're going to come out with a stellar earnings report nonetheless, but again, an absolute nuclear bomb dropped in the AI field today, so something that we need to keep in mind. So let's see what the chat thinks about. I am an AI trainer. I train for FANG. Okay, so Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Netflix, Google companies currently teaching advanced math and aerospace engineering. The models are actually impressing me lately, which they have not until now, says Justin Hatfield. Very interesting, Justin. Please elaborate a little bit more. Yeah. What do you think about this DeepSeek? Do you think it's legit, or could this just be a fake out in the whole kind of space here? Really, really interesting point. Glad I read that. Oh, yeah. Let us know what you think, Justin. Have you dug deeper into this DeepSeek AI platform? And do you think it's legit? Or is it something along the lines, it's just China just kind of disrupting everything and ruffling some feathers? Yeah, it's quite interesting. So I'll read to you guys what one of the engineers that I follow on X had to say and his thoughts about this whole and what's it called? What DeepSeek achieved. So let's look at this. So the first entry here he has is first some context right now. Training top AI models is insanely expensive. OpenAI, Anthropic, etc. spend $100 million plus just on compute. They need massive data centers with thousands of 40K GPUs. He's talking about the H100s and the like. It's like needing a whole power plant to run a factory. Goes to DeepSeek just showed up and said, LOL, what if we did it for $5 million instead? And they didn't just talk, they actually did it. Their models match or beat GPT-4 and Claude on many tasks. The AI world, as many teenagers, are shook. How? They rethought everything from the ground up. Traditional AI is like wiring every number with 32 decimal places. DeepSeek was like, what if we just used 8? Is it still accurate enough? Boom. 75% less memory needed, according to this post. 4, these are different points. It's, one of those threads on X. Then there's their multi-token system. Normal AI reads it like a first grader. The cat, hat, sat, DeepSeek reads in whole phrases at once, 2 times faster, 90% as accurate. When you're processing billions of words, this matters, according. Point 5. But here's the really clever bit. They built an expert system instead of one massive AI trying to know everything, like having one person be a doctor, one person be a lawyer, one person be an engineer. They have specialized experts that only wake up when needed. And then 6, the traditional models, it asks the question, all 1.8 trillion parameters active
all the time. DeepSeek, they don't do it that way. 671 billion total, 671 billion total, but only 37 billion active at once. It's like having a huge team, but only calling in the experts you actually need for each task. So he goes on to say as well, the results are mind-blowing. The training cost drops from 100 million to 5 million. GPUs needed, not from 100,000. Now you're down to 2,000, and your API apparently is about 95% cheaper. And you can apparently run it on some gaming computers using gaming GPUs instead of huge data centers. I've got a few more points, but Adair is at the big desk.
Take a look here at the US dollar. You did it earlier today, but now we're going to look at the weekly chart. Why? Because Fed Chair Jerome Powell and the FOMC is happening here on Wednesday. Last week was a pretty rough week for the US dollar. We dropped about 1.86%. The most recent drop, larger than that I could find, was the one with the week starting November 13th, 2023. So basically, this is the largest drop for the US dollar on the weekly in more than a year. So pretty significant move to the downside. We didn't really have a ton of economic data last week to explain that drop, but we did have some strength in the market, and sometimes the market and the dollar will move inverse to one another. So that's certainly of note. Also on watch, of course, with the US dollar is going to be a lot of these trade policies and policies in general put forward by President Donald Trump. We know that some of these tariffs are trying to be implemented right now, and we had the FOMC at the last couple meetings, saying that they're going to have to be waiting to see what Donald Trump implements in order to maybe adapt some of their policies and their plans here going forward with regards to rates. Now that we have some of these policies, it'll be interesting to see what the Fed and their chair, Jerome Powell, will come up with. So definitely stay tuned for Wednesday, 2 p.m. Crazy that it's only about 48 hours from now. Should be exciting stuff, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Adair. I just want to finish this thread.
Yeah, for sure.
And then he goes, but wait, you might say there must be a catch. That's the wild part. It's all open source. And we know that because they're basing it off Llama. There's other open sources as well. Anyone can check their work. The code is public. The technical papers explain everything, which they dropped, by the way, which is what the Perplexity CEO was talking about in that interview with Deidre, as I mentioned earlier at the top of the show. And then 9, why does this matter? Because it breaks the model of only huge tech companies can play in AI. You don't need $1 billion data center anymore. A few good GPUs might do it. And then for obviously goes on to list the implications for NVIDIA. It's a long ass thread, man. It goes 15 over here. So what I'll do is I'm going to throw this in the chat for anybody who's interested. It's a long post by an individual by the name of Morgan Brown. He is the VP product and growth at AI at Dropbox, and he previously worked at Instagram and Shopify, excuse me. So apparently he is well connected and knows his stuff, but you know, that's not,
I mean,
it's not a glowing endorsement on its own, but some of the content he has to say is quite interesting.
Yeah, and one thing I was just thinking about as well too, isn't that kind of the objective too, is at the end of the day is you want to lower the cost of how much these things cost, like the CapEx, you want to be able to lower you want it to become more efficient and less capital being expended to create these models. So have these guys figured out? A lot of people in the chat are saying they're legit. You mentioned that they're open source. So you can see all this. The only thing that can maybe really fake us out, Sharif, is that okay, they use the H100s instead of the H800s, right? So that's one thing. But as of right now, it seems to be legit, and it's not a good look for over here in the Western world, because we spent so much in America on these data centers and constructing these large language models, and they're doing it at a fraction of a cost, as we mentioned before. But Justin Hatfield says, I really suspect that it is a fake out. Pardon me? Oh, okay, yeah.
I thought Andre was still. All right, guys, new traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to that elite trading experience. You can analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. It's got everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, scan that QR code or check out the link in the description. Joseph, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, for sure. So he says, I really suspect that it is a fake out, but I have not investigated it at all. To me, it's always suspect. My model appeared to be reasoning to some extent, much more than they were a year ago. Okay, so that's extremely interesting. A lot of people are saying, and this price undercutting even upsets me. Okay, so Aura Alpha, nice to know. You can run DeepSeek on your own instances and they see the efficiency and then see the efficiency for yourself. So again, it's really not a good look for some of these companies on how much capital they spent, like OpenAI, like Sam Altman. And what does that mean for Sam Altman and OpenAI? Like, okay,
have they responded on?
Like, yeah, like you've raised all this money to get, and now to create everything open sourced, or was it, yeah, they wanted open source, right?
Yeah.
And Elon wanted closed. So here we are, you have all this money, and then now you're having your competitor, your largest competitor, do everything at such a fraction of the cost. It's not a good look. I mean, and same with kind of the EV game, right? We know that BYD, they can create vehicles and good vehicles at significantly cheaper cost than what we do here. So what does that say? Like, again, we mentioned that China is America's #1 competitor. They're kind of rivals in that aspect. But to just kind of take a leap like this, it's really alarming, and something that you really need to question is like, what is going on here?
Yeah, I'm on Altman's Twitter or his X account. He hasn't said anything about it at all. He kind of cryptically responded to the whole thing in December when we heard initial reports of DeepSeek. He's like, it's a lot easier to copy something than create it. I think he was misunderstanding the point, or maybe we didn't have all the information at the time because that was prior to them releasing the paper. So he hasn't said anything right now. The only thing he did was chime in yesterday, and he was talking about Operator, because in the midst of this whole shebang, we completely negated to mention that ChatGPT dropped another version of AI. It's called Operator. It's supposed to be an agent. We've been hearing a lot about agents, AI agents, being the next wave in the advancement of AI. You've been hearing your boy Benioff has been talking about that for a hot minute. That's what CRM is investing in. They have been for a long time. Building on that point, Altman released Operator, which didn't really get much attention, despite the fact that some of the people that I follow on TikTok spoke very highly about it. You guys know I advocated that Nate guy on TikTok. He's a great guy to follow when you're looking for AI stuff. So Altman not saying anything here. He's talking about Operator. He's talking about O3 Mini as well. And then, there was a back and forth thing with him and Elon about the data centers, about them not having the money, this, that, and the other. Let's see if Elon said anything. Elon tweets a lot, so it might take me a look. It might take me a while over here to see what the situation is. No, it looks like he's still chiming in on the European upcoming elections there, as well as some other political stuff. Not really much in the way of anything here on DeepSeek, so keep an eye on that. I know that he did chime in about it previously, but nothing really right now about it. So we'll keep tabs on that. Yeah, this is a whole bunch of stuff here that's political and not really DeepSeek related. What's up, Adara?
Elon actually did chime in a couple times from what I'm seeing this morning on DeepSeek, but in replies to other people's posts, one of which was actually Mark Benioff. Basically, Mark Benioff here was talking about the whole DeepSeek thing, and Elon Musk had basically opined in very few words that he did not think that this was necessarily real. Then also here, there's another video, I guess, of the Scale AI CEO saying that he suspects DeepSeek would have had to get some GPUs, I guess, under the counter, and Elon Musk posted, obviously, in response. So Elon Musk certainly believes that A, either there's a little bit sketchy happening here, or B, they've gotten their GPUs from other sources. So I think that's a pretty interesting look here with regards to the Elon Musk response to OpenAI, DeepSeek. I actually found his response to the DeepSeek situation. So I guess someone had asked Mark Benioff on his thread here, do you take the claims that this was done in a shoestring budget at face value? And Elon Musk responded, LMAO, no. So he does not believe that the claims of this $6 million budget, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Adara. You know what I negated to do is go to Elon's thing and then hit replies. That's how you see the whole thing. Yeah, he's going back and forth here with an individual by the name of Gavin Baker, who makes sound arguments, and then Elon kind of responds to him. So I have to go and do my own research on that, and then I have to see all this other weird stuff that Elon enjoys posting about on a daily basis. But that is just Elon's modus operandi, baby. What do you got over there, Joseph?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just reading some of the conversation in the chat, Sharif. It's really interesting. Sanjay says Tech America is still in denial. For sure, totally understandable. And then Hayway says, you can rent GPU in the cloud too. Data center still needs NVIDIA GPUs. Very interesting points. Yep. Yeah, and again, we agree on a lot of this stuff here, guys. So only time will tell. This is news. Even though we were talking about it before, a lot of the information wasn't released until the other day, and then that's when everything started to kind of have that ripple effect and that snowball effect where it just was a bad case for what has been going on over here. But yeah, we'll continue to monitor that. This is just the beginning of it, guys. This is CNBC will be talking about this all week, probably up until the earnings reports, and then they'll find something else to dive into with those reports. And let's talk a little bit about the earnings report. We talked a lot about DeepSeek and OpenAI, but let's see what we got on the horizon in the kind of the macro aspect and for earnings, because it is earnings season, guys, and we're starting to really get the ball moving on these things. So on Wednesday, we have FOMC rate decision. I'm going with a pause. It seems like JP was going to mention a pause. You're not going to see a cut. So with that hawkish cut, last meeting by JP, you see the market start to price things out, even though they were pricing things in like multiple cuts throughout the year. He says, no, we're probably not going to do that, 25 basis points, and then we're probably going to look at some pause. So you see that liquidity starting to come out of the markets. Now, we have earnings from Meta, Tesla, and Microsoft coming up on Wednesday. We're going to want to see this cloud from Azure and see how the cloud is doing from Azure. We're going to want to see what else is going on with Instagram and Meta, and then Tesla. Tesla as well too is going to be a really big report. I'm hoping for a strong forward guidance from this company and a double beat as well too. So only a matter of time. I'm really curious to see how Cybertruck and company it has affected it, and when this robo-taxi is going to be released. So hopefully they will talk a little bit about that in the earnings report.
Absolutely, sir. Just still reading through some of these comments here coming in from some of the people Elon's responding to this. Gavin Baker guy's got interesting take. Yeah, we'll keep tabs on that, obviously. All right, let's look at JG over here because it caught another move back up. Katina, man, it was a good look below that $17 area. If you want to pick it up at VWAP at around 16.5, it's putting in higher lows, incrementally higher highs. Like you have a 1976 now high of the day technically because that 1976 was the implied balance high that we printed at 9:30. Just around a few minutes ago, we got all the way up to $19.70. So 7 pennies lower than the high of the day. So we're putting in incrementally higher highs and higher lows. It looks like there is a seller of note though at around 15, despite the fact that we were able to get up into 1970. Look at all the closing prints south of 1850. So there's somebody with a aggressive shorting or selling campaign right in that 1850 to 19-ish, mid-19s right now on JG. It's up 202%. It's above VWAP. Technically, though, still below the pre-market high. So it's below the official day high. But we also have a double top at around 2150. That takes us all the way back to 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. when we double topped at those levels. So JG still very much in play above VWAP, which is right now trading $2 south of where we're trading right now, 1650. We're trading at around 1850, 18.25, give or take that price, because it's very volatile. It's a spready name. It's got about a 13 penny spread and an $18 name, which isn't bad, but it's a bit tougher to manage risk on these ones. Keep your eye out on this one. Ostentatious Productions. So, if Deep Throat, DeepSeek, think about it. if DeepSeek is only available in China, why is everyone selling? It's not just available in China, brother. I was using it yesterday. Brenda was using it this morning. They've only just kind of limited current members because they apparently, according to them, they were subject to a DDoS attack. And I guess there's a lot of individuals who want to sign up as well, maybe. So it's overwhelming the system. So we'll have to wait and see. But I don't think that that really is a comment on their technology, because the fact that they can't handle all these people, or they're, they're subject to these attacks, speaks more to their cloud business, their web hosting business, rather than the actual language model itself. So I wouldn't, look at them being down at this level because their technology isn't sound. So I see your point there completely, but I think that they probably will be up. Now, I've logged in at home. So the beautiful thing is I've got my setup at home that's already logged in. Now, the problem was this morning, if you tried to log in with a Google account or an Apple account or anything like that, it wasn't letting you log in. For the most part, Brenda was able to get in somehow, but for the most people, they still weren't. I know Andre tried. Andre, were you able to? No, Andre wasn't able to as well. So we're still having trouble in that regard.
Yeah, bro.
That guy,
yeah.
I mean, if I cared, my face would be red and I'd start sweating, but I just don't give it.
I would start sweating.
Yeah.
You said,
it just doesn't matter to me. But yeah, the whole point is, I think it is actually a good system. I used it yesterday, and what I really liked about it was their R1. Their reasoning model was quite sound. Like when you actually looked at the questions it was asking itself, it was as advanced as a human thinking. And we've seen that before with other language models like O1, or not even O1 Mini, the other one, I think the regular O1, if you've had access to that. That was quite robust in how it was able to deduce what questions it asks itself. And I think that that's kind of where, the predictive aspect and the programming aspect kind of diverge. The predictive aspect is a statistical model. It's trying to predict the next word. This one is actually reasoning like a human. It's fundamentally different. So I think it's super interesting to watch that kind of stuff take place. Sure. I get, there is this whole notion that China can't get it right, that the Americans are always better. That's not true. You guys are getting creamed in the EV world right now. Your EVs can't hold a candle to these Chinese EVs, and that's just the way it is. For the exception of Tesla, there's really nothing. And your boy Elon said it. It's like the top 5 manufacturers for cars are going to be Tesla and like 4 other Chinese manufacturers, and that's from Elon himself. So, let's not be quick to dismiss Chinese technology. I think that they're quite savvy in what they can do, even with these export restrictions. I think that's very, very impressive.
Why are we getting tariffed more than China? Eh? Why do we get 25% tariffs?
Well, no, it's 10% on top.
Of whatever they're going. Okay, that makes me feel a little better. Because 25% tariffs coming our way. Here we are, guys. Not much time here. We got 10 minutes left in the session. Done with NVDA for the day. I should have stopped maybe a while ago, but we're going to continue with this short on Bitcoin. It's looking like we're going to head a lot more south. We were thinking, Sharif and I were thinking, okay, at what point do we kind of turn around here? And it looks to be that we are double topping. So this could be a really big bearish signal. I thought that I was expecting us to sell off significantly sooner. But again, he mentioned a liquidity grab and kind of just somewhat of a trap here. And this might be the trap all the way up here. The failed new all-time high, which really, really sucks. And then now we're coming back down with a massive engulfing candle here on the daily. Selling started last night here, and then now heading towards these key levels of support, which puts you around that $92,000 price here. And as of right now, I think that we're going to go a little bit south. I heard people talking about 75 before we see 125. Totally understandable and might be in play here. And I mentioned time and time again, I just don't understand the length of the consolidation and then the kind of just this whatsoever. Even though it's a nice move, a nice 33% move or whatever it may be, but then you head immediately right back into this 10K range instead of continuing on the appreciation. I mentioned time and time again, we have those record inflows coming into the ETFs and one of the most successful ETFs to ever be launched. And the demand for these things, for spot Bitcoin is extremely high, but yet we just kind of chop around in a specific range. So we need a new group of individuals to step in and bring that price to a new level and put us into blue skies. When's that going to happen? I don't know. Is it going to be Michael Saylor himself who's going to do it? Maybe, probably. This guy's looking to buy some more Bitcoin already. So he just wants to hoard this underlying asset and then try to take it to whatever price it may be. I think FOMC is going to be really important for Bitcoin. And then also if Donald Trump decides that he wants to create this reserve, that can bring it to new heights as well too. If he doesn't, then expect this thing to probably dump because it's really, really tracking the American economy right now, which is, I don't know, in my opinion, it kind of frustrating. It's supposed to be decentralized, but yet here we are looking for federal interest rates and et cetera in the American economy to run this thing. So
interesting comments here. Secret one savvy because of corporate espionage. I'm assuming you're responding to my comment about them being quite savvy. I don't think this is one of the cases where corporate espionage helped them at all, my man, because this is a case where they came up with a brand new method of doing or of processing AI and actually having the model run in a completely novel way, in a way that the Americans hadn't come up with. So espionage, not a factor over here. And then there's another, Victor Hoffman, ain't gonna be no Chinese EVs in the US because you're terrified of them, brother. Because they'd bankrupt Ford and GM. They're already trading at 5 times earnings. Are they even gonna be around in 3-4 years? Come on, man. Call a spade a spade. The fact of the matter is there's a reason why there's a huge 100% tariff on Chinese EVs in North America. Well, Mexico's still to be determined. It's because you're trying to protect your industry that can't hang. And that's the truth. And you just need to wrap your mind around that. Elon himself said it. It's going to be Tesla and a few other Chinese manufacturers who hang out in the automotive game. Whether or not you're able to change that with Ford and GM being able to maneuver is certainly not going to be Stellantis because they keep pumping out great products over there. So yeah, the point's well taken, but I just completely disagree with how you're looking at things. I think, a lot of what's made too about illegal subsidies. Are you kidding me? Do you know how much subsidies North American governments are giving to these manufacturers, whether it's the battery manufacturers like we have here? 3 different companies opened up in Ontario that are supposed to make these batteries for electric vehicles. All of them, without exception, received provincial money, which is like the state, and federal money. Tell me how that's not subsidies. So it sucks when a competitor outmaneuvers you and overtakes you in some respects, but you got to hang out with it, baby. You just admit it to yourself. So don't be so quick to dismiss some of their technology. Let's go back into the market right now and see what's moving. We're getting a nice curl back up, Joseph, on a lot of these Mag 7 names. Obviously, Nvidia not included. You have Meta curling back up. Amazon wants to take out 234. Apple's right back into that 232 area again. And what a hole that 427 was, softy. And then you got a move up into 432. So that one curled up. Google, not so much, as we mentioned, kind of Nvidia, not so much. They're still putting in lower lows and lower highs. So it's a bit of a tougher day for them. Let's see what else is up. We're up to over here. What's the future up to? Where are we at on the future? Yeah, we're below the volume weighted average price, but above that 21,125 point area that we were defending earlier on, Joseph. So still down 3.4% on the NQ, 1.85 on the ES and the Dow. Can you believe the Dow's green?
Yeah, I know.
The Dow's up a 0.25%, and the Rust definitely not taking it as bad as some of these other major averages, 1.4 on the Rust.
Yeah, exactly. So we got another $11 euros here. We got $11 euro super chat, or 11 euro, sorry, I guess. Joseph, NVDA reports late. If guidance has been important for the last 2 years and DeepSeek is the real deal, NVDA lowers guidance could be a sort of kill switch. Yeah, possibly, for sure. I mean, but they still need to run off of NVDA's chips, it seems to be the case, right? Again, one thing that's kind of blurry is what kind of chips are these guys using? The H100, the H800, or the H100, right? So that's kind of something we don't necessarily know. But regardless, those chips are still going to be in demand. It's just making everybody else who's had all this capital expenditure on these chips look really, really bad because it doesn't cost as much to make them. All right, so here we go. Back to just a little crypto talk here, guys. Here's Bitcoin now coming back south of that 100K. sitting around 99,000. Big engulfing candle. I think that in the next coming days, we finally break this 92 and then head a little south. So going to reassess the situation on that in the swing and then maybe get out of Dodge and then look to get in at a cheaper price. What do you got going on?
I'm being called a socialist. I love it.
Okay, yeah.
This is apparently a communist.
No, but I like the point that you made on the 100% tariffs with the Chinese EVs. Right? Like, why would America want something that's significantly better than their product to come in here and just like take over everything?
I wouldn't want it.
Right?
It makes sense.
Right?
Well, when you know it's a significantly better product, it's much cheaper than what you're able. You know that the Mach-E, the one that Ford produces, they're losing $35,000 per car.
Per car, yeah.
Every time they sell one of those things and they let it off the line.
Is this the first case? I'm sorry to compare apples to oranges here, but look what's going on with TikTok, right? The algorithm, right? They don't like the algorithm. The algorithm's too good, too much influence on the American market. Here we go,
guys.
Yeah, so
do better.
Yeah. I know. That's it. Just do better. Do better.
No hate, do better.
Exactly. So you got the EV front, and then now you got TikTok, and then now you have DeepSeek coming into play. It is not a good look for the ultimate competitor, that's for sure.
I'm terming this the communist mustache.
Yeah. All right. I see.
All right, guys. A couple of minutes left on the show. Yes, Eddie. I'm a socialist. People drink too much on Mondays. I know. It's okay. All good there, guys. Let's have a look at what the small cap gappers that we were looking at on the day are doing, because a lot of them are giving back what they were making earlier. So let's have a look over here. It's JG that really caught my attention, because that one had a big move up, and now we are halted to the downside at 1810. It's an interesting look here on JG, because it was a big move up above that pre-market high that we were talking about there. You guys, bro. Yeah. Give it up with that picture. Give it up.
Which one is it?
I don't know. The production team's having fun there. I don't know what the hell they're doing. So JG is continuing to move up above that pre-market high that we were talking about there at $20. It's still technically lower than the area crest that we put in at 7, $21.52. It was able to work into that $21 area, halted at 18.10, still above the 10 exponential, still above that 16.50. So we'll have to see how this one opens up. Let's see what the theoretical auction price is on JG, 1601. So it looks like it's going to give up VWAP at least on the open. VWAP on my chart, 1660. So let's see if it holds up above that level. This one's up big on the day. It's a 201% winner. Obviously, it was a little bit higher at the top there, Joseph. Keep your eye out on JG if you like these small cap gappers. I don't know. I feel like it's the best moving one currently right now, but hard to say, especially with the down halt.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a look. Shout out to Big Spile.
Go.
Someone say, commies, what happened to your commies yesterday, Big Spile? I thought they were going to beat the Eagles. What's going on over there? Yeah, shout out to Big Spile. Burdette, $2 super chat. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you.
What do you got? 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
It's all over.
Yeah, it's all over, guys. Just keep it safe. Keep those risk measures in place. A little bit of a tougher one for the NVDA Bulls. But again, it's only one day, and tomorrow's going to be a brand new one. So let's see what that has in store, guys.
All right, guys. Joseph and I will be back tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. What do you got on for tomorrow?
Oh, iron butterflies.
There you go. Options lesson tomorrow, guys.
The iron butterfly tomorrow from the 1s and 2s over there. We got the Bash Brothers. I enjoyed caught a little bit of the conversation towards the end, and you know what? That's the fun thing about the markets. Everyone can have differing opinions. There's a lot of bears on. There's a lot of bears out there that are celebrating today that have been awfully quiet. You know, obviously, recently we got a lot of earnings to get to later on in the week, but today, I mean, it is what it is. Yeah. It is a DeepSeek kind of day, and the market's all just trying to take it all in. Unless your name is Apple, or to a lesser extent, Amazon or Meta, and you're big cap tech, you're bleeding today. There's no question about it. So it's been one of those, and you've got to be like laser focused on a day like today. Like the morning, like the opening was incredible amounts of liquidity. I'd expect, despite the fact the market's not moving, the Nasdaq's not moving as much as it was this morning, probably going to be a little bit of volatility coming into this afternoon.
Hello, everybody. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and let's get ready to rock and roll. we are very, very happy with today's trading. This is going to be my biggest day of the month. And look what, looky here, Neil. This is what I'm trying to do. We go long Nvidia. We go long. We make it. It's the #1 P&L. It's the most money made on any individual name here for me all month on these two trades. Then once it broke 123, we stopped the love affair with this name and we went into the short. So there is something for everybody, whether or not you were long off the jump. And this was an absolute monster, that first trade, long 124, 123, all the way up to 128. But then when it lost it and we saw some volume coming through, then we just went short. Unfortunately, we're here pushing some laps when this is happening. We came back, we got out at 119, a little bit at 120. Now we say, looky, we're right back at the lows again for Nvidia. I did buy some over lunchtime in my own account. So we're long, not here, we're probably long more around here, 119-ish now for Nvidia. I feel like it's too far sold. This is a $3 trillion name. It's given back 500, something like that, $1 billion, which is like, there's only a handful of companies which market cap is greater than that in the first place. So man, oh man, it's been a good one. Oh, and by the way, we get into our first trade of the day on IBIT, and it's right at our posted level, Neil. And who would have thought that these levels were readily available for free? IBIT right there, $56. So there's the long on IBIT, and now all of a sudden that becomes one of the top names here too. So yeah, following our plan. Me and you shot some videos. It's all about following a plan. It's all about being consistent. It's all about trusting who you are and your processes. And it's been a really good one. And I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. I mean, we're here to have a lot of fun every single day. I had to take my necklace off because we were filming something. Let's put it back on right now. It's like putting that cape back on, you know, like that Patrick Mahomes, you know, Superman.
Don't start with Patrick Mahomes. He ain't Superman,
No.
although
I think he's
full credit. No, he's at this point, like, he's on the GOAT path at this rate.
For sure.
But it is what it is, man. And at the end of the day, the cool thing about the market today is there were like multiple inflection points. Like as Sean was sort of saying there with Nvidia, like the moment that switch flipped, it flipped in a heartbeat. And I can tell you, like AMD was it wasn't even that bad on AMD for a hot minute. And then this sucker lost VWAP and now it's down 7%. Like this was like, you start thinking about the number of names that are double digits to the downside, and this one actually losing the bid more and more. And the problem here for this in particular, why I'm sort of bringing it up, you are at the bottom right now for AMD. Like this is 52-week lows that are being pressed right now at the 114 level. When we left you, I didn't think it was necessarily getting down there. Played it from VWAP into the low of the day. And that was the last thing we left you guys with. But the other side of the coin is it's not all doom and gloom. Apple is literally at its high of the day. Close to the high of the day, of course, at 232. This is the one we like to the long side. It really came down to this. If the story is that AI names are getting punished, well, who wasn't spending big on the CapEx and NVIDIA chips, and who wasn't necessarily monetizing from AI? So what is kind of bad in the space turned into good, and that was probably the reason why Apple is holding up as well as it is, as far as I'm concerned. And then the other one, I mean, Meta has pulled back a little bit, but this was also a pretty big rocket ship. It's green on the day, but that sort of doesn't do it the justice. This actually broke its all-time high earlier on in the session before pulling back in here. Right now, I got the eyeballs on SoFi, which they reported, and it kind of got swept under the rug. SoFi down significantly because of their report. And I'm looking at this one to short the bottom end of the range here. Down 12%. It actually wasn't that bad of a report for SoFi. Maybe catching some strays, A, and then B, it doesn't necessarily matter what you think of an earnings report. Sometimes it just comes down to what the price action is, and ball doesn't lie. Like, it's not for any of us to say overbought, oversold, whatever, when you're just day trading. I mean, ultimately, you can think that NVIDIA is oversold and still buy it in your long-term account and go short the other way. Like, I bought the Qs today. It is what it is. Like, Like I look at days like today as, well, if I'm dollar cost averaging the Qs once a quarter, today seems like a pretty good day to buy. I don't know, like that would just be my 2 cents. And I feel like most of the time, if you buy on days like today for the long term to hold, they tend to work out pretty well. Individual stocks, maybe not as much. Like I'd say it's the same note, by the way, like ARM, this one isn't doing very well. I bought this one in my long-term account, and unlike the Qs, it's still bleeding 12% down for ARM, and still hasn't caught a bid. Yikes. Yikes. Lots of pain.
All right, yeah, the only thing I bought today was Nvidia. I may step in and buy some Bitcoin, but I mean, my last purchase was 94. I think we got to wait to get into there. Some other names. I guess, there's always something to look at in this market. I mean, that's for sure when you go from day to day, something that would be a little exciting. I mean, I've set up my own little watch list. Well, if we're ready for Sharif, my bad. Okay. I was going to say, I have a little list here. Broadcom was a name that's always been suggested to us here live on the show. And I just want to say that's also down, AVGO. And by the way, this scanner brought to you by eSignal. Broadcom right now down 20%, Sharif. So this is another one. Look, we're $5 in the money on Nvidia. I hope that's going to be question number one. But at the end of the day, lots of names bleeding. Coinbase down 10% as well. So, all right, guys, back over to the screen with the hardest working man himself. It is Sharif.
All right, welcome everyone to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The boys, locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. Join Joe and I during the How to Trade show, during the midday, and get into the chat. That's how you can vote for your favorite tickers. You got to be a subscriber, though. Only subs can participate in the chat. This is a look at the gap down on the triple Qs, guys. That is where we close out on Friday. That's where we open up this morning. We are getting into the lows, and the NASDAQ absolutely getting creamed today. The worst performing major average, followed by the ES, and then the Russell, the Dow, believe it or not, positive on the day. Let's look at the first ticker, though, as decided by you. Yes, DeepSeek sparks AI carnage as a magnificent 7 loses quite a bit. And to build on your point, Sean, Broadcom has lost more than $900 billion. Oh, no, that's obviously not Broadcom alone. That's the Mag 7 in general, losing $900 billion in value. Nvidia coming into the low of the day. Sean's still holding it right now, down 17.5%.
Hey, Broadcom is $900 billion.
Look, we made it, and I just told you, NVIDIA's lost now, with today's loss, more, I think there's only maybe 10 companies worth more, period, than NVIDIA has lost today. All right, so we kept it real simple. And again, this is going to be the number one P&L name for the show for the month. This trade right here, NVIDIA. So there it goes. Good trade. We were long early. It did not get to any of these levels. Okay, it didn't get to 128. It did get to that 125 area where it bounced off. So let's just break it down real quick, and then we'll talk about being short. So here, I mean, it came into the pre-market. We were talking about defending VWAP and defending this 125. It does flush. At that point, I mean, you guys were right here. We looked at that 123. We actually zoomed it out into a longer, I have Amazon up here. We zoomed it out into longer time frames, and we said that that would be something that was, we had Chef Joe on, and he said that was one of the things that really had helped him out as well, was not panicking as much. So when you look at NVIDIA, I mean, this drop was pretty good, right? There's that area that we were thinking about shorting if it ever got through it, but we didn't get up to that 134. That little wick is just not that. So look, if we were going to take 128, I really liked it breaking long. But instead, it started such a low spot in there around 124. Then it got going back up into that 128. And since then, it came right into that level that should have been pretty easy for many people to look for a short. You just had to have, that thought about it. And then it popped and dropped. So if you're looking at where NVIDIA is going to go from here, I mean, just on the daily chart here, and this daily chart brought to you by eSignal, there it is breaking through the 200 period of 121. So this is some kind of a level, maybe 113. I mean, bringing it back to where we were in September would be really bad, into 104, 105. This is actually the last time we bought NVIDIA before today. We just bought it at lunchtime right now. I still like the stock. I think this whole DeepSeek stuff is well over dramatized right now. I mean, it might be under. I don't let's wait. I just want to sort of shoot first and ask questions last for the long. I'm going to take a small long now on NVIDIA, my own personal account, and just in my swing trade account and see if this one can't get back up to like 125, 130, and then trade out of it from these levels. But I do think it's going to be a little bit of a rough patch until we do hear their earnings. But then when Nvidia and the market was just not stopping, this is where, in my opinion, the evolution of myself as a trader, let's get dramatic, okay? Because there's only one of us here. Like, this is the trades that I have on. Many people are always like, you know, look at that trade, look at this. Can you take a look at that? I mean, Obi was like, when he was here, can you take a look at that? It's about like understanding why we have these trades on and what we're looking for. Well, the minute that broke that 123, and we talk about it very openly here because we had sort of, I don't know if it's the balls or whatever you want to talk about it, but the guts basically to short this at day's low. To be able to short something at the day's low means you got to have some kind of conviction in this. So unfortunately, we didn't get it all out there. But once it broke there and it was red, we had flipped up to stop being stubborn and just get out. So it was already P&L number 1 here. Then we did this. And then it became a special day. So it's some traders will be like, it's not doing my thing. I'm in and I'm out. That's it, right? That's great to do. On a day when Nvidia is doing this many shares, again, Neil and I just filmed a lesson. Nvidia on a day like today should probably be on your radar. And it's either a great stock for you or probably a horrible stock for you. But if you're looking over here, you're the right spot. 570 million shares at 2 o'clock. So look, I love Nvidia. I love the long-term play on this name. But obviously, as we come into a little bit of a rough patch, especially heading into Wednesday's earnings, let's just see if the CapEx spending is still there with Meta and Amazon and Google and Microsoft and all that to make sure that Nvidia is getting some of that pull through. And again, the guides will be really, really key for some of those companies. Do they consider still spending more and more money into the H100s, into all the newer chips? Because that's really what Nvidia is trying to do. It's not about the story that's already been. Nvidia's already, where are we going? Yeah. We look down into our accounts, you're already hundreds of percentage points in the money probably on Nvidia if you believe the story. So now it's about, do you believe the other side of the story? And there always is one. So people comparing this to Cisco, things like that. I mean, that could be. That's a very long-term outlook. I would suspect in the .com and Cisco famously not doing very well in the .com bubble bursting. That said, I think, look, you got to separate I just try to ask ChatGPT what the record for notional volume was on an individual day, but I don't think I asked it very well. I'll have to try to do that again. Because like, I'd have to imagine 570 million shares. Like, it has to be this. I just wanted to make sure that that's true. It has to be this. Almost 1 billion shares. That said, the thing about Nvidia, like off the open, we talked about this, and honestly, like this parallels August 5th in some ways, not always, but in some ways. On August 5th, you had a lot of stocks that were down huge, and it was like one shot right away off of the open. And if you were trading that day, like you remembered, it was either the sellers won right away, and if they didn't, you had a relief rally early. That was my only push in Nvidia. Traded other things a little bit differently, but Nvidia was simple. It's a 10% down. It was SSR. Stocks like Nvidia don't go SSR very often. I think Tesla is the last example of a rather large company doing so. Obviously, Nvidia is much bigger. It could not break the pre-market low, and that was pretty much, it was it. It was just SSR bounce into the high. I tend to think AMD's in some trouble here. We already sort of went over this. Like, regardless of how this plays out, I think this plays worse for the laggards that were supposed to be catching a piece of the already existing pie, which if it's smaller, that's bad for AMD. And I think at least with Nvidia and why, ultimately I like buying the Qs today, and I think probably some of why Sean bought Nvidia is because they're best in breed. So if this is overdone, I feel a heck of a lot better about AMD than I do about Nvidia. About Nvidia than I do about AMD, which is potentially flat bottom breaking. We'll let this one calm down because it seems like it's making a bit of a bottoming pattern. But I'm looking at this prior low here on advanced micro devices. Also, I mentioned SoFi, looking to short some pops there. But yeah, the story ain't over yet for Nvidia. And I actually think this earnings might not tell the full story because the CapEx spend, let's see if people adjust their guides. The guides are all that are going to matter this quarter because what is done is sort of already done. And we want to see if anybody's going to adjust their spending in response to this.
Uber next. Good look for Uber today, bucking the trend up 1/3%, defending $60 over the last 4 or 5 weeks. Coming into $70 today, rejecting it for the moment, though. Needham reiterating their buy rating on Uber, maintaining the same price target, guys, $90, a nice premium from where it's currently trading.
We are, I am bidding some 1750s on Nvidia for almost $6 on that one. Okay, look, I mean, you guys know that, and welcome for everybody that's new with us right here, right now. We want to welcome all of the viewers. Those of you that have been with us for a minute have known that, you know, I've liked Uber here, and I've liked it at these levels, and not these levels, sorry, these $60 levels. We're now back into the money finally on our Uber trade, and I'm actually pretty happy the fact that it's holding upside right now, up 0.23. So is there a shot at $70? Yeah, I love this break. I am so excited to come in one day when we are either close to that or above $70, and then we can start playing long again on Uber. For now, I'm not going to go long. This has obviously been down 3.5%, 4%. I think the NASDAQ gets worse from here. I'm not super excited about earnings this week, but I'd like to see Uber above this $70 level, see if we can crack that. And once we do, I'm going long on Uber. So right now, again, the account is fine. We're back to flat on the position finally. Remember, we bought 80s, 70s, 60s, all the way down, giving us an average price of 67 and change. We've talked about this. So it's nothing to brag about, but it's a longer term play. I like the space. I like it for AI. And we just looked at the daily chart. It's still above its 50-period moving average. It's coming into a buy level, though, right now. I feel like nice move up, retracement back into the 200-period, including Friday's close. So yeah, 68.50, maybe a spot to pick up some Uber here into the afternoon. What price is it now? Yeah, 68.75. Could be a good one. Okay, by the way, there's Nvidia. So Neil, it is a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a $5.50 winner right there for Nvidia, as that now collapses all over itself. We said today was a special day. It's even much more so now, reversing into the short and sticking with the overall trend. So good trade there on Nvidia and Uber. I like the stock too.
It's hilarious on Uber. Great trade on Nvidia, but it's hilarious what I said last week. My plan of action was on Uber because I completely dismissed the possibility of exactly what's happening. I basically said, oh, you know, you're going to close the week above the 50-period moving average on the daily. And then that's when I was like, yeah, that's my confirmation to, I already own Uber, but I actually haven't bought it anymore. I'm like, yeah, that's going to be my confirmation that you'll be able to do it. And then what actually happened this morning? You were underneath the 50-period moving average, which is wild. Did not see that coming. Obviously, it has recovered, so I think it's fine. It's covered back above. I mean, it would have to. All right, let's knock on wood a little bit here. Unless it drops $3 in the next 2 hours, then Uber will close above the 50-period moving average. And for myself, just for the long term, and it's not a trade, it's just a long-term play. That was the condition I wanted to see to add to it. So crisis averted, barring an absolute abject disaster, Uber is going to give me the conditions that I want to maybe hang on to this one for the long term. I sold some of this when it got added to the S&P 500 and essentially been looking for a place to get back into it. I think when it chews through, eventually when it chews through this 50 period in that 70 level, that's a break that you got to have. Not every breakout trade works, but some breakouts are certainly built differently. And there was another name in here. I'm going to get to these that we did look at in a similar vein that I want to sort of talk about here. And it's not necessarily Uber and it's not the same thing, but Rivian in that same base just held the 200 period moving average. I don't know if we get a chance, we'll talk about it unless I trade it this afternoon. But we're going to close holding that 200 and trying to break the 50. I like that setup. We can close above the 50 period here on Rivian. I think there's a nice little short-term long in that related name as well.
Erasing almost $90 billion today in market cap is Oracle, down 14.33%. Also one of the ones getting hit hard from the news that we got out of China over the weekend, which is their DeepSeek AI model. Obviously, Oracle is one of those companies that's involved, guys, in the Stargate project, earmarking $50 billion with Masayoshi Son's SoftBank as well as Sam Altman's OpenAI to spend on AI, and this is calling it into question.
Great here. Yeah, look, we like Oracle. I talked about that earlier on today when it was only down like 10% or something. I was like, watch out for Oracle below, because if we're questioning some of these projects, I don't know if the funding is going to still be there. All right, Nvidia's still going down. Look what we did with iBit. I don't know why crypto's not on there. We'll talk about this in a minute. But this was just another trade right there. 56.25, and we had liked iBit. We talked about it coming back into those pre-market levels of 56. So in being really, really simple trading, this is what we're doing. So there it goes. iBit, nicely done there to the upside, and still that $5 on NVDA. We just got filled at 50s. The low of the day is right down here when we weren't here, but 11. So basically right here. We've already got the low. All right. Oracle. So let's go. Wow. Yeah.
Ugh.
Not.
Ugh.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. 145. Like that is. That's a little too much right now for Oracle. So not happy about this one. I'm long down here somewhere. At the end of the day, I haven't sold any of this thing. Obviously a big mistake. Look, when you come in and you see these things, sometimes you have to adapt to them, right? And it can be tough to do. So I'm going to let this settle down. Oracle, I love 200 period moving averages, and it looks like we got one right there. So giddy up on that one. But other than that, I think it's worth, I think all names that you like, especially in AI, that are big caliber names, and IBM would be another one, and Oracle, things like that fall into some places that need to be bought. I think you buy them. So down into here into 150, 155. It might not be ready today. Like I just took one more swing at Nvidia today. That's it, man. I have a lot of powder. We're gonna wait to see what happens a little bit lower. I think Oracle is the same play. If you're in, buy some more now if you want to nibble down. But like honestly, this 150. Great level. If we break it, I think you're going to see 40s. So I would say, wait a little bit here on Oracle, because just got such a bump. And even last week, man, I was like, how come we don't know any details about this Stargate and this and that? And it just seems like, anyways, Apple. Congratulations, Ryan Hamblin.
You got to pick your spots. You got to know which ones you like. Like if Oracle's your jam, and for every reason that's a stock you like, then you go ahead. You dip by that. If you can't decide, but this is overdone, you can certainly buy an index. ASML, Lam, like all the equipment makers in the semi space got beat down. So if you prefer them, I think there's some pretty good value in a lot of those as well. I own Oracle from a really, really, really long time ago. It's just a stock that I've never, like John said, I haven't bought or sold it. I can't remember the last time.
Yeah.
And I've been on a semi-mission, and I do better than this. I'll say admit to myself, on a mission for stocks like that, to just pick spots that if I get a chance to get out of it and then look to put it into something maybe I like a little bit better, I should just be more aggressive in doing so, because in any logical sense, I probably should have sold it at one of these highs. But it is what it is. If this probably presses to the 175 or to VWAP, not VWAP, into the 50 period, I'd probably sell it and then put it into the index if I can't decide where, or I might put it into a tech name that I like a little bit better. But I think you wait for the 200 period here. I'd be remiss if we didn't mention, I guess we're going to talk about Marvell. Yeah, we'll talk about Marvell in a second. I wanted to talk at least a little bit about ASML, and we'll do that specifically with the chips when we get into Marvell. But Oracle, it's not a stock that I'm looking to dip by down here. It is what it is. I kind of feel like there's going to be better places to step in front of. And to be down 14%, I'm actually surprised it's as much as it is down.
Coming into psychological support here is Marvell, Neil. Into that $100 level we go. We had closed in almost 130 something back on Friday. Guys, this is about to drop into that 20% territory, 19.25% in the negative. I hate to keep repeating the same headline, but that's what it is, guys. DeepSeek selling off all these chips and energy stocks. Keep your eye on those as well.
Well, these guys are the worst. So on a percentage, obviously from a market cap basis, it's not, like nothing's going to compete with Nvidia. But from just a sheer percentage point down, Marvell, we know what it can do when it goes up, and what goes up sometimes can be very violent on the way to the downside. This is not belonging in the category of some of the other tech names that we've seen get to key levels and bounce. It is out and about in the middle of nowhere. It lost a key support at 105, under the 50 with a ton of room to the 200 period moving average. It's right at $100, which psychologically could be a big level that can hold up for you there. And then you throw in the fact that we're not even going to get, they're always near the end of the earnings cycle, so wait till the end of February to even get their report. So this is a name that I don't own it, but I'd be staying away for a day or two to see if it's going to catch a bounce. This is not in that group that I'm a really big fan of. That said, for a trade, it is short sell restricted. So there's always the chance of the mean reversion long that can come in. And the $100 level just bounced as we speak. So it's trying to break trend on a 15-minute chart here. If it can do that, there's probably a scalp long that I might look for on Marvell, only because it's down so much. But that's a day trade idea because it just happened to wick 100 right in here just now.
Okay. I was like, what just happened there? Because I was just putting in a stop order for Nvidia, and then it just blasted through my level. I was trying to get stopped out of the last piece. We have less than 5% left of this as volume is now starting to go ham upside for Nvidia. We'll wait for a little bit of a pullback, but look what's happening right now. It is another one. And we'll props it up as there goes Bitcoin all the way. We have the low of, I don't know how we have this, but we have the low of the day there on Bitcoin, and we had written it down $56. So we told you, actually, if you rewind this stream, and I want to thank everybody for watching again, if you rewind the stream to 8:45, when we're talking about some of the positions that we're willing to take, I was like, okay, I'm bidding Bitcoin right here at iBid at 56.25. It just fell in. We got filled right up there to the 200 period moving average. So we only have now about 40% left of this position as it continued to climb upside right now. IBIT, what a banger position that is right there. But we are getting a little bit. I'm going to take this bid right there. Take a 57, cancel my 35s. Getting out of everything now on Nvidia to end it out, and then we'll work on that moving forward. So right now, Nvidia with a nice move up, as goes the NASDAQ as well. So nice little retracement here into the close, possibly now above VWAP. So watch out here into the futures as we look to take 21,250. Like to go a little higher. Yeah. Futures right now, not so interesting to me. We will have a better look in a couple seconds. So that's Marvell. What about Apple, Sharif?
It's above 232, Sean, about 4% and change right now. It was directional. I mean, there weren't that many pullbacks. I was watching this during the How to Trade show during the midday. Rosenblatt chiming in, boys, on Apple today, maintaining his $262 price target, maintaining the buy. Nothing changes there, just reiterating the same position. Apple up 4 and change.
Yeah, well, I mean, so like I actually just saw in the chat, is it Javier M? Can someone explain the DeepSeek sell-off? So just very quickly, essentially you have a new AI competing and outperforming ChatGPT in a direct test that was done with higher level efficiency and a ridiculously low price tag, right? So that obviously puts under pressure all of the build out and scaling and a lot of the spending that's going into the higher priced Nvidia chips. And the capex spend on a lot of the big mega caps, and just the frothiness of the AI race here in the U.S. So all of those types of stocks got absolutely bled today, and there were some sympathy names related to DeepSeek that had deals with them or used their technology that had some moves to the upside. That said, Apple did not go crazy buying Nvidia chips. On top of that, Apple wasn't exactly blowing it out of the water with their monetization of AI, so they weren't necessarily caught in all of this frothiness. So for me, it was kind of like one of those, we liked Apple off the 200 period last week, and it was bouncing off it today, and it was also up when the market was down, and it didn't have all that AI other nonsense to go with it. So I liked the long off the open. It happened to give you like right into a 222 support level. Sometimes it is what it is. Like that's just the support in the chart. You can kind of see it there. It dipped right into it at the open and then was off to the absolute races. The mistake was not being patient enough with VWAP when it came back into VWAP. And obviously, you can't know when the market was that weak, you can't know how strong something is going to be. But that's the other thing this morning. It gave you opportunities to be in very, very specifically and take individual shots on stocks. And then you got massive moves right away. So it was like an instant 222, and before scalping into the top, when it broke the high, you went the next $4 like that. And that's what the kind of move we had this morning. By the way, I did get into Marvell. Marvell did just press back into 101, but starting to come back a little bit. So I'm in at 27s. It just pressed into 101 and starting to come back a little bit here.
All right, great job there, Neil. Look, we all We all have our strengths, man. And mine, I feel like, is trading. We'll leave hosting now. We'll do both of them. But look at this. Look at this here on the TQs. We just shorted right there, man. We are now short 78.90. We're 30 handles in the money. We just shorted it, and we just covered some right there at the 200 period moving average. We just went back into the short right there. So alert, alert, alert on that. We are now short. That's why we do little fun things like that right there. So we go short the market. Look, all right. So I'm out of 40% right now. I'm not. Nvidia's trying to go higher here. So I don't know. Like IBIT is honestly, Neil. Money. Let's go. This is just another day here, man, where this has been a great day. Look at IBIT starting to go back up to the upside. We just nailed that. That's 50 cents in the money. The TQs is coming back. So I have less than about 2.5% left, maybe even less than that in Nvidia. So I'm not too concerned about it. It's more about this futures position. Let's try to cover one more piece here, get down to about 50% left. And then I actually, now that I see this trade and just how we had a nice move up there into sort of VWAP, into this level, got to give it a little bit more room to breathe. So I'm not going to reshort it at these levels if it comes back. I actually want to give this into the 20s, maybe the 30s, and then use this top as my event. There, we just got... I'm going to use this area right here, 79.50 or so, as the spot. So there we go. I'm actually, you know what? I'm going to get out of another piece. I mean, 15 handles right now in the money. We'll take it a little bit on the NASDAQ, just trying to like level up our game here as we keep talking about that. So let's just do that and see, because I'm not so sure this is going to drop out. So we only have 40% left of this. And if it continues to work, great. But I'm not going to short this now until we get into like 79.30 or so, and then up to there's my stop, 79.50. So we're going to wait to reload this short until then. So that's what I'm doing right now, is just waiting out for that one, watching IBIT really come through. I mean, I don't know, we had the money storm, but we need to do that right now, because on IBIT right here, it's coming in right now. These are real trades. I mean, we talked about it as it was happening. There's 56.25, nice move down in. I went and yelled to Sharif and was like, yo, we're long on IBIT right now. So shout out to Joe and everybody. But here we go, IBIT, nice move here. So we're 40 cents in the money on IBIT, $4 in the money on Nvidia, 30 cents now, as here comes the market back in. Let's go. This is a nice move down now on the Qs, back into the 50s. Let's put a bid at 52, see if we can get that, and then we'll wait for more pain to come through. So. All right, Neil, you were just in two positions. Oh no, we'll talk about them when we get back. Fast action.
I think it's worth mentioning here, I just got back to the desk, of course, after the rundown, and Nvidia actually commented here on DeepSeek. Nothing super clear here in terms of sentiment, but it is worth noting here what they said. So I'll just kind of take you through this statement as NVIDIA attempts to bounce. Basically saying here that it's DeepSeek is, quote, an excellent AI advancement and a perfect example of test time scaling, saying that DeepSeek's work illustrates how new models can be created using that technique, leveraging widely available models and compute that is fully export control compliant. It's basically saying here that a lot of this is just examples of how models work, kind of, I guess, undercutting what they did here, but not really commenting on how they believe that DeepSeek will impact the company itself. The other thing they said here is that inference requires significant numbers of NVIDIA GPUs and high performance networking. So they're basically saying they're going to need a lot of this in order to continue to, I guess, back that up was kind of the vibe I got here. But again, very, very kind of towing the line there, that NVDA statement. However, David Sachs, who is Trump's crypto and AI czar, also commented on DeepSeek over the last couple hours or so, saying that the R1 model from DeepSeek shows that, quote, the AI race will be very competitive, and basically just saying that now that President Trump has rescinded some executive orders here that will kind of allow American AI companies to work a little bit harder here. He said that it's going to be a good look because he still thinks that the U.S. will be able to, I guess, withstand here in the AI space, but that, quote, the U.S. cannot be complacent due to the strength of the Chinese AI format. So basically both the AI czar of the U.S. and NVIDIA acknowledging the strength of DeepSeek here, guys. I think that's...
Okay, thank you very much, Adara. And just very quickly, there was a question someone asked in the chat, and I think, well, they were asking a little bit more about longer term for SoFi, but I was just in it and it just tagged VWAP, although, look at on the other chart, it didn't really break. It didn't close above VWAP. I might open to getting back into the VWAP short on this, but it did just tag it and then stop out. Was in it and then giving it to VWAP in there, maybe giving another chance. But the other thing is I had just gotten into Marvell as well. Well, it did we were just sort of talking about this one. It's down 20%. Obviously, that makes it short sell restricted. The uptick rule's in effect. Saw it hold the $100 level. Essentially just a mean revert, break prior candle into, from what, it just went 100 to 101. And then, right, if you're watching it at 101, the second it got into 101 quarters, which is right in here, like instantly sellers just sort of emerged on the stock, right? So it was very, very clean and easy. And then the second it goes like the first dollar, which a stock that's down 19% might be prone to do, you can see the sellers start to come in there. So we just grabbed the quick in and out in Marvell. Like you said, this one is bleeding in a different way. And yeah, I think you're careful with long strike. I think sometimes the SSR bounce, like that kind of a bounce is better on day 2 than it might be on day 1 when you're still having to deal with all this nonsense. When it comes to longer term on SoFi, I still own my SoFi shares. And I did take some out in November around the $16 level on SoFi. It is what it is. But I'm just sort of holding for it on this stock. It's after earnings. Give it a couple of days to settle down after earnings before making any rash decisions. It bounced the 50-period moving average on the daily here for SoFi. So far, so good for SoFi closing above that 50-period moving average. That is very peachy.
Guys.
Another one.
I mean, this is just happening again. Props it up to everybody. We just went short the futures. You guys watching, thank you so much. Randy, we have record viewers right now. And they always say, Sean, let's get into the futures. So we get into the futures. But only when it matters, only when we like the trade, right? I mean, that's the one thing. Again, Neil and I just made some videos out. And I'm proud to say, like, not only do we make videos and we talk the talk, but Randy, walk the walk. You have to. And I think our trading can speak for itself. There's the short. We hit the siren. Neil was talking. We hit the siren, let you know that there was a new position alert, and it was the futures. So there it is, man. Here it comes, 60 handles now as we're short. We're short. There it goes to the downside. Like we're short up here in the futures. And here it comes all the way to the downside. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, brisket. What did you have today? Pork. It was pork tenderloin, right? It was okay. We'll go later in the week. Yeah. But there it is, Neil. It's another banger of a trade right there. And again, it's about trusting the process. Now, when we come to the downside, we only have 10% left now, but we just covered it at the 50-period moving average, so it's pretty good, and we'll see about reload very, very soon. Randy, I did not buy Tesla in the long-term account today. I went over and bought Nvidia. I think Tesla down 2.5% is really just kind of like a ho-hum kind of day for Tesla. We've seen Tesla move a lot more aggressively than that. I mean, even just today, if you cover up that candle, you have many other days where we've moved many more points than 3 points. So we'll wait to see here come Tesla. Remember their last earnings, we sort of got that surprise, and it was just see ya from 240 all the way up to $5 and now all the way back down into 400 again. So we'll have to wait to see Tesla coming on Wednesday. We're going to find out where that earnings report is and where they stand. I think it's going to be a super interesting day, the Wednesday. Stay tuned for that one where we will set records with Neil and everybody 100%. Else on the recap show, as we will have Google earnings. We will have Meta earnings. Maybe it's not Google, it's Meta. It's Microsoft and
Amazon.
Amazon,
right? Yeah.
So it's going to be Meta. You said Meta.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Meta, Microsoft, Amazon,
and Tesla.
And we have it's no Amazon, it's Tesla.
Yeah. And then Microsoft, Meta, Tesla.
On Wednesday. And then Thursday, of course, is going to be a good one as well, because that's going to be Apple earnings. Yeah. And Apple is the apple of everybody's eye today. Well, Randy just left, but I was going to say Rivian's up today, and Randy loves that bad boy. And they've been, I know, but they're up a point in a market that's bleeding like I shouldn't use that. It's bleeding heavily to the downside. I like what Rivian is doing here, no question about it. The fact that you're actually, look, it's not a great looking chart, but the fact that when everything is looking doom and gloom, it did not make a fresh low and it held a 200-period moving average. That's the first thing we want to ask for. As for today, it's kind of losing the bid a little bit here. So I don't love that look when you're trending up and then you lose the bid at VWAP. I think a lot of times I would rather see it get back into where we all started from, like 1260, before looking for any kind of a mean reversion trade, which is what I want to see today. Like right now, I'm looking for mean reversion. And that just means Like if you have a strong enough upward move, like if this was a little bit more parabolic, I might just look for a trend reversal at a prior inflection point, like here 102.5, 103. But it's like as quick as you get in, like you immediately are starting to roll over on some of these stocks, which brings me to advanced micro devices, which some like to call advanced money destroyer.
Yeah.
And the reason it has that nickname, and not made by me, throw that at Sean. No, the reason it has that nickname, for among others, is, well, this chart doesn't look the same as Nvidia's on a daily chart. Well, that's because you've got lower highs and lower lows, and a flat bottom break literally happening as we speak. 52-week lows are breaking on AMD. I like this for the play back into this nice consolidation here. This was a mean reversion trade, kind of what I'm getting at, like trend up, break down, and then get in. I want to see it do some kind of a trend up, break down, and then go with the trend to the downside. There was a question in the chat about AppLovin, whether I like them or not. I've never invested in AppLovin, and I cannot say that I have a big opinion on them one way or the other. What I can say is today's chart, like everything else, looks a little bit dangerous. It's hanging on to the 50 by a thread, but you could come back. Remember, the Fed's also on Wednesday, right? Like you could come back, and by Wednesday, you're losing this support. Right. If I like a stock, I'm generally a buyer in a situation like this in the long term. But this looks very, very dangerous if we lose the 50-period moving average, only because of how much it gapped to get to this $300 level.
Look at the Q
on AppLovin. That's it. I don't own the stock or anything like that, but it's a little bit troubling.
We're almost 100 handles, Neil, in the money on the Qs as we flush lower. All right. Look at this. You guys are talking about AppLovin and different valuations of different stocks. All right. This is why it's very important to zoom out. $1,000 here, Joe, invested in Nvidia 25 years ago. You'd have $2.8 million. Now this is, I retweeted this over the weekend. So maybe now after today, you'd have like $2.4 million, okay? Intel, $1,000 invested 25 years ago. There's inflation. $647. So $1,000 parked money into Nvidia or into Intel minus money. Like this just shows you right there that, you know, sometimes investing is a great tool, but you gotta look to see what you're doing. If you're in trouble on a stock and you don't like it, definitely consider if it's gonna be a long-term play for you or short-term or scalp. Like I'm long Intel right now, but I won't be long for very long if it takes out the bottoms, right? Here it is, $1,000 invested in Tesla 14 years ago. So $1,000, $247,000. GM, $1,400. So again, there's, you know, as I've said, the two companies that I think have minted the most millionaires, Nvidia and Tesla, continue to be the ones, and then they're the ones today that, of course, when the going gets rough, tough gets going. Again, so yeah, these names are going to continue to get hit down, and oh boy, there's only one. And there it goes, man, to the downside. Let's just take this 100 handy right there, put this in our pocket right there again. There goes the TQs, man. We only have, again, out of the show, we have 20% left actually on that. I actually took a little bit less shares than I thought. I said 15% before looking at my total number of shares. We have now 20% left of this bid, and I'm just bidding right now at 90. I may have to close. Okay, we got filled. That is your 100 handle dollar club winner. So we are now short here, the futures, from 21,260 down to 21,160. There's the short here on the TQQs, brought it back down in. We use it because it's triple the fun, triple the pain. And there it goes to the downside. So, hey man, we've did it. We have done it. Not only that, we also went long on IBIT right now and starting to get more out of this name. You know what, Neil? I just laugh at it because today it's coming easy to us. It's been easy to us for a minute. We had a couple of rough trades, but overall, this last little run that we've been on has been pretty good. And then you could just see what we've been giving you guys today. I'm in 3 positions. Neil's been in and out. We'll talk about them all. And that's why I keep asking, like, oh, we're out, we're in, we're out. Ask us in the chat there if you want to know about any of the positions, because sometimes they'll come and go pretty quickly. I trade obviously a much different style. Looking for myself, I now am looking for high quality setups, taking bigger positions and trying to put up numbers. So if I see a scalp, we will get in and out. There's absolutely nothing wrong. It's just with this kind of a day, moving 3.5%, 4%, it's like we are able to hold on for a minute on Nvidia, then flip over to the short. And now look, it's paying off right here. The short, we are at the low of the day right now for Nvidia. So all this holding and everything like that has really been working out. So it's about believing in your stock. Do I hold, look at the size. Do I hold, that's what she said. Do I hold enough shares down here? No. But maybe we could get a little bit more as 117 looks like it wants to break immediately right now. Who else? I'm going to show you this. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. These are live level 2s right now of all of the stock that we're trading, including Nvidia, which looks like it might want to bounce. I'm going to wait to see what happens now at 117 flat for, I don't want, is it like breaking news? Okay, here we go. There it goes, breaking right now down through. I was going to throw to Adara, but honestly, guys, we just broke through 117 right now. It's a floss up kind of an action as we go $6 now in the money on Nvidia and $1.20, 120 handles, Neil, in the money now on this market. So yeah, today is definitely one of them days, the biggest day here for me of the month. So, congratulations to anybody that's either been both ways or continues to be net short as the market she be bleeding. All right, what's up, Adara?
You have news here on Dexcom. So there's basically a report here from Android Central suggesting that the senior vice president of Samsung, Han Pak, apparently said the company is working on a wearable, non-invasive glucose monitoring device. So now why is that a potential Dexcom play? Because DXCM, we know, is focused on diabetes work. So the idea that there could be a non-invasive wearable way to monitor that could definitely be a threat for DXCM. So DXCM on downside watch here as an executive at Samsung hits at a wearable device that could monitor glucose levels, guys. Back to you.
Okay, well, maybe the people are you want a wearable device that'll measure your heart rate on a day like today, but good look for them. Probably not a trade that I'm going to be looking at. We like the chip names today, and you got to try to stick to what is moving the most, right? And sometimes the best trade or the best decision is when to get out.
Oh yeah.
Because it is what it is, and like a lot of times when you're looking at the tape, it's not obvious, but there are times, and I'll just quickly show you.
Even reverse.
I'll show you like Marvell here. This also, the liquidity on Marvell when it does this is not going to be gigantic. You can see how thin the book is relatively, 100 to 300 shares. Those are the biggest lots you'll see. When it got up to 101, distinctly different at the 101.20 level. All of a sudden, you started seeing like 10 lots, which will be like 1,000 share orders, like those types, 3-4x what you were seeing on the up, and they just started sort of stacking it up. Now, when this happened and it busted through, we lost 101, and liquidity really changed. So all of a sudden, you went from like thick offers to no, there's not any liquidity within that 5 to 10 cent range like you're used to seeing before. It is absolute bloodbath. So got to get the you-know-what out of Dodge. It's AMD that I like a little bit more to the south side, as I'm kind of hoping this goes down 10% so that it's SSR tomorrow. But if it's going to get there, first things first, it's going to have to lose the 113 level as we speak. Oh my goodness, Tesla's going to lose 390. Ugh, Tesla. This is the 50 period on the daily. I don't have to tell you. I know it because I've already seen the chart. This is going to be the 50 period on the daily when you get to that 390 level, which is pretty much right in here. We had recovered to it. Now you're about to lose the 50 again for Tesla. Yeah, there's nothing stopping this. This is also going to be the opening range breakdown under here. So 390. All right, that was an easy. I looked up and I saw the 390. I'm going to take a shot at the break.
All right, guys, we had just put this on for you. It's now 170 handles in the money on this TQQ trade. And it's the VWAP trade. It's the one, it's the only. And there it goes. It is now, the market is, remember I said, look, NVIDIA's losing it as well. I think there's more pain to come in the NASDAQ. I'm not going to be dip buying this, the NASDAQ in general here until we get a little bit lower into the 200 period moving average. I'm going to call up in just a second to find out where that pain exactly is. But there it goes, man. We talked about it. We hit the siren. We tweeted it out. Go follow me at Trader TV, Sean, for this trade. It's to the downside. It's still a big one. We only have 10% now, but hey, this 10% holding is good enough, to make this a pretty good stock here one more time today. To go with Nvidia, I'm just going to hold this. I already put the stop. All right, what I'm trying to do is stop out at the 200 period moving average. This wasn't there. When we had came back up, obviously this is a dynamic change, right? That could have been another short, not a stop out. The stop out was the 50 period. We got stopped out when it broke the 50 period. Remember, we actually missed that buy. We meant to get stopped out there, but in sort of the, look, cry over spilled milk, right? We put on the TQs when this happened, but we could have also put on the futures. So right now it's a straight downside move. Instead, we did this. Wow. Okay, you know what? Forget about it, man. Let's face slap it, Joe. Joe, look at this futures trade here. Right into there, $79. Shout out to the player, what's that called? The Playboy thing or the Playmaker?
Playmaker.
The Playmakers poll? Come on, man. Dude, we're in another zone today, my guy. Trust me. There's one thing. I'm hosting and trading, but honestly, I'm all about the trades. This has been a big, huge day. And there it goes. The TQs given live, Neil. 170 handles straight to the downside. I know you're giving.
Well, they're all live. That's
they're all live, but they're not all fire. This one particularly fire.
They're definitely always going to be live. That's what it's all about here, everybody. And it's one thing, the talking heads that'll, hey, this move happened and Tesla lost this and blah, 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 and earnings calls and this and that. But at the end of the day, price action is a little bit different. And when you look at things in the past, you can sort of say, well, blah, blah, this was happening for this reason. But none of that matters in the actual moment when the stock is going through a reversal. This morning, AMD was actually a strong stock relative to what was going on in some of the other chip names. It was higher lows and all that nonsense. And when the bid fell, the bid dropped like dropping the beat at a rave or something along those lines. Now we're going to get a bit of a bounce here. I want to be shorting pops, so I'm just waiting for the opportunity. The same way, I'll give you the same way Marvell did this off 100. I don't trust Marvell off this 100 the second time, to be honest with you guys. I don't trust this Marvell a second time, but the same way it moved up, if I see a curl in a prior resistance, I want to short that. But on AMD, where liquidity is much better. Marvell might have moved a buck, but when it did start going, spread opens up, and it's not the same as trading at AMD, which is going to have better volume, much better liquidity. So I'm looking for that same sort of press, and then we short it at the prior, whichever the prior resistance. If it's going to be here at 114, so be it. If it does any kind of a curl, 113.60, which is the prior low on AMD, I'm willing to revert that as well. BitBoss Crypto, thank you for the super chat. What is the benefit to short TQQQ versus just long SQQQ? Well, you're trading here. We don't pay for locates. So it's just easier in a general sense to trade something in the direction that makes logical sense. So shorting something to bet the market goes down because we don't have the restrictions on going short as day trading on a prop floor. That's the basic answer. But for a lot of traders, maybe if you don't have the ability to go short TQQ, and it would just easier for you to take the long in the reverse. There's nothing wrong with that. It's whatever happens to float your boat. Literally in our blotters, it shows up green when you go long something, red when you go short it. So it's a lot easier to keep it steady that way by keeping it simple.
Yeah, exactly. I could choose either one. It's just. Here, I'll call up SQQ for you. I would just say for everybody out there, probably SQQ might be better because of the fact that it's a cheaper price. So if you have buying power issues or something like that, as Neil mentioned there, SQQ $31, and obviously this TQQ price $77. And then for me, to that point as well, because we're showing, short, I want to be short the market. So we're going short the market. That's to me is why we're doing it. And again, Neil, with the fact that we don't have to borrow. So that would be another one there. All right, man.
Usually don't have to borrow.
Well, on the TQs. Yeah. But so right into there, most ETFs we won't need to borrow, but some stocks like a Rigetti, I didn't even try to trade that here today. Maybe we'll look at that in just a minute. But I want to look at Palantir right now. We talked about having the you-know-whats to short Nvidia right there. Like Neil said, it's one thing to be exact about levels. It's another thing to go short. Like, so we just were like, oh my God, Nvidia it's not holding. Like if it's not holding, then it's going down. I almost feel the same right now about Palantir. The only problem with this is you're heading into power hour right now. So we're getting late in the day here. Does Palantir actually want to continue this downside push? It's been like a half hour of just straight, like max pain, really. I mean, is that even a half hour? That's 2:30. Yeah. So like it's been straight down with like no relief. This is a good move down. From 74.50 down to 72.80, almost in a straight line with no relief at all. So, I mean, look, we're net short. We're short Nvidia, $6 in the money. We're short the triple Qs here, $1.50 in the money. And it's just a matter of like, do we actually want to flip long? For me, the answer is no, unless we can get...
Apple's a beast.
I was just going to say Apple. Unless we can get into a name, just happened, on Apple right there, where we can either get a key to... I was just going to, honestly, without talking, like I was going to say, like, unless we want to get into Apple, would be the only name long that we'd want to do. And we like 200 period moving averages. So Apple, missed opportunity. I see finally you're short AMD. So maybe, I like the shorts in the market. We're short. We are starting to cover. Oh, based on that, I'll let Neil discuss that position because I know it's a new one. The TQs, we're out if this breaks 75. We only have 10% left. Obviously, it's a good trade, but right into there, this level 75. Out. Someone in the chat tagged me and was like, what about reversing here? I wanted to hold that last 10%. Good call though. If you ever had like 50% or something and you get that spider feeling we call it, like that gut instinct that you think, that spidey sense that the market's turning, definitely cover some positions. Oh, and with that sense, I don't know if it's gonna look bad or not. I'm gonna go back to IBIT because I don't know. It's gonna look bad. I had the same sense on IBIT. That was wrong now. We got long down here at 56.25. Out 56.75. As it broke the 200 period, we got out more. Then I got nervous thinking the market was falling back in and we got out. So we will slap our face for getting out there. Still a good trade for us. We'll actually wind up being pretty good there on IBIT. So up small on IBIT, down small on Apple, up huge on Nvidia, Palantir and TQQs follow up the rear there as well. So we'll have basically no red names, but Apple is a red mark on the day. It's just not red enough to worry about it. Unbelievable. We were short there, 226. We wrote it down. But look at Apple.
Wow. I'm actually pissed off.
I'm really happy about that stock, though, at least for earnings. Maybe.
Yeah, pissed off is the wrong word. I'm upset that I didn't buy Apple in my personal account, and I don't have a good excuse for it. The Teslas. We'll get to that in a
You bought NASDAQ.
No.
You're fine.
The reason why I didn't buy Apple is actually a crappy reason. So there's a 390 break on Tesla, which I don't love as much as I did a second ago, but it's still trying to break down. What did I get? 88s? 88s on Tesla there. So that's actually not a lot of slippage. But I just looked over at what the NASDAQ did, which is wick the bottom and then come back. And my first thought was when that happened, my first thought was actually I should be buying Apple if we're wicking the bottom. But Tesla just broke the 390 level. As always, on a scalp trade, on an even dollar break, I want to make sure I'm taking profit out into the first support level, which oddly enough is like right at 389.30 from here. And then this bottom in here is 387. So that would be the targets to work it on down. I did take that AMD trade as well. So I am in AMD, but just to go over AMD for a quick little second while Tesla likes to matriculate itself to said downside. AMD, I only want to risk about 20% of what we did on the VWAP trade here on AMD. So it's a relatively tight stop to this prior bar high in here. I don't want to give it too much room. Like it's at the lows, but it's bled a lot to get down here. And this would also be a mean reversion if it breaks that out, which usually I want to look the other way. The reason why I'm pissed off that I didn't buy Apple in my personal account despite buying the NASDAQ is simple. My only reason for not buying more Apple is that I recently bought it off the 200 period. And the only question I should have asked is, do I want to own more of it? That's the more relevant question. And the answer to that was still actually a yes. Wow, that was quick on Tesla. All right, that's kind of a flat trade, but... Well, okay, technically we're going to have made money on that. We were down on Tesla today. But ultimately, I'm going to call it a flat trade. It broke down, and it just it got right down into the 389. I'll get rid of these wicks in a little bit. It got right down to that 389, Once it tagged the first dollar, give it a break-even stop because I don't want to get trapped at the low of the day like we were just talking about with AMD. So we get some of it back on Tesla from being down on the original breakout this morning. But yeah, the market trying to make a little bit of a bottom. I'm angry that
making money.
I'm angry that I shouldn't have been in Apple on that dip. So I do want to try to get an Apple dip buy if we're able to. But maybe this 230. I looked at the prior trend line that it had going that got broken. Maybe you can hold on to this for 231 or 230. Apple should be a long until proven otherwise. But this is just always going to be my style for a breakout trade. Breakout trade either works right away or it doesn't. Not trying to get trapped in Tesla. As I said, Tesla was my only red stock this morning, and now it's not my worst stock today. But I still consider that a bit of a failed trade because you want that breakout to really go. I thought Tesla was going to be heading to 380 or something along those lines, but it's not.
All right, so just quickly there, we did get stopped out of that, so we'll props it up to anybody that has some discipline. And as Neil just mentioned there, discipline when you're wrong, discipline when you're right. It's the same discipline. It's you have to reward behavior based on some sort of a skill set, right? And if you're going to buy dips and sell highs and lows, you also got to have outs. And like right there on the TQs, obviously down that 10% right there, you got to take that profit. So we did that. I was feeling some kind of ways when we got out there, and then it went whoops right back in 25 cents. But look what just happened now. Right back to the upside. So I'm not feeling ways now. And it's just like before when we had this Nvidia trade, it's whoopsies. It's like not everything's going to work out, as Neil just mentioned, depending on your style, right away for you. This was a breakout trade for Nvidia, but a breakdown the other way to the downside. So as you can see, there's some covers. Those aren't us getting out. There's the cover of the short, of the long, then getting out, then getting into the short, and now it bleeding to the downside there. So a good little piece there for Nvidia. And look, guys, if you're a skilled enough trader to make trades like this, but lacking capital, prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills. Access account sizes ranging from $5,000 to over $500,000, and you can start with as little as that $20 bill in your pocket, Joe. But with 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which ones are the best? Pause. Good. That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Check on your screen right now. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payout histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews. Explore payout histories and discover the best current deals. You guessed it, all in one place. Scan the QR code below or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop firm for you.
Well said. And make sure you got them payout histories. That's a big one in there because I say it every single time.
Sign my damn check.
Like I said, I won't name any firms, but we know traders that were at sus. I shouldn't say sus, but it is if you don't get your payout.
I'd say it's pretty sus if you don't get if you don't pay the man.
If you can't get your money out when you have a winning streak or when you have wins at all,
that's how people get fitted for concrete shoes.
Figure out
what size people are around here.
Some things can happen if you play with someone's money. You pay with big worms' money. You playing with big worms' emotions. That's what it's all about.
You just swimming with the fishes, man. Yeah.
Joe knows what that's all about.
He says he doesn't need the concrete.
What does Joe do?
Size up his shoes there.
I see what you're saying.
Joe's Jamaican, man. I thought when I was seeing Joe before, I was like, hey, my Pakistani, hey, Joe, how's it going, my guy? He's like,
which is wild, because I actually...
This guy looks...
Although, you know what, no, I knew Joe was Jamaican.
Yeah, I knew. He had told me that before.
Yeah, it came up in a conversation.
He looks Italian, I don't know.
Does he look Italian?
Much more so than Jamaican. I mean, come on, doesn't he?
Well, yeah, I think that would, obviously,
yeah.
That is
put a poll up.
No, yeah, he probably does look more Italian than Jamaican, but
I think he looks Italian, period, to be honest. Probably more so than I do.
Okay,
so what's up, Big Perm? Yeah,
big
right.
worm.
Big worm. I mean, we maybe have to look. We're not having another Friday today. Today is a Monday, and Friday was not a day like today because Friday we actually, had a little bit of a dip down in Nvidia. I think Nvidia was down maybe 2%, something like that. And today we bleed even more.
It's a little different.
17 and change percent today.
Different.
Just a little small difference there. SPX. Broadcom. So Broadcom wasn't their name. All right, so just Nvidia. So we are out of the TQs. For Nvidia, the 50-period moving average is generally a spot. Now, we don't have like I've traded thousands of shares of Nvidia today. Okay, so you know, the amount of shares that we have left is if small, finite amount, finite, big or small, I don't, of shares left. And the thing is like, I'm just trying to hold on to see about that bottom. I do think a reload probably at this 119, if we can come into that level, would be something that I'd be looking at. So that's a spot for me. So into there, that's going to be what we're looking at right there for NVDA. Okay, so that spot for a short, we'll try it again. Peaked out. We keep on making lower highs as we go down, so we can sort of draw that line. Although we are trying to slope up a little bit here on the 200 period moving average, we do have to be careful with it. So you know that little peak to peak there is 119.60 or so. So I don't think we get stopped out until then. I don't want to mess with that. That is 119.50 almost exactly. That starts at, all right, so we could start getting short at 119, right where the 200 period is, try again like in the 30s, but I am going to respect that. We sort of coined NVIDIA when it gets into meme style, and right now over 633 million shares, it's been like meme style all day, where it just goes and goes, and there's nothing stopping it. Like it'll just go 18, 1801, 1802, like you're seeing right here, 03, 04, 05, 06 we just saw, and it just ramps, but today it's going the other way. So I'd let it cool off, which is what we did up here with NVIDIA. Tried to let this thing cool off at the top, and it was doing it. We noticed that it was getting shorter and shorter, the lifespan, so we kept getting out. Tried it there at VWAP, got out, more longs down here at 123 finally, and then when the bell tolls to the downside, breaking that 123. So yeah, we're getting close to maybe getting out, but I think we're just going to reload and then see if we can get out near the end of the day. So that's going to be a trade for me, 119.50 or so for NVIDIA. We'll start the short in and around 119, but that's still $1 from now. So it's kind of what we're working with. I mean, if you guys have any questions there, any super chats or anything like that, we could definitely go over it. I did get out of IBIT there. Maybe we regret doing that. So we'll see about getting into IBIT if it comes back into 56. But we're having our best day of the month. And at 308, unless we see something really start to come through, maybe a Palantir or something, we'll probably hang off until NVIDIA tries at least to get back to that 119.
Yeah, I think I'm at a patient point now with AMD. Like we took a hit on AMD, it'll still be my third best stock, but it was just, I said earlier, like I'm not willing to give back more than a portion of the VWAP trade, which ultimately, generally just like better. We like a mean reversion trade better. We like VWAP. I like a VWAP trade, especially when you're either bouncing off of it midday or in the afternoon. And so the trend down, a little bit different than trying to take a consolidation underneath the low, right? Where you're looking for bleed at that point. I think if we had bled through, essentially, you were at 52-week lows. The reason, I think I already said this, like AMD, if it loses there, it's losing the 52-week bottom. Usually I don't like that setup, but I mean, come on. You can take a shot at that setup, give it the tight stop. If it bleeds, I think you can go a heck of a lot further. I don't think AMD's out of the water by a long shot, but for the next 30 to 40 minutes, or maybe even the next 15, let it revert up and then look for a trend reverse. So I want to see a trend reverse to maybe get some VWAP action in there. Apple doesn't seem to want that 230 that we wanted to buy the dip on. Let's go AAPL in there here. We'll just throw the black chart down. Doesn't seem to want to get to this 230. All we got to was 231 just now, and a little bit of a consolidation. I still like 230, but better. See all the buyers that were like, yeah, we like 230. We'll take 230. I feel like Apple is a stock that I only want to be looking for the longs in, at least for now. Warren in the chat says Tesla seems to be following MSTR. I mean, in a general sense, I would think it's look the cues are going to be similar to what Bitcoin is doing, and then both are going to be making similar moves to that. Like you just did a bottoming tail on the NASDAQ, which we were pointing out on this 15, bottoming tail candle, and then a reversal. So Tesla, that's why we like to break down at 390, bottoming tail, but don't get trapped, like kind of stop it out, break even, and then you get a bottoming tail candle there. MSTR, like everything else, recently is going to have just done a little bit of a spike. What's distinctly different here, though, is you're not at the lows. Like this is already relatively strong. Bottoming tail was on the market at the low of the day. MSTR has already been putting in work and looking relatively strong. Now I'm just curious at what Mara is doing, because the thing about Mara is it bleeds more than the rest of the crypto space. Down 10% today and well underneath big support levels. What do you got here? 19? Oh goodness, it's at $18. Okay, it's nowhere close to the 200. I like shorting this one off the $20 level, the $19 level, and the 21. I just thought maybe with MSTR up, maybe Mara had done something a little more interesting. Maybe a VWAP trade for Mara, but this is actually worse and down further than I was anticipating when I just pulled it up. But thanks for pointing out MSTR. It did at least make me pull this name to the upside. Pull up so we can have a look at this. And Daniel, should we worry about Nvidia long-term positions? Define long-term. Some people, when they say long-term, like they just mean longer swings. In my long-term, I'm not selling any Nvidia based on today. Candidly, I didn't buy any. I bought the Qs. I thought that was good enough because they're a major holder in it. But that's my response to it. So it was mild enough concern that I bought the Qs instead of Nvidia, but not enough concern that I sold a single share of Nvidia. It's still the name that I want to hold for the next 5 to 10 years. There's I forget the name of the principle, but it's like an economics principle. And when you get increased in efficiency in a space, and you start thinking that's going to be bad because margins go down and all that, sometimes it also means that the uses go up when something becomes extremely efficient. So the fact that you have more competition, while seemingly bad because it can lower their dominance, can increase the amount of actual use of AI in the long term, making it bigger and better for everybody, because competition ultimately can be good in that regard. So I kind of fall into that side of things, that this is long-term, not death for NVIDIA. Short-term, yeah, you might get some dip buys.
Okay. Let's just iron it out because, we started the show because, and I want to thank everybody for joining again. Hit the like, hit the subscribe again. Setting records today, and I thank everybody for that. I want to say a big shout out also to Bears vs. Bulls. Welcome back, my guy. Look, getting out has to be part of the plan. There's one thing about getting in, getting out also. The fact that we're able to get out of that TQs right there saves us now from this. So even though it was only 10%, and we questioned it a little bit when we got out, principle there, on that. All right, when does NVIDIA become a buy? Immediately, in my opinion. JP Morgan, SMH, Palantir. Let me look at JPM. Again, if there's any stocks. Oh, someone asked me about SPY. What do I think about the SPY? So, look, I actually think that this move up in Apple, although great, I am a little bit nervous, heading into earnings and everything like that this week, especially when we just had Meta hit all-time highs. I am still very, very long Meta. I'm still long all of tech. Pretty much my biggest holdings are all of these names. So I want to get more into the Dow and the SPY. Do I think the spiders can hit 4? It was 584? Yeah, we can hit 584 tomorrow. I mean, I don't, that is very, very possible. That's another move down here today. It's only down 2%. SPY could go down another 2% tomorrow. So knock off 2% out of 600, and there you go. That would be $12 down. So that is quick math, gets you actually right at your question of 584. So yeah, I think the spiders can bleed. And the thing about the SPY is, and this is why I was going to go over to a JP Morgan and to some of these other names, right now today, what if you get a story about banks, or what if you get a story about XYZ that's not tech related? Well, you're still going to get the push down in these tech names. What if Caterpillar? There are other earnings names coming through. We basically always highlight some of the big cap tech names because that's what matters. But at the end of, in a day like today, but at the end of it all, there's so many other names that create value and or moves in the SPY. So you're gonna have to watch out for the banks. I feel a little nervous about that. Look at JP Morgan. This is the thing. If Steam's gonna come out, you basically get what I think is a little bit of a Fugay's story with this DeepSeek, but you could get something that comes out with the banks as well, sending this a little bit to the downside. And if that happens, then you will see the S&P 500 to the downside. So
Caterpillar's down. Look. It's I have diversified, a pretty decently diversified account, but in terms of non-tech, my largest non-tech holdings are Caterpillar and Eli Lilly, which that was a happy accident, and I'd like to turn Walmart into that, but it's not yet. But Caterpillar's down 3.5 points today. It's No, because you got to think about it. Like they would build out a lot of the data centers. So a lot of the spend, they are in the group a little bit because all the infrastructure build out, they do it. So they're going to catch a little bit of a headwind there. So ultimately, you're not always just because you're in one sector or another. There can be a little bit of contagion or bleed from one to the other. I just found it a little bit amusing when you said like XYZ.
Yeah, because now
that's block. Like it used to be the whole, well, when you're talking about a random name, you just say XYZ or XYZ. We're supposed to say Z because we're Canadian, but it's still Z in my heart. No, they're bleeding.
Like that famous rapper Jay-Z, you know.
Yeah, you know, that's I actually don't like Square. Oh, that's right. This chart's not going to show it. But Square actually not having a very good day today, or Block not having a very good day. I'll talk about this in a quick little second. We'll go to Adair. She has breaking news.
Yeah, we did have some news here on EL. Basically here, Bloomberg reporting that Estee Lauder is said to be reviewing its portfolio of brands. So again, Bloomberg reporting that Estee Lauder is doing a bit of a brand portfolio review here. Keep an eye on EL. This one did actually break out of its resistance zone, but right now falling back a little bit. Either way, EL, a little bit of volatility on that report, guys. Back to you.
Buddy, get some Estee Lauder. Let's have a quick little look to see what's going on with EL right now. See if we get some updated levels for you to have a quick idea. All right, so you never want to overreact to these kind of plays. Obviously, someone did. Someone got hit the buy key pretty good there, all the way up to $86. So we always say buyer beware when news stories like this break. But Estee Lauder right now just pulls right back into that level. So great story, great news, all the way up to $86. You know, maybe someone's gotten wind of some kind of a levered deal or something because you were down here to $74, bouncing off the 50 period. Now trying to take it out. Still a company well beat up, well battered, but you know, I don't know. Look where it stopped, like right here, 86, 87. So just be careful on that. It does look like there might be something up with Estee Lauder right now. So good story. Maybe trade this with options, but for right now, this $90 mark looks to be somewhere like a top. And even then, it just kind of topped out right here too, 85, going back to September levels. So yeah, watch out for Estee Lauder. Maybe we can think of some other names in this space that might get some love as well. But right now, Estee Lauder up 1.60% doesn't seem like too much underneath the hood there, but we'll wait to see if it comes up. We have
you want that.
We have different names.
Yeah, you always want it to, when you get news like that and get the spike, you want it to like hold that prior breakout, the VWAP, and then make some higher lows, ideally. All I wanted to show you on XYZ is that our chart, I'm going to have to use an E-signal chart because our chart, kind of from the moment at which it changed from SQ to XYZ, it's like it doesn't exist before. So whenever I pull up XYZ, it's only going to show the last few days. But this is what I'm getting at for Block. This channel I think this is a tradable channel for XYZ, and I own it in my long term, so I don't like saying that because it means when you pop into the top end of the range for Block, I think you got to look short that day, and you look short until it gets to the bottom end of the range. And even then, I prefer the short when it's channeling down like this over the long, which I would think goes without saying a little bit. So yeah, kind of a nasty... It's a nasty looking move there on XYZ. That's the same thing that AMD looks like on its chart. So AMD underneath that 113.5, which was the bottom break on the daily chart, it comes into next resistance, which is at 114.5 or 114.25 to 114.5. And now I want to see, it's about to run this top again. Let's see it fail this top before we just jump right on over to it. But AMD looking for the next resistance spot. It's not VWAP, but it's 320. There's not that much time to put any more trades on. Apple is close, but no cigar yet. It's right here holding on to this 230 level, but still in a little bit of the downswing. Trying to close holding this 230 for the second time here on Apple. That was a heavy red candle. That's actually the biggest volume candle since the morning. What happened?
It's fine. I mean, today's a big day, but like we talked about shorting Nvidia where? At the 200 period moving average. At what price? At 119. Like it got to it got to 118.80 right there. We were 20 cents higher from another one. They're coming back in off the 200 period moving average of one. Like that was another $2 right there. Oh. We're still holding a piece, and maybe I should have got out, and then I maybe would have been looking at it more, but that's too bad. So right into there. Now we have to I mean, if it comes back up, I almost think it's worth a try again. It's getting late though, 321. We don't necessarily want to be in too many names into the close, but wow, that's too bad. That was a great short. That was the one that we were looking for. We missed it. So too bad for us on that one. But you know, you're not going to get absolutely everything. The other name that I was thinking about was TQs. Just bounced off the 200 pair. Not as in love with the futures as I am. As I said, I really like the Nvidia push down. And then we did talk about Palantir. This one I don't feel as bad. We didn't talk about this with any conviction. And you'll know, like when I talk about something with conviction, I'll take the trade. This was that trade rate down there on Palantir. We were talking about 73. Thing is, the market, I thought we were going to continue to bleed. We were actually short the futures when we were talking about Palantir. It stops completely on a dime there at 73 bucks and then straight back up to the upside now, about $1 in the money off of that level. So I'd say let Palantir breathe. If anything, now I'm even thinking about the long, but that's not going to have to be anything until 75. So I like a 75 break on Palantir long. And I actually will take that because we'll clear VWAP. We'll be bouncing off the 200, bouncing off the 50, clear easily through VWAP, then take out that nether level of $75 on Palantir. So again, I don't want to feel too much FOMO on this trade because I don't. But right there, what level is that? Yeah, 75 bucks. So fine by me taking that and then the support of VWAP. So a new trade alert that we'll put on if it breaks. We're still $1 away from it, $75. But it could come in, right? So $75 there on Palantir for a potential DeepSeek. I just read in the chat for a break there happening one more time. And then the other one I liked, again, I
don't know why I find that.
For longs was Amazon. We're now $6 in right now on. You have Amazon? Oh no, we're in the other two.
No, I just said I love Amazon.
Yeah, me too. I was like, I didn't want to talk about it if you were into it, but right now, yeah, that break of that top isn't that horrible either. 234.50. It's just I don't think we want to go long with only 30 minutes left. We're both short right now.
No, Apple's
1-1. Well, Apple long is
Apple's Apple.
I'm not even going to count that against because what's up, Ozan? There it is.
Well,
because we like the long in Apple.
No, Uber is strong too. There's other stocks other than Apple that are having really good days today. I don't know, so like Apple off at 230. I'm probably jinxing myself by saying Uber is strong. So don't at me if Uber just lost support here, and okay, never mind. Okay, fine. When we opened the show, or when we started the afternoon show, Uber was holding VWAP. So I have this tendency to jinx things, and it was green on the day. It was clearly strong. You were holding out really well, and then all of a sudden I go and open my mouth, and it's lost VWAP. So it's no longer up on the session is Google. But when you're down 0.1%, I'd like to say that counts when the market's down 3. You know, it's still good. It's like when you drop something, it's like a 3-second rule. It's still good. So Uber is still good, even though it isn't strong. Apple is trying to break back. I like to keep in trend lines. All right, these bids are no good. I'm not going to fill.
I don't want to go.
I like to keep up trend lines here when they first initially break. I just want to see if it starts respecting it in either direction. And if I see that happening, I can make the adjustment. Because like the second it got to the prior trend line from the VWAP hold, it started to check up a little bit here. So when that happens, I want to revert out if we lose the prior bar. If we break out, I want to hold till back underneath that trend. So we got into Apple, obviously long. You guys can see that. Waited for AMD to give us that crest. It did give us a break of the local support level, which it didn't do last time. Then right back into the highs. And the bottom might be in on AMD at this point, the way it's behaving. So look for the mean revert. But as always, if we break resistance, I'm jumping out of the trade. Don't want to fight it, especially when it's down 7% on the day. Apple, if we're going higher, want to see if we can get to that high of the day. I see Zabo in the chat saying XRP is pumping. Now, what's IBIT doing? I haven't literally looked in a hot minute. But
me neither.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Ripple's doing. I actually have not looked at anything. I've looked at the crypto equities today, and I've looked at Bitcoin itself, but I haven't had too much of a look to see what the other things are going. I'm mostly Bitcoin in my holdings, some Solana and ETH, and that's about it.
Look, right now we're setting records today. We talked about that. We want to have everyone thank you for watching, but make sure you hit the like button. Right now, 581 likes, over 5,700 of you watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and we've done this before, and it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. If you hit the like button, then the current trade that you're in will most likely move for you. So, I mean, hopefully in the money, but will definitely move for you. So hit that like button because the thing is, we have this little thing here. It's like it says do something. So like that's for us to do something. So hit the like button, hit the subscribe. Let's get that going up to 1,000, and we'll see if we can get this market popping one more time. So thank you, everybody, for liking the stream and watching and continuously supporting us day in and day out. And I mean, getting out of the TQs there, I'm not, maybe reloading this at VWAP. We talked about looking at an Nvidia reload. We still are in that Nvidia trade, so we'll be able to see if we do want to reload that once it comes up into 118, 119. I'm still looking at that 119 level. That should be something to take consideration, but it's 326. Let me check out what Tesla's doing. Is that north of $4 yet? Nah, not really. Again, this could be one of them trades right now. But maybe we should short the market. Right back up to VWAP. I still like it better up here.
Oh, never mind.
But then we'd be well above. But the last time we shorted, we were up here as well. I think let's do that again. If we can get back up into that area, we'll short one more time on the TQs. Again, you can see sort of what happened there. That was a good little move for us to that downside of the TQQs. So, all right, I think that those are the plays for me here into the close, including Nvidia. We sort of highlighted what our plan of action was there on Nvidia. I think it makes sense. And then these TQs, again, I think that's going to be a play. And we're getting close to that level again, $79 or so for that kind of a short. Really impressed with Meta, though, today. Like ahead of earnings, I did not think that we would have made all-time highs. It's still above its all-time high close of 652 and change. We did get up to what, 665 or so today? Wow, 665 right there for Meta. Like what a rocket. This name was just 550. Like it put $100 on its name in 2 months. Wow. I mean, and it's not even like it's a new story. It's Instagram, it's Facebook, it's WhatsApp, it's
oh my God.
It's oh my God. Like great name, and soon to be TikTok. Yeah, exactly. I think if Zuckerberg can get involved with TikTok, that'd be interesting. We'll see if he is, but I don't think so.
They won't let him.
No, I don't think they're really bidding, are they?
No, they wouldn't let him.
No, I don't.
There's no way that they would ever let. No, okay, I shouldn't say that. It's highly unlikely. I don't like to speak in 100% certainties. But it's highly unlikely that they would ever let Zuckerberg own that. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But then I say the same thing about Elon as well, and the Chinese seem to want that. But just very quickly in here, Apple did lose the trend. So remember, trend in, trend out? Well, it trended right into the prior trend line, and then it lost support. So going to jump out. I mean, if I was bearish, I'd probably go short. But I kind of still like Apple on strength. Let's see if it can bounce off 230 maybe a second time in here, give it a chance to be able to do so. And Rohit, thank you for the super chat here, Rohit. Appreciate you and appreciate all of our viewers. Like everyone else in the community, we just want you to enjoy the show. Everyone's just here to learn something and get better in their trading journey, whatever you might be, or maybe just get some insight on the markets and see what they're actually doing in real time and not 3 hours later after the dust has settled. Is IWM collateral damage from the Q's impact? Well, it's not helping. But I would imagine I haven't looked at everything that's in the Russell, but there's going to obviously be some small cap names that don't necessarily fit into this bleed. Like there's probably a bunch of biopharma stocks that are okay, or if they're having good days, they could be running on their own news. But in a general sense, it is a little bit of the same bleed here. So you're catching some strays. It's just not nearly as bad. You're only down 1 point. Like remember, this is an AI move down. It's a very specific catalyst that we have here today. And it is affecting some of the hyperscalers. It's affecting the chip names and the specific AI plays. That said, you were also at a pretty obvious resistance level on IWM that it's trying to chew through. That breakout is going to have to wait a hot minute over 230 on the Russell. I thought it was coming this week, but I guess not.
All right. Russell's going to be an interesting one. Okay, now we are short Tesla. We just had 50 cents. We didn't take it. We are now on the bid down there at 394.30. Maybe we can get that fill. Maybe we can't. All right, so that's what we're doing. We're into this level. I'm not giving this to VWAP, though, that's for sure. I was just looking at this 50-period moving average right there. It was this 396. That could be something that we trade off of. We're nowhere near the 200. Tesla continues to go to the downside. I mean, if we bleed into the close, let's try something right now for you. So against that level makes sense to me. 396.60, that might be a little high for Tesla. I am not trying to average into this. So the price that we have, I mean, right now it's 30 cents. I don't know how much you just took on Apple there, but like 30 cents for Tesla. Let's see if this falls back. There it is. Bang again, Neil. This is what a day we're having right now. A dollar club. It's another member, Joe. You're dressed pretty. I mean, you go to the club, Joe. Right there. Dollar down to $3.94 there for Tesla. So we just get out of some more. We're back into scalp mode there. Another 70-cent winner. We're out of 40%. Let's see if it bleeds even lower right now for Tesla. Bye-bye. Right there off the 200-period moving average. So, yeah. There it goes, man. It's a dollar winner for you right there again on the short. So I might just cover another piece of this right now. Having a little bit of a problem here at 394. Don't know why that didn't flush a little more aggressively there. So let's, ooh, nice little bounce back. Okay, I see you, Elon. I see you. All right, we'll bid something out in the teens now if it does come back in, and then we'll watch out now because again, okay. What's up, prop trader? What's up, everybody? Boy, Bob Curran, yeah, we get excited. And the reason why, again, we talk about this, you know, we're hosting and we're trading. And I mean, you could see Neil is not in any positions, but I mean, look at the positions I'm in. And like, we just put this on, we explained it to you. So yeah, when it does work and it does go a dollar in the money, Neil, and we are helping out traders, a dollar in the money, Neil, we're sitting in $7. Like right now, Tesla's $1.30 in the money and it just dropped out right there. So this is why we're getting excited. Good trades. We got to do something. We're talking about it here. I know on the midday, we got some bangers with Joe and Sharif, but I mean, Neil, I think this trade, proof and pudding right here with Tesla, there it goes, man. Now more than a dollar and continuously going lower right there. So nice move now. We'll figure out, you know, where we go from here. But the spread on, we just took out $393.50. We just got a bid right now on Tesla. So there's your $1.50 right now. Now even extending out, Neil, this could be a $2 winner as we trade the trend. So obviously you could see right here, man, we're putting on the damage today. We've got it on Nvidia. We got it on IBIT. We got it on the futures, Palantir, Apple. It's all coming through. Thank you so much to everybody for watching. Now over 800 of you have liked the stream. So thank you. Thank you for that. And again, like sitting here finding these trades, obviously you can tell, aren't that easy to find. So, you know, we thank everybody for helping us. We thank everybody for continuously supporting the channel. As we're just short 395 on Tesla, it's only at 392 and a change. So decent trade right there. And thank you, The Hawk.
The Hawk in the chat. Shout out to you. Appreciate you so much. A lot of people asking about MU. Well, position board just left. There's only one position in there. Well, two. It's going to be Nvidia and Tesla. I got out of Apple, which we mentioned to you. Not going to get back into it yet because I am favoring the long. I'm looking back over at Marvell, as that was like the first trade that we made in here was the Marvell trade, and it's now got a pretty distinct range. Just held on to 100 a second time. But it's also going to be 330. I wanted to make sure we got a quick look at the early looking bounces, just so you guys can see that there isn't anything there right now. So a lot of times on a day with this type of volatility, I know I said it this morning that I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some imbalances. That was the morning because of the doom and gloom that everyone was watching, and there were some imbalances that moved the market right away. Nothing stands at over 1 million shares going into the close. That's subject to change as we get a little bit closer to the end of the day. But this is starting to feel a little reversion like on Marvell. It just held that 100 a second time through. What I want to see is the selling that happened the first time we were along was right at the 101 quarter. If it does it again and can chew through that selling, I'm looking for like a late day kind of relief rally. In this particular case, selling the news or profit taking would be shorts taking profit at the end of the day. So I'll be looking for them to break this level out here where we were selling into before and then go from there on Marvell. Got the eyeballs back on it. Apple cannot hold on to this 230.5 level, but it does hold on to 230. So it's still looking pretty good. What I don't like, though, is it's underneath the trend line, which just, for me, that's kind of a no-go when it failed that trend. I need to see it be a little bit stronger than it is. That's why I'm pumping over back to Marvell. Like, that was a pretty clean one the first time through that 100 level. If it can show me the same trade off the 101, then I think that's the next place that I want to be involved in, just going right back into that particular well. Only 25 minutes to go here till the end of the day. Usually I want to be generally flat or looking to get flat by 350. I think there's maybe one more shot before we look at the imbalance trades particularly, which might be Nvidia depending on size. So 101.25, that's what I'm looking to see break out here on Marvell, and then looking for a scalp into next resistance, which is like 102.5 here. So just like the trade before, I'm looking for about $1 scalp move. If it can hold trend, maybe you get a little bit more than that. I will be watching Nvidia closely. If at the moment that I like Marvell, Nvidia has some kind of a hammer down candle, I probably am not silly enough to punch long in Marvell if Nvidia's last move was to tank. So I will keep eyes on Nvidia. I always have an Nvidia chart up if I'm looking at any chip names, regardless if I'm trading it or not.
All right, so just real quickly here, as we hold the 10%, as we hold 10% left of Tesla, I just put the stop rate here at 395. Let's just YOLO this thing. I mean, we're already short. We've already made money. Tesla's already going to be a stock that we can be proud of. Nice move down, but it did just bounce off the 50-period moving average. So, you know, the stock, what I use to actually analyze most of these moves, although we show you different charting, the platform that I use is the e-signal platform. And this is like an example of the charting right here. Make sure you do scan that QR code below. I just, again, 200-period, 50-period, 20-minute charts, just so easy, you know, beautifully loaded up here. The layout, easy to customize. You know, for me, having accurate charting and being able to backtest into the second charts or anything like that, like you could just call up Tesla right here. This is a 5-minute chart, 1S. You know, you're going to have now second charts here pumping through on Tesla. So again, like just different, not loading right this second. All right, I see why. There it is. So now here's like a 1-second chart now on Tesla. Sorry, I had the wrong setting there. 1-second chart now on Tesla. Like look at this thing going crazy here as it loads it all up. So, I mean, this is live action. We talked about different traders will use different tools. I mean, here we go with e-signal. Just great opportunities. And actually, hey, now that I look at this, we talk about the backtesting abilities of Tesla, of e-signal. Look at it hold the 50-period moving average on a 1-second chart, Joe, right there, and then it breaks. Oh, there goes Tesla. All right, we're short Tesla. It's another one. But a nice little move there for Tesla and the 1-second chart. And again, e-signal, you know, trade smarter, not harder. And I think that if you're using some of these indicators, you too will be able to trade smarter, not harder. And again, it's all about being comfortable with your platform, whether or not it's e-signal, trade ideas or anything. Just be comfortable with it. You know, get out the right ideas in the right areas, and you too should be able to be successful.
And the other thing you can do, which I'm getting back into e-signal myself, so I know I'm going to have some questions for Sean and some of the other traders that have used it a little bit more frequently. Yeah, it's fine. No, they're literally basic stuff. No, but the other thing you should always consider is, remember, if your broker works for you, you sign up with e-signal, if they work for you. They actually do have a robust
a support system,
which will allow you to get the most out of the platform. That's the important thing, because there's always going to be tools in there you might not even realize that you have, or you want to be able to learn to use. Whether it's an indicator or whether, like Sean said, it's like, it could be tick charts, it could be like the 5-second or the 1-second charts.
If Nvidia breaks, I just want to say 119, I'm out. So go ahead with, I know you were just...
No, I joke about the 1-second charts because that's something that I've never really looked at it.
No, I was joking about those too.
No, but there was a couple of times where I've been shown the open. I think they're very extreme cases where it can teach you something about where you should be putting your stop orders and how aggressive to be or not to be when you're trying to take a break at the open. And in the intraday market, when you're trading a big cap tech name, it doesn't really matter that much. But specifically at the open, it can give you some insight as to what's the price I'm not willing to pay and how far do I have to cross to have a good shot at an entry point without getting a ridiculously bad fill. I think that's a value in a 1-second chart. I've never really used them otherwise, to be honest with you, but there's a conversation I had with some of the boys on the floor, and e-signal does give that to you. So the market's trying to bounce to the upside here. Marvell's running into resistance at this spot. I mean, the idea was I was looking for a relief rally off of this spot, and it's running right to prior resistance and then running out of steam. It's running out of time to punch through this 101.40. It's always tempting, you see the selling, to jump into the short, but I kind of wanted this breaking out from this level. And Razor in the chat, thoughts on Trump demanding Powell to cut rates immediately? We already knew, A, that he was going to say this, and B, what Powell's response was going to be. I just don't think the Fed right now is the biggest mover in the market. And obviously, you've got the AI news today, and then you've got all the earnings coming through. Is anyone really caring more about what the Fed says on Wednesday versus the big three big tech names that we get earnings on this week?
I didn't even realize the Fed was reporting.
I know that's not me. I mean, I'm laser focused on, I guess, the earnings. We'll worry about the Fed, I think, in a quarter or so. If that's even, in a quarter or so, then you worry a little bit more about the Fed. You always keep an eye on yields, keep an eye on the VIX, that kind of a thing, but I don't know if we're going to get any surprises out of the Fed anytime soon. That's just my 2 cents. Nothing surprising about Trump wanting the rates to come back down. We knew he was going to say it. He said it. Powell said, they don't care and they're data-driven, all that good stuff, and they're not going to make any moves anytime soon.
Yeah, no, I mean, I sort of said that in my little piece last week about it. I was just like, I don't think Powell has any, really, I think it's all about Trump. It's all about the tariffs, all about that talk. It's all about everything, the data dependent. I think Trump will just speak whatever he wants to, and Powell will just have to listen to it for now. And then at some point, I don't know. I don't want to say like executive orders or something like that, but you never know what this guy's going to do. So let's just leave it at that for right now. Okay. All right, so the trade on Tesla is what it is. We're waiting for that very bottom, and if we can get 390, then so be it. Let's just put a bid down there at 390. I mean, you guys want to take another $5 in the market? I mean, this is what we're here to do as a trade, right? So I thought that this risk to reward, we've already cashed out. Tesla's already a big boy here. So let's put a bid right down at the low of the day and see if we can get a 390. Now, again, that's not going to be the very low of the day. Actually, yeah, it is. All right. I didn't know if we got lower than that right off the open, but we did not. Tesla was one of those names that just got going. It never really gave you a pullback except for just all of that madness at the open. The pullback doesn't start until 10:30, which was right there. And then now we continue to go short, and now it's confirmed because we did not break any of these highs. We kept on making lower highs all the way in until eventually right there, it might have looked like a breakout again, but then you had the support of the 200, and then we did it again. Here comes the high, right into the 200. Trust me, it's not rocket science. Like we said, man, I'm here to trade, and right there, boom, 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 came in again, we shorted it. Obviously, I wish I would have left one more 20% fill. We get 4 fills, each worth 20% or so, right into there, this 393 or 394. Again, we like to take that dollar early. It was kind of really quick, came within 5 minutes. I wish I would have kept one more piece for that 392.50, which we're coming into right now again. So let's see if that can happen. I'm going to put a bid at 390.50. If we get that 390.50, that will obviously close the trade. And again, the risk to reward, you can get out at the 200 period, which would put this basically flat. I'm just going to give it to 395. So break higher on that, fine. But right now, it is $125 in the money on this name and $5 in on Nvidia. But this Nvidia short is just a piece of the pie until we see that low one more time. And I think we can put a bid down there as well. 116, let's put a 117 bid. So just in case these imbalances come through, we'll be shorting those. Now, we stayed away from the Qs. Like, again, let's just props it up. We'll do the Barry Horowitz, the forever jobber. That's what I feel like. It's just like it came in there, we got out, and then it blasted back up, and we took these outs basically at that low. We don't have the very low, but if you're going to trade futures, it is very, very hard to be exactly precise. So we're able to get that fill right there, just over view up and using some of these wicks as our tops. Then we weren't able to capitalize completely on the bottom. So we do have no more left, and because the imbalances are coming, as Neil's mentioned there, I'm not going to be into anything right now into the close. We're just going to hold what we have. Right now it's Nvidia. My out, honestly, I was going to give this to 19s. I'm not going to anymore. It's too spicy. 118.76. There's no point in throwing anything back. So 1118, 81s. That'll be my out right there. Out of 100% of it. Wrap this day with a pretty bow, and then just call it what it is, man. It's going to be my biggest day of the month, and it all just started early, and then it happened late with Nvidia, it happened late with Tesla, and it happened a little late too with the Qs. So that's it, man. Missed opportunity on Palantir, and we could have, you see, you want to talk about sticking to your goals, and ADR, we talk about getting wicked out all the time. I punched out of this. Like, I thought IBIT was coming back in, and oh man, Neil, are we even more than what we think? I don't think so. I mean, we're trying to, okay, someone messaged me, okay. We're trying to just talk about our trades while trying to stay humble a little bit here, because honestly, this IBIT at 56, like, we called this trade. And there's the long down there at 56 on IBIT, and we had it, but then we just didn't believe in it, to be honest with you, so pie on my face. But there's the 56 there. There's a nice little runner up to 57.50. So a nice move on IBIT. we have the stock, but we did get stopped out, and we just got stopped out of Tesla as well as it broke through 495. So there we go, man. Ending the day, not on a high note, but we'll be at our highest spot. Because closing this trade now, we're finally flat, plus the Nvidia trade, we'll be at the highest spot we've been at all day. And again, Nvidia to me, the number one stock for me for the month and the number one stock for me today. And it all started early and late. We're going to get out. You just saw where we're going to stop out. Only 4 minutes left.
Yeah,
And we got some earnings tonight.
that last play I thought was going to be Marvel. It looks like it's not going to happen. We're too tight to 350. The time 350, and it's losing. It's not holding the breakout level. You can kind of see it's already curling in there with 3 minutes to go till imbalances. Still not a heck of a lot. Fubo's there for 1 million shares, which is not nothing. I was asked in the chat what I thought about Holo. So Holo's one of 2 stocks that got a bounce specifically because of DeepSeek. So these guys said they were using their platform. I mean, it is. I can't hide what already happened to the stock. It is what it is. I thought it was a short this morning when it broke down, and I would venture to say until it holds maybe one of these bottoms for a day or two, maybe a bit of a stay away. Stocks like this tend to every now and then get like a second rally. Like you'll get the first one, and then at some point it'll do like another little jaunt in there somewhere. So like that's probably what you're looking for. There's your spike reject. You're just looking for another maybe more subtle bounce in the next couple of days. So hold the 150 level. Maybe by Wednesday, you can get like a little quick scalp trade into 190, but not for me right away. It was kind of one of those look for the short when it broke down and didn't catch it until really, really late. I think 240, 250 would have been the better short. I wasn't short till 205. I think you got to wait for 150 to start holding. So 2.5 minutes to go. It's not huge by way of earnings, but there is one that we keep saying is better than U.S. Steel that reports tonight.
Does Nucor report?
I thought they did.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's a stock that I like. Actually did a piece. What is
I haven't looked. I actually haven't looked at the chart in a little bit for.
We did it. We did it. All right. I just wanted to show you. It's not the greatest.
Well, oh no, they're in the morning. That's the issue.
Okay, you guys can see this. Okay, good. I was going to say it's not showing up great on my screen, but I see that it is on everybody else's. So
your screen.
Yeah, I don't know, because look how clean it looks on there. It looks so much better on this board, right? Okay, so yeah, it does. Pretty light tonight, right? We've got Rumble there, Getty Images. Tomorrow we started off with Home Depot coming through. Wait a minute. This is the wrong thing. No, this is not the right calendar. So there you go.
Well, they are aftermarket then.
Who?
Nucor.
Nucor, yeah, that was the wrong calendar. I'm actually, whatever you sent me there, Dara, I'm unable to access
but that's not till 4:30 actually. Okay.
You must have an earnings calendar. I don't have the paid thing on Earnings Whisper, so whenever I click on it, it doesn't show anything. So if you could send me that picture, Dara, that'd be good, and we can get that. I know.
The chart still looks bad.
Yeah, when I open up the link, Adara, this is literally what it says here. So close, and I don't have the access to this. So okay. Anyways, we'll get the earnings calendar for you as well. But I like to use Earnings Whisper. Gives you sort of a nice little visual of what's coming through. We also do have, of course, Market Chameleon. This can show you. They both show you the same. So depending on what you like, here's today. You look for aftermarket, Brown and Brown. There's your new Cornell that you mentioned. Expected to move 5.6%. That's coming in today as well. And after that, a little dry on earnings, especially when you look at later on in the week and what we're going to wind up having there. Boeing coming, SAP, Starbucks comes tomorrow, aftermarket as well. That should be good. We get GM tomorrow morning. We get Royal Caribbean tomorrow morning. Lots of stuff happening. This shows Nucor before market open on the 28th. The other one showed it tonight. So same page, 2 different results.
Well, that's so weird because
right there. So
I'm pretty sure Nucor usually reports in the morning. I think that's what's weird about it. So it's not till 4:30 anyways. Look, if it comes out, we will have it for you. That's how we roll around here.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, we'll show you it moving. Adara's going to be all over it. Imbalances just came out, so we quickly flip over. Nvidia's $3 million to the sell side. Apple $3 million to the sell side. Intel $2.5 million to the sell side, but that's not very big because it's a $20 stock. You also have Cisco, $1.2 million to the buy side. So the big ones are going to be Apple and Nvidia, 3.2 and 2.7 million. But note the paired volume on Nvidia is 32 million shares. The paired volume on Apple is 8 million shares. That is distinctly different, everybody. So yes, that is gigantic. From a notional, 3 million is still a decent notional value, but it's a small fraction of the paired volume, and NVIDIA's done 700 million shares today. So in terms of significance, that's why NVIDIA basically didn't even move off of that, and Apple actually moved to the downside. So when you consider the size of the imbalance, you should also consider the paired volume and how much volume it's done on the session, which Apple, I don't know, what, 10% of NVIDIA, something along those lines? Wow. Record day of volume here for NVIDIA, unquestionably.
Oh, and I think if we Google that would be something maybe for Adara.
That's what I was going to do.
Pretty cool graphic, Adara. I think NVIDIA might have turned over the most money today ever.
If it didn't, I'm surprised.
700 million shares on an $120 name? Like, because where's VWAP today? So that should show you the average price roughly, 121.50. You go 121.50 times 700 million shares, and we have a few million on the imbalance. So like,
a few million, 30.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's gonna eat it up right there, 32 million. So you're gonna be well into 750 there, maybe by the time the close happens. Let alone if you choose after hours as well. But yeah, wow.
That might be the biggest
I think
paired
this is a
volume.
capitulation. I
haven't seen paired volume like that on a non-rebalance day, notionally.
If I didn't buy more at lunch, I mean, I might even buy more after hours. I just, that much volume on a day is insane for NVIDIA. So actually, I can add it on here. So this is pretty easy how to do it on our system. You go here, you go create, and I just go to V, volume weight average price. Nope, there's volume right there. I push apply, and I push apply again. And you could see right here, I guess we don't really have, so that's 400, that's showing, I don't know if this is gonna be accurate exactly, 438, so we're gonna get that updated, but you're gonna be into the 500, 600, so you're gonna be all the way up here by the time this volume kicks out. So let me zoom in a little bit to make that look a little bit better for you all, because we do have that. So there, actually doesn't have today's volume yet, I guess. So we'll wait to see when that volume comes in, but this high, that last volume right there is 400 million. So yeah, this is gonna be 700 million shares. Could be a nice little whoosh day for NVIDIA. Needless to say, I'm buying the dip. All right, Roblox coming in again here today. I got a notice this morning, and I was actually going to say this. Oh, your Roblox account has been refunded. So $13.99 out of my account. Thank you to PayPal for funding that as well. Into Roblox.
You use PayPal still?
I use PayPal for it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about PayPal. We got some cash in PayPal, guys. Nice move upside there, up to $68. PayPal is just like the fun money, so.
Well, it's just I've stopped using PayPal for just about everything.
Yeah. No, I have some side businesses, you know what I mean? So nice move up there into $68. So I really like Roblox. Huge move, sort of one of those plays that we've had still from the summertime. Good move. But you know what I wanted to say? So I'm missing my wedding ring. Okay, hold on a second here.
Huh?
No. Sorry,
you lost your wedding ring?
No, missing. It's so last night there, I'm making wings, and the kids wanted them with flour and all that stuff. So here I am. So whenever I do that or make ground beef and we make burgers, I take the ring off. So, anyways, and I'm driving to work and I'm trying to play with my ring, and it's like, oh my God, I don't have it on. And I phone Marissa, and I think, so we may or may not be together, but she's messaged me and everything is all good. Wow, that Nucor is really falling out here right now to the bottom of it.
That was fast.
Oh, Adara has news on Nucor.
If they dropped it.
Maybe they're not reporting. Let's go to Adara quickly.
So there is no news on Nucor, but I did want to clarify. I actually looked here, and Market Chameleon and Earnings Whisper both say they're reporting tonight after the bell. They're expected to come out at 4:30 p.m., about a 5.6% implied move, though it actually moved less than 1% last earnings. The other thing, though, I really wanted to talk about was we have some more comments coming through on this NVIDIA situation here with regards to NVIDIA and DeepSeek. I'm going to see if this chart will load. But basically here, the situation with NVIDIA and DeepSeek is that, of course, we had a couple hours ago, NVIDIA spokespeople commenting that they think that DeepSeek is, quote, an excellent AI advancement. CNBC is just circulating these reports now, so if you're seeing this just come on your blotter, it's actually from at least 2 hours ago. Now, the other thing, though, that I think is really key is Perplexity CEO Arvind, basically the CEO here of Perplexity, saying that the company is going to be buying more capacity to keep serving DeepSeek R1, but also saying that people who are shorting NVIDIA are, quote, short-sighted. So basically, a couple examples here potentially we're seeing from Perplexity and NVIDIA itself of ways that DeepSeek can be seen as monumental and game-changing, while also Nvidia as a company not necessarily going to be affected here. So that's really interesting stuff coming from AI professionals themselves, guys.
Thank you very much, Adair. This wasn't here before, but IBIT's now 2.4 million to the buy side.
Oh boy,
IBIT.
Oh no.
That's the first. Nvidia's still 2.4 million to sell, but remember that's with 41 million paired volume. 41 million paired volume. So it's not really moving the needle that much. Apple paired off to 1 million to sell from 3 million. But look at IBIT. And again, I can't remember the last time I saw it in balance on IBIT. It's probably never is the answer. So maybe watch for 358. I want to make sure I have this one up because I want to see what the print does. I'm going to get up to the desk in a minute or two for the aftermarket show. But this is one, you don't usually see ETFs that pop off like this on imbalances. It's the first time I've ever seen one. And Apple, yikes. There's a reason why we show those imbalances live. Apple actually dropped 1.5% on that imbalance right into VWAP. So you look at Nvidia because Nvidia is Nvidia, and then Apple's the one that made the bigger move, as we were mentioning, on that imbalance. Sam, Sean, or Neil, before we go to the desk here, have either one of you seen that infomercial? I don't know which infomercial you're discussing.
Oh, that one? Yeah, I've seen that one.
Which one?
I have no idea.
I mean, let me know which infomercial you're talking about. I mean, I've seen some infomercials.
Oh, that one?
I don't know. But I was going to say this before I left the desk. You can actually get rings that are like, they had spinners on them. Like, you know, it's literally a fidget one like with a cutout that you can spin the thing as you're messing around with it, which, I don't know. Like, I do this as well, but obviously it doesn't move. So who? Sorry, I didn't catch that, Ramin. You'll have to
look. I don't know.
Yeah, that imbalance on IBIT, I've never seen it before, but it must have popped up late. It wasn't there at 350.
Yeah, Ramin, I'm not even understanding what's going on. I'm not even listening.
I don't know what.
I'm already perplexed by this IBIT trade. Like, we liked 56. This is where. Who just hit that? Fabian? Fabian, look at this. Look at this trade, man. We wrote down 56 long. We bought 56. We got out 56.80. Everything was good until it wasn't. Crypto upside. All right, only 2 minutes left. I want to thank everybody for watching, man. It has been a hell of a face slapper, a dollar maker, a Lambo driver, a Hydration Nation drinker, a flosser. It's been a chronic kind of day. It's been another one. We've been riding bulls. We've been riding bears. We've been ringing registers. We had lunch, which is pretty good.
It was pretty good. And big shout out to Nimrod for the gifted memberships as well. It's been that kind of a day. We appreciate you, Nimrod. Valuable everyone
get the hell out of here.
Everyone in the community is fantastic. So get those memberships while you can. Let's get on to the desk. We got Nucor after the bell.
All right. That should be good. Guys, thank you so much for joining. Yeah, Neil's got this banger of a show ready to go. Make sure you join us on Wednesday for sure, where we set all the damn records, when we have lots of earnings coming through. We have big earnings tomorrow. I like Starbucks earnings. IBIT just continues to go upside. It's okay, guys. We traded thousands of shares today, including those of Nvidia was a good day today. IBIT a good day. TQQ's Tesla. We'll go 5-1 today. The only red mark on our day is Apple, and it's about a couple matcha lattes in. So that was that. Oh, you know, I took, and my wife has a picture, it has other kids in it, but I drove 3 kids home from Newmarket this weekend, Joe. Mistake. Okay, because you know why? The game, Ramin would know all about this. So these are my daughter's 10 years old. So what do you think happens when I'm in a car with my wife and 3 other 10-year-old girls, and they just had a hockey game and they're hungry? Starbucks. No, my friend, Starbucks. So I was like, hey, use that PayPal money, reload those Starbucks accounts, get those points. So that was a nice, fun day. Oh, here we go. Countdown. All right, with only a couple seconds left. There's less than 10 left now, that is for sure. Hey, Adara, what's going on? Only 2 and 1. Ring the bell because your boy is late. There wasn't. They're more into Gracie Abrams, and there's some song called Messy now with Lola. Yeah. So they're all about that. They're all about maps. Yes, maps. Just a little, something like that. There's some moves happening there. All right, Tesla near $400. This is going to be. I mean, if you're not entertained yet, are you not entertained? I mean, honestly, this guy just took just took the podium a couple weeks ago, right, with Trump. This guy's been running it. I feel that, the stock market president is now in the building. We have DeepSeek, and the more you know about Chinese GPT and stuff like that, the better you will be. So hopefully, in my opinion, get out of the way, Powell, get out of there. Right now, Jensen getting dunked on there by Powell. We need to have that with Powell and Trump, kind of battling each other back and forth. All right, look, it's 4:01. You've obviously had way too much of me today, so that's great. And I'll see everybody tomorrow. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls. Brendo, Joe, Sharif, Ramin, Fabian, Adara, Neil, probably Andre, Tomas, our Hungarian friend, everybody that is here. Randy, thank you so much as well. And most importantly, thank you to all of our viewers today. We had one today, but guess what's happening tomorrow?
Another one.
Back over to the market recap show with Neil and Adara. Ciao.
Thank you so much, Sean. And you could have Trump be Jokic, and then you can definitely have Powell be Sabonis or someone much of a lesser player in there. Although, really, maybe you make it Barron. He's dunking on people, though. He's like 6'8", 6'9". What a day for the market, Adara.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you're in the green, the market's in the red, but if you looked at what happened off of the open, it was wild and crazy pandemonium because of the gap down. DeepSeek is all anybody wanted to talk about over the weekend, and how it was going to take over and change the landscape when it came to AI, when it comes to how much you need to spend, and that threw a lot of cold water. I don't care whether you're looking at Nvidia, you could be looking at ASML was gapped down. This stock recovered. ASML recovered $40 off the bottom to be down 6%. Marvell was almost 20% to the downside, but it all really starts and ends with the biggest and the baddest here, Nvidia, Adara. Yeah. And that really dragged things down. As much as we were able to bounce in the market, Nvidia closes 16.5% down on record volume.
That is chaotic.
Obviously, it's going to be record volume today, and a just massive drip overall. You're just not going to see many days like this. Off the open, it's hard to believe, but off the open, it was like a free money long off of support, and then just an absolute bloodbath for most of the day. Hey, you know what? It ain't all bad, because as we mentioned a lot of times, many times throughout the day, Apple got and held green today, up 8% and looking very strong. I guess their AI, the fact that they weren't spending tons on NVIDIA chips is going to end up boding well for them. At least that's what the market tends to think. And then let's not sleep on what Meta was able to do. 2%. 2% seems like 1,000,000% today, especially when you're able to close pretty much on those highs. But more importantly for Meta, it is worth pointing out, how many tech stocks do you think were able to close at a 52-week high today? I don't know the answer. Maybe you can ask DeepSeek that. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say Meta stands as very, very, very unique here today. Love some Meta. Really, you should have just maybe bought some more. It is what it is. You can always say that, but that August low was great for Meta, and another fresh all-time high despite everything we see to the downside today.
Yeah, that Meta 650 was pretty interesting too. We held that as support, dropped below, then came right back, bounced off the 644 area, and it was all she wrote. I mean, we closed near 660, so great look here for META. And as you said, Apple as well. The one time that actually being behind an AI probably helped it out. So great look there for Apple. There's another one. I haven't seen Intel in a while, but I know Intel initially was faring a little bit better. Okay, no, never mind. It just sold off. Then some of its chip peers, again, because it's not super associated with AI. Qualcomm, another one that was kind of strong earlier in the day. Qualcomm, this is not a bad look for Qualcomm at all. It has this double bottom here of that 168 level, closing around 171. It's a bit of a range, but certainly faring a lot better than many of the chip names of its ilk actually did today. So again, the one day that not being super AI associated or AI native was actually a really good day for a lot of tech stocks.
And everyone was focused on the chips, rightfully so. From a trading standpoint, I'm not going to argue with you. If you're not looking at Nvidia or looking at the chip names today, you're probably not an active trader who likes big cap tech. But there was more bleed, because ultimately the logic behind this is, hey, if you don't need to spend as much for these AI models, well, what's been something that's been running with the hyperscalers? It's been all these alternative energy plays, which has been some of the nuclear name. And they got absolutely shellacked. And it's not just URA down 11%. URA down 11%. They are not alone. You had names like SMR. I own SMR, down 26.5%. SMR. Then you're going to have GEV, G Verona, down 21%. You're going to have Vistra Corp as well, down 28%.
That's chaotic.
CEG, Constellation, this has been another high flyer. That was down 20 points today. This group, now when you think about it, it makes some logical sense, but that group pulling back even further than Nvidia did because they were catching those catching those late headwinds that you can't power this build out, which is expected to be very, very costly. You need more power to do it. And if it can be done more efficiently, then who needs these new alternative energy sources? So there might be some opportunities coming in some names that were doing very, very well, not just the chip names. The story here for sure. And I look back at some of those and it's like, oh my goodness, this morning when we looked at some of these individual names, it did feel like, oh yeah, you know, they're doing a little bit of a bounce. Let's see what happens at the open. Well, it was pretty clear the shelf that these fell off. There's the bounce. I'm looking at Constellation in a general sense. And again, if you had a good day today, like whatever, like Apple was great, Nvidia was good, Constellation, look at this one. I only bring it up because of what happened at 9:30. This is a 295 seller that you can see for about a half an hour on this name. It wicked that level twice at the open, trying to break it out, abjectly failing, and then look at the lower highs and then trend down. And then it just held trend for the rest of the day. That's the thing about today. There were so many trading opportunities out there for you.
Yeah.
You just had to identify what you liked and which way you wanted to have it. And that was pretty much it. If you liked long in Apple because you think they got a moat, you like long in Meta because you think they got a moat, then you're doing absolutely fine. But at the end of the day, you just had to grip it. You know, you grip it and rip it, pick a couple of names. I feel like I looked at fewer names at the open than usual. I didn't even check out a crypto name. I didn't even notice Mara was down 10% till the end of the day.
MSTR bounce was crazy.
Despite looking at it. And I know you look at MSTR. Yes. That bounce was insane. Did you trade any MSTR
actually,
today?
I had that 329.80 move all the way up to 340. I decided the reason I didn't hold any longer was basically just because I was like, you know what? Through the end of the day, I'm still getting more comfortable holding things through the imbalances. I believe my order got filled at 340.21s. You guys can guess why I chose 21s. Basically, I think right around 345, just before 350. And yeah, I mean, it was really just because there was a little bit of resistance just below that 341 level. And with spready tickers, I like to get out at least 25, 30 pennies before the level I like, because I know that it can be a little bit dicey in terms of spread. You might not get your fill. Right. Yeah, I was really happy with that trade. Did not have the size that I should have had on that. That's one thing I'm also working on. But yeah, flat on the day. It was a little bit too excited with the meta sizing, but that's how you learn and grow every day. And MSTR, definitely what I'm watching tomorrow, especially after that push into the close, that's for sure.
I mean, that is a V-shaped recovery if you've ever seen one. And you saw with Sean what IBIT did at the end of the day. With that imbalance, by the way, 2.5 million share IBIT imbalance. You don't usually see that, at least not specifically. I've seen ETFs before, but it's the first time I've seen a couple of million shares on IBIT. So the relief rally was real. MicroStrategy just bought another chunk of Bitcoin north of 100K. So obviously that wasn't doing too well, but it did close a little bit better for them. Obviously, we lost 100,000 this morning, but this is the V-shape that we're talking about in MSTR. When some of these start trending, all you want to do is sort of jump on the train. Like this is what IBIT did, more of a, I don't know, what do you call it, like a U-shaped than a V-shape that you see in MSTR. But that's the value, to your point, Adair, of trading MSTR. Is wild, depending on your style, man. Like maybe you like the steady stock like IBIT, where you can get it in good and maybe bigger and hold it a little bit longer, or MSTR, where it's just that spread where you like to take that trade and get a bigger notional win, or like a gross win in terms of how many dollars it goes. But maybe you can get a similar percentage move for more shares than IBIT. You just got to be able to pick your poison.
It depends on your style. It depends on what you're comfortable with too. Like I'm not really comfortable with that type of trade, but with something like MSTR, when I'm seeing the spread work in a certain way, like basically what it does, I just kind of had the order there, I had my stop, and there was a while where we were not breaking 330, and I basically was like, cool, on to the next one, whatever, it's fine, and this is not my focus. And then I recorded my eye, we're like 331, 332, and once we started to have that push, I knew that once we got past that 336, which was A prior resistance and B VWAP, I was like, I'm just gonna hands off this and see what happens. I did take some profit right before 336. I figured that would be an issue. Once we took that 336, even when we broke back below it, we were able to stay relatively strong. And again, did I take the entirety of the move? No, I didn't get that through 50s, but I'm happy I stayed as long as I did because again, the ADR of like probably a month ago, 2 weeks ago would have gotten out that. So it's like small incremental pieces of growth I think are important with whatever you type of trade. Like if it's IBIT, maybe you took a little bit more size and that's growth, right? You know, something like MSTR, you stay in a little bit longer and that's whatever makes sense for you, for your style, for your risk management is, I think, totally commendable.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's sort of the thing. Like, you should never, look, you can always say you would hold longer, but I mean, ultimately, just to quickly show you what Adair was talking about, like, this is your stair step to the upside. You take what ultimately is like first, second, like the third step up. You can't necessarily know what's going to break out in that realm. But if you're going to get 1.5 points late in the day, you got to take it. So that's obviously going to be a great look. I just wanted to very quickly, I know we're going to have Michael Noss coming in here in just a little bit. I wanted to go over a couple of things that did pretty well today. But, I mean, the financials, nothing wrong with 1% up into a down market. XLF right back into some of those highs. Another interesting, consumer staples up 3%. You're going to see strength in XLP today as well. And then healthcare, XLV, 2.25. This one gets interesting because you're right at a major resistance level, 148, and you're trying to gain back that 200 moving average there on the Spider Healthcare. So that's a big one. And there's lots of strength that did occur in the market today. This is why people sometimes talk about diversification. You always want to look at days like today and make sure you're sussing out, hey, what was strong, what was weak, not just within sectors, but in a general sense in the market. I love the fact that the financials are holding up for obvious reasons, but everything, I keep saying this, and I'll probably even ask Michael Noss's thoughts about this at the open in a quick little second, because it was a unique type of open. We don't see this very often. Nvidia, it's weird, but Nvidia was my best stock today with essentially what amounted to one long trade, and it's on a day that it's down 16%.
Really? That's wild.
And it just goes to show that how unique of a day that it was. Because it was, you're not down 10% and short sell restricted with the uptick rule in effect on Nvidia very often. As a matter of fact, I can't think of a single time that was true, except for today. But it gave you that go into prior support right at the open, wick to support level, do relief rally. It went from literally A to B in a heartbeat, and then you're just out of it. Obviously, it could have been a short after that. I liked the AMD short a little bit better. I think that was a little bit of a distinction without a difference at first, but then you can see AMD caught a bit at the end of the day when Nvidia was not able to. And Joseph Birch Music, you got that bounce on Nvidia too, so congratulations to you. James in the chat also saying mentioning FedEx and UPS. There's some strong names on the day. This is what we're talking about. This is what you want to be able to see. If this move continues and we get a little bit more bleed in the market than you were anticipating, hey, what was strong today? If you only like going long, maybe those are the names that you should have on your radar that might not be there under normal circumstances. That's the kind of work that you want to make sure you're putting in after special events like we saw today. And speaking of special events, it's always a special event when we have a guest for you on the Market Recap Show. And one of our favorites, if we are ready, is our good friend, the old Noss boss. Let's get some trader talk. I don't know why I said the old Noss boss, like I'm not like infinitely older than you, Michael. But
there's a lot of gray in the beard. It's
oh,
I'll take it.
Great. We got the gray on right now, but wow, what an unbelievable day. We got Michael Noss from Stats Edge, our resident CMT expert. We appreciate having you on here. Unprecedented day today. In terms of volatility, we've never seen a stock lose as much in notional value that Nvidia did today. There's like a handful of names, Mag 7 plus 2, that are as big as what Nvidia lost in terms of market cap today. So very, very unique day.
Yeah, certainly a wild day. And this is one of those things that's really different to be a day trader versus a swing trader, because I have my chart here and it's kind of very easy to do a post-mortem on the day. We're in the middle of a range, right? And it's funny, I came talking to you guys a couple weeks ago, and I mentioned that year 3 is generally a range-bound year. So, yes, big day, especially if you were looking at the morning, if you were kind of obsessed. This candle includes pre-market action, so we did dip down that low in the pre-market before we recovered. But what I think is more important than even what happened in the day is how everything recovered so nicely, that we basically opened right at the low of the day. I was talking a lot about that this day I think is going to be hugely important because it's going to show you whether on a gap down like this are institutions super excited and they're rubbing their hands excited to buy things, or is this a situation where everyone backs off? And I think we got that very, very excited to buy stocks, just waiting for the moment, and they finally got it today. So I think that was the best kind of action that you could see in a down day like this.
Yeah, and it's not just that they were buying. In some stocks, look, Meta closed at an all-time high today, fresh on a closing basis, all-time high. You saw Apple with lots of strength. It's not just that they were buying these names, Michael. They were buying them before earnings. Right? Yep. So they were buying them all up because we don't get Meta and Apple until later on this week. So you always want to see that reaction, but there's a flip side to that coin is I think you learned something about the names that did not hold the bid today as well. I can sit here and we can show Bitcoin holding 100,000 and we're still in that range, all still well and good. You can trade inside the range and be comfortable about it. But man, you've got to be careful if something lost the bid today. I was looking at some of the nuclear names, the uranium names, those things, they really broke down and the buying was not exuberant. So there's a lot of work to be done to, I guess, decompress after a day like today. But I just want specifically, because we didn't break the range on Bitcoin, I did not look much at anything else other than what we were trading. So the reaction, I'm curious if there was anything that stood out to you with some of the altcoins that you've been watching with the move that we did have overnight, losing 100,000 in Bitcoin. Was there anything you gleaned from any of those that might have caught your eye?
No, all the altcoins kind of did exactly what you would expect in lockstep with Bitcoin and Ethereum and everything like that. But a point I want to hit on that you just mentioned, I think is amazing for swing traders and something that they should pay attention to. You kind of mentioned if something that you had today got killed, it's obviously relatively weak. If something you had today was up on the day, it's obviously relatively strong. So I think that is the best thing that you can kind of do with a day like today, right? Is, if you're just tuning in now and you got a swing trading portfolio and you're looking at it, that's what I did a lot of today. Anything that got just completely taken out to the woodshed, that got removed from my portfolio and removed from my scans. Anything that held on super well is something that I'm really interested in. So one sector that I have up here is actually home builders. So we got new home sales today as well. But even before then, home builders were actually doing pretty good on some earnings that came out. So again, today gets to be a pretty easy day. This list I have on the side is just a list of all ETFs based on how they close in the day. And you can see, the XHB index was up 1.5% when everything was down. And this is not something that I would generally consider defensive, where people buy home builders if they're worried about the economy falling apart. So this kind of shows me when I see things like this, that this could be that whole great rotation that we've been waiting for a very long time, where maybe some of these AI and chip names are going to come down and people are going to start putting money into other things. So XHB and then KRE both being strong today and closing higher. These are both very interest rate sensitive sectors. They very much thrive on lower rate environments and then do poorly in higher rate environments. So what I'm seeing for both of these rocketing when AI was selling is that the story may be changing. Maybe we don't really care about AI. Maybe now we're going to focus on interest rates and whether or not the new administration is going to bully the interest rates down the way he's saying. And then if that's the case, then it might not be AI and big tech that's our high flyers. It might be more boring stuff like home builders and KRE. But seeing some really good positive action on a day like today, I think makes you want to take notice a little bit more.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that in a market where the Nasdaq's down 3%, there's nothing boring about being up 1% for KRE. I'll tell you that much for sure. And actually at some pretty good levels. As you mentioned, that 50 period on the daily could easily break out, and that's what you want to do. I love the fact that you echoed that sentiment, because it just makes me feel more confident that we're on the right path by sort of finding that relative strength and making sure we add those things to our core board. Michael, we have a question here. I want to throw you to a Derek, because one of our viewers has a question for you here. I want to make sure we give them the opportunity to get an answer.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for being here with us, Michael. As always, we're going to take a moment here to ask this question from Kyle Burdett in the chat here, basically saying, what would it mean if we open tomorrow gapped down below today's open? So it doesn't specify NASDAQ or SPY, but in general for the market, what would it mean if we somehow open even lower than that gap that we had today?
I think what's more important than the gaps, and it's something that's I think really important, especially hit on today too, is that the market was, I think the NASDAQ was down like 5.5 or 6% at some point during the night, and then rallied higher. So more than what the gap would do, it's that opening kind of drive and that opening print that becomes really, really important, because today it was obvious that they were buying it off the open. So the reason that this is important is you got to remember that the large institutions, the hedge funds, the guys that actually move the market out there, they don't have the liquidity to be, trading in the after hours when the market's really, really thin, depending on what's happening, and really even in the most active times, too thin for a lot of institutions. So that's why I kind of talked about the opening print today, the fact that they just bought it right off the open and then push from there. The reason that that's so important is that it just shows that when people were getting in the morning, they were meeting with the hedge fund manager, they were saying, oh, good, finally, we've gapped down a little bit, we can buy it, so let's buy it up. So if we gapped down again tomorrow and gap down below tomorrow or today's open, that's a little bit worrisome because of the strong move we had all day. But again, it would, that opening drive, because if we gap down again tomorrow and they just buy it right back up, that's going to make me even more bullish. But if we gap up tomorrow and they start selling it right away, that means that, to me, that was a little bit more of a short-term trade where, the institutions were buying it up just to kind of flip it out a day or two later. So less about the overnight action and then more about kind of what we see right off that open.
Yeah, that's a fantastic answer, Michael. I think one of the stocks that exemplifies your point about the buying up at the open, and it matters a little bit more. What do they want to do with this? What do traders want to do with it? What do institutions want to do with it? Like when I look specifically at Meta, like Meta could, even if Meta were to gap down, like they bought it at 6 a.m., it dipped. The day traders were taking profit going into the open. Like this looked like, okay, like this was a very strong trend up, and then a trend reversal that happened like an hour before the market's even open. You're like, okay, well, this is like, there's a trend reversal. You could easily retest the lows because everyone's all doom and gloom in the market, but you can just see, like, right as the market opened, they were wasting absolutely no time. And that's buying a tech stock at the highs. I mean, if the institutions wanted to buy this thing at the highs, what is that even telling us here? But I want to get your thoughts on this. We just talked about if you were to gap lower, what it would mean for the overall market. Now I'm looking at, because I think there might be a different answer for something like this, and I want to get your thoughts on this. Like I'm looking at uranium, and what this was where the bleed that there was no bid on happened. Gapping underneath this support, I'm thinking tomorrow, I mean, if we gap underneath that support, how are you not short the uranium names again for continuation? They didn't catch a bid. The market didn't want to buy those ones back up. Like if that support gets lost, and they already didn't want to buy it today, I mean, I know not everybody can short equities here, but I mean, that group looks very, very suspect. Instead of hoping that the Qs don't get bought up, I mean, heck, they didn't want any part of these uranium and nuclear energy or alternative energy names or utility names adjacent to the space.
Yeah. And again, I think it just highlights the relative strength, relative weakness thing that we've been talking about, is that what you want to do, and what I'm going to be spending most of the night doing, is look at things that closed higher and just go through the whole list. Could be just as simple as getting a list from the S&P 500, putting that into Excel or whatever scanning program you have and just sorting by the ones that were up on the day. I think there's a whole bunch of information there. And conversely, just like you talked about with uranium, that's insanely relative weak. We talked about how the market closed or opened right up and they bought it right away. Uranium, like you mentioned, it's completely opposite. The high of the day is like the high tick of the day, and then they sold it all day long. So again, what I love about being a swing trader and what I love about being a price action guy is that this data gave me everything that I need in order to build a plan going forward. If you were getting absolutely killed today, regardless of what it was. So we had semiconductors or SMH down 10%. We had URA down 10%. XSD, which is another semiconductor ETF, that was down 8.5%. So these guys are kind of, they're dead to me right now. I'm not interested in buying dips on things that not only gap down, but then sold off all day. I'm interested in potentially buying pullbacks or buying breakouts on the names that did well. So like, the KRE and the home builders, those things are going to stand out to me. It becomes a very easy play to make. And to be honest, if we are going to get this rotation, I'm super excited about it. Now, it's going to suck for people who just buy big cap tech and they just trade big cap tech and that's all they do, because we might have a period of a downtrend or nothing going on. But for those of us who can stick and move and don't mind, being in home builders one day and uranium and next day and moving around, I think we're going to get a lot of opportunity, just the way I saw the rotation kind of happen intraday.
Yeah, that's perfect thoughts, and I love the boxing reference. You got to be able to stick and move when you're a trader, regardless of your time frame. You want to be able to be where the action is. Before we get you out of here, Michael, we talk about big events, earnings, days like today, the Fed. For a swing trade, do you have any kind of sometimes we talk about the 3-day rule, a grace period under which, hey, I'm looking for opportunities, but when we have this extreme of a move, I'm not going to enter until X amount of time after, like it could be 2 or 3 days, let the market settle down. Is there anything like that that is having you maybe sit back and assess a little bit longer than before? Or is it going to, as always, be purely technical for you in the coming days?
It's purely technical on this one. Something like earnings, generally, I won't want to get involved before earnings. Generally, after earnings, you have a big gap, so you need some basing or something to occur there. But on a day like today, I bought a bunch of stuff. Now, what I didn't do it off the open, right? I did it about midday. Yeah. So it's more about that, because my thesis going in today was if we buy it off the open, then I want to be involved in that, and then if we reverse over the next few days, then I'll take a small hit. If we go back to highs, just like we did last time, we did this kind of gap down and then rallied all day. That was like a 7% move in the SPY. So that was a great trading opportunity for me. And with some of the systems, even the ones that I brought this morning on the pullback trades, a lot of those things fired off on the open. So I spent a lot of my morning watching them, and then in the afternoon picking up a whole shopping list, because these are the moments that I want to look for. Now, if this was a giant event, like you're talking, terrorism or war or something really kind of horrible for the market, then that's different. Then, let me sit out. I wouldn't buy Boeing the day after the doors are flying off airplanes and stuff like that. So I definitely do hiatus if the news is bad enough. For me, to be honest, I played with the DeepSeek thing. I did the whole thing. I talked about it with Brendan this morning. This just seemed like the market was a little bit overbought and just wanted an excuse to sell off. It's what it felt to me anyway.
It certainly did. And I have a name for your trade today on the home builders and some of the others. We'll call it if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go trade.
Oh, I like that.
Brought to you by Michael Noss.
I like that.
Which is, I don't know. I heard it, so I heard a trader actually say that term for a specific setup at the open. And it's always sort of stuck with me, but I think that's the perfect example. Like, you didn't need to be buying it at 9:30, which for some day traders, that's exactly what you wanted to do if you're looking bounce. There's more than one way to get a winning trade or skin a cat, as some people like to say. Don't skin cats, it's bad. But Michael, thank you so much. Because I'll tell you right now, you wouldn't have seen us talk about the home builders and the opportunities that you might be able to see with that relative strength. So it's always great to get your perspective. And we're day trading, and I love that we have a technical swing trader out here to drop that knowledge. And thank you so much for answering our viewers' questions as well. As always, it's a pleasure having you. Can't wait to see you in the flesh end of the week here. So we're looking forward to that. We're going to have Michael here in studio. So really looking forward to having you. Best of luck for the rest of the week, and certainly safe travels when you come to Toronto.
I will. Thank you very much. And yeah, I'm pumped to be down there on Friday.
We'll see you then. Thank you so much, Mr. Noss, Michael Noss, our good friend.
Thank you very much.
Dropping knowledge, chilling out casually
we just got
with the beer
Nucor
game.
earnings.
There we go. Let's get to the Nucor earnings right away.
Yep. So we have full fourth quarter here earnings, diluted earnings of $1.22 per share, and then for the fiscal year it was $8.46 per share. For net sales here, $7.08 billion for the quarter. That both the EPS and the sales numbers are above the estimates I'm seeing, but it's always worth noting sometimes you see different stuff. Sometimes they use different analyst estimates than the ones I'm necessarily seeing, so I'll have to wait here. Right now, it's just kind of languishing the bottom of this range here in terms of price action. Let me see if there's any other numbers I can see here really quickly on this report. I mean, yeah, so it looks like we're up.
Well, they like it.
On a year-over-year basis for some of these metrics. I mean, yeah, we'll have to wait and see what kind of bounce we get. I'm still using the, I'm not sure if we get post-market data here on the charts here for eSignal. I'll have to figure that out. But regardless, from what I can tell, it looks like they beat on EPS and on revenue.
Well, they like it. They really like it. Up 5% is Nucor. Now, remember, the expected move here was 5.5%. And you've more or less gotten close to that right up at the top here. It's been bleeding a little bit, and steel names haven't been all that good, and the chart doesn't look fantastic. But just before we get into our roll call, end it off for you, there's a little bit of a consolidation breakout potentially. If it can hold on to above 128, maybe catch that 50-period moving average breakout. So Nucor, pretty good way to end things off here today. It was a kind of day that was great for trading. But some names did bleed and didn't catch a bid. You look at some of those semi-names, it was definitely one for the downside. But you know how we end things off around here, everybody. If it's your first time and you don't know what the roll call is, that's when every one of our viewers has a chance to hear their name read out loud in live rapid fashion by Adara as we see who is in our community and traders stay late and who is joining us. Before I do that, I always tell people, you want to get your name in the chat read, then you got to be in the chat in the first place. And you got to hit the subscribe button to be in the chat. It's a subs-only chat. And I want to give a big shout out to Fabian and Ramin on the ones and twos all day long, making us sound really good. The Midday Boys, the Bash Brothers, of course. We got Joe, we got Sharif. Give them a big thank you as well. Give Adara and Brendo a big thank you. Being on the news desk all day long, keeping you informed. And give a big shout out to my man Sean Katina for the awesome trade today, my partner out there. And always a fun time trading with him. So can't do anything until we also acknowledge the best moderator in the business. Thank you, Bears versus Bulls, for everything that you do. We couldn't be the channel that we are without you. Thank you so much. And with that, I'm going to give my thanks here in the chat, and I'll give it to Adara for the roll call.
Thank you so much, Bears versus Bulls, for being here. Thank you to Ramin, Fabian, Andre, Neil, Sean, Brendan, Joe, Sharif, everyone you see, everyone you don't see. Let's get it going here. Also, here are the new core numbers. As you can see, they significantly beat estimates. $1.22 per share EPS versus 65 cents expected. Sales, $7.076 billion versus $6.763 billion. Either way, massive beats across the board. We have Daniel, we have Celery 2, For Profit, Slouch, Reka, Chandler. We've got Midnight in the Oceans, FX Options, The Wiffle Waffler, UCG, Gabriel Matthews, Bright Awakenings, Martians, Grov. We got Okur. We have Adam Khalifa. We have Vusumu, Eco Steve, Relojes, Donkey Trader, William James. We have Chancellor Palms, Nakul, Pitchbull, Damo, Marie. I think I saw the Piper. I saw in there for sure. Rubicon I saw, and I believe I saw Daryl Flint earlier as well. Bilbo Bag Holder. I love to stop with that one. So thank you so much to everybody for being here today. But you know what? It's gonna be a whole new chaotic day for the market. We shall see you then. Make sure to get caffeinated because A, it will be a crazy day, and B, Starbucks reports after the close tomorrow.
That's right, Starbucks tomorrow. It's going to be a big week of earnings. Obviously, it was a fun one today, but the best part about it is we get to do it all again tomorrow. So make sure you get some rest. Wake up bright and early because at 8:30, we're back at it. Another wild day in the markets due Tuesday. We'll see you in the morning. We're Trader TV Live. See ya.